all the way back to A main here, grouping up with the rest of the team. So now to go a little bit ahead, G2 cut noise, they contact forward, and then comes this explosion of ultimates at the top. You have the Armageddon to clear elbow, and any players retreating into screens. Cosmic Divide splits up the site, makes it free for them to get in. You can see Bang there on the map. He wants to try and catch some sort of timing play around the wall, isn't able to do so. G2 right now scaling into the site. You can see that the plant is coming in for heaven, so they're going to want to be able to get up ramp to get back into that proper angle.
Hello.
The spike. Now this is a crucial moment. Zekken pops his dimensional drift, gets in, and realizes that on this minimap, it is only Jaw in the site. This is an opportunity for the rest of SEN to now scale in, and in the meantime, there's a rotation coming from Zelsis, where he's going to go back up into heaven with the team now realizing it's planted for heaven by G2. He's going to try to nullify that by picking up a good angle there. So here's SEN scaling it to site, and now they're getting on the spike early, getting the util out of the enemy Taeho. And this is the crucial moment. If you go back just slightly, while they're on the spike, notice Bang's positioning right now. He's going to teleport up into heaven to set up a crossfire with Zelsis. So when G2 tried to get in there to have the angle on the spike, they just get destroyed. It's Valen left in main. Nothing they can do. The pathing there from SEN to be able to shut down that plant for heaven.
Hey, Synced, how's it going?
Breaking the economy of G2, and they get two big ultimates out of them. Wow. It was that defensive half that was just...
Give me a second while we got Wyatt yapping.
I think that, without a doubt, this is not what we had anticipated coming into this. Not to take anything away from Sentinels, but to see G2 really just feel out of place in that whole map was quite alarming.
Yeah, I had confidence in G2 having a good plan out the gate, but it's always a risk when you're picking a map.
Trying to set up
for the first time, especially in such a high
trying to reset up Restream with
coordination from Sentinels. And that was the stuff that was missing in some of those earlier games. They hadn't seen G2 play this comp, but they play it themselves. They do such a good job at giving space
with my YouTube,
and also just showing some incredible confidence, which is a continuation from their last game. And Zelsis, for me, really exemplified that, Wyatt.
Yeah, the utility from them has been
and
so
for whatever reason.
Now, crucially though, they're not losing the fundamentals in the midst of having so much
cannot get it to work.
As a team with the utility. That went out the window against teams earlier in the bracket like Loud, who were just more focused on shooting them with crossfires. That was SEN's undoing, but not now. They are so much more refined.
But they're also having that confidence. Bang fighting into smoke. Zelsis playing forward in mid,
that's
and
so annoying.
that they sometimes need to come out on top of these rounds. And for Zelsis, this is such a meteoric performance in the MIBR series and now. You can see his stats average across 2024 compared to that last BO5 in the lower bracket, and now this first map of our America's kickoff finals. He is on an absolute heater right now and is doing so much more.
Hey, what's up, Risham? No, Elevated's joining for the Pacific watch party.
That first dominant map against G2.
Yeah, that and dominant it was. And if you were coming
Elevated will be here for when I'm in the arena for the Pacific finals, which is several hours later. 9 hours later, in fact.
SEN is up 1-0. This could go either way. We'll see you on the other side, folks, for the continuation of this grand finals.
Okay, let me sort this out, chat, before this break ends. Let's see if we can figure this out. Let's see. Dude, yeah, I don't know. I think my best bet is going to be to set up streamer.bot, which is mildly inconvenient, but you missed a SEN masterclass? Apparently. So he was saying that Pacific, yeah, but he means that in context of Masters Bangkok, I'm pretty sure. In which case, I mean, you've got G2 and Vitality on the other side, so I would argue that there's an argument that China could be like similar, but if you're giving respect to EDG, you know, winning champs, then all right, restream's not gonna work. Let's close that. Hold on, let me sort this out in here, chat. Because Castellans wasn't working either, so I think what we're just gonna have to deal with is oh wow, that was the pistol. They went right into the game.
A lot of it comes down to where they want to put Zekken. Do they want to flash through the smoke in case there's somebody playing a tight crossfire right next to the smoke? Do you want to try to send Zekken with a teleport?
Annoying.
Take a fight against someone like Valen, who's going to be anchoring there. You will see SEN rotate between these options based on what they think G2 are doing. In this round,
yeah, but you have G2 and Vitality. I don't think anyone in the world is arguing that Pacific is on par with G2 and Vitality. I think you'd be insane if you do. I think you would be completely crazy if you argued that.
As we mentioned prior on Split, a lot of priority being placed in just trying to earn up these ults, especially at dimensional drift.
So YouTube chat, I don't have my combined chat working on any of the platforms that I've installed, so you guys are much smaller than Twitch, so apologies if I don't see your chat as well. It's so odd to me that you can't increase the font size in YouTube chat.
SEN push him back at the start of the round and force out that drone reclear early, where they could still be re-hitting. I think so far so good from John's IGLing.
Sorry if this is off topic or already answered, but what's in store for Cloud? Will he be casting with a new partner, or is he also not part of Stage 1?
Yeah, this time going for the Halls dive. Yeah.
I believe he'll be casting with a new partner.
It's a flash. Almost perfect, but anti-flash, or at least a dodge from Valen is quick. And Jonah P is happy to add that extra level of reinforcement.
Oh yeah, I don't know why this has been happening.
Drop down to middle of nowhere. It's an impossibility for John at this point.
Just discovered your watch party and it made my day. Who needs burner slash watch party? Thank you. What's up? What's up? Welcome. A blindy. A blindy.
Admirably. And 6 kills for Jonah. As you said, puts him 1 away from that steel garden.
So I didn't get to watch the split, but apparently pretty dominant.
Coming up. And Valen did a great job of being able to hold on to this. Is he going to be able to do the same when Zekken has a rifle in hand? John's calling for some A-main control at the start of this as we get back into the third round.
I can't believe we let them get away with this replay transition for the whole of kickoff.
It's a hell of a amount of damage.
Yeah, good.
As you said, the Vice setup has swapped around. We'll see if that expectation.
Good shock dart.
Mind to these SEN players. What a wall.
Yeah, interesting wall.
Second TP'd all the way.
Interesting.
There's slipping his way in through the back. This is a nice play indeed. Still drop down almost single digits, going to be regenerating back up and alive. G2 trying to opt into the retake, making sure that they hold on to control towards the back, and Art to be able to put the squeeze down onto these Sentinels players. Especially with Zekken this low, flash through and around.
Ooh, narrate a little slow on that one. I think the comm's not realizing that no one was covering his back.
It's a 2v2 at that, slipping around the corners, 1v1. Bang versus Leaf. Sees his players, the position's noted. Bang out wide, Henter missing. Rattling, the lead
Dude, he played that.
And it's a right click that does it.
He played that so well. Gets the quick tag with the headhunter. He knows he's low, and then he just continues to jiggle it.
To bait out shots from Bang and secure the damage. Not necessarily the clean headhunter.
The one singular leaf.
Earlier on, but he got the job done. This was G2 thriving in the chaos. Jorg finding his timing, just wandering into backside, willing to take a risk in that spot.
You doctor? Oh my.
Let's put the pressure now immediately onto Sentinels here. Once more with the economy.
Yeah, I actually thought that was a bonus round from... sorry, of course, it's a bonus round from G2. It's broken the SEN economy, though, completely, hasn't it?
It's going to be flourishing.
Dimensional drift.
That money, but so that ult earned up all that prior work that was being put down by Sentinels.
Okay, pushes Leaf back.
Earn a bit of a path, potentially.
All the way, no way. Oh my.
Oh, and he's going for it, man. I mean, that's just a clone into the face as well.
Yeah, he.
Leaf was knife out there. I think Zekin just expected that he could potentially get that timing with the Bucky, but
it's one of those awkward situations where you turn around a corner and bump into somebody and he's thrown their handbag all over the floor.
Yeah, he didn't really have much of a choice.
Respect the play. I really do. At that, hold on. Strogamo's gone down. Where was he going? He was all the way into their spawn.
The Euros. The Euros are just all over the place.
I mean, well, same for Jorg. I'm looking at the crosses on the map, and I'm like, wait a second.
The Yorus have swapped positions and died in enemy spawns.
I've got X-ray, and my brain's being turned into a pretzel. It's like, well, how do these players feel?
Well, we're gonna end up seeing Sentinels group up to try to make something happen on B. Thorns popped. John was loving calling these splits through B-Link before, sending 3-4 players in.
They're kind. Well, I was about to say they're kind of stuck until Zelsis got that kill.
Normally going to go for that mid rotate. That was dangerous.
And the deep wall as well, critically. Peace of mind in terms of.
All right, Arc Rose gives him a little bit of room. Zelsis.
Zelsis doing his job and doing it well. Full defense across the board, making sure that every position is accounted for and the gun's being picked up as well.
Yeah, this was not the round to lose for G2.
Exactly what the doctor ordered.
G2 got completely flummoxed there.
Did waking up hit you like a truck? You look like you were hungover. Do I?
This is how we open the round.
I mean, I only slept for 2 hours. Doesn't look so bad.
And G2 getting caught on the rotate. Good job. Maybe trying to deny info away from the Vice wall. They just got.
I did just like roll out of the bed and hop on the stream, so. Because I got out of bed. I woke up like 15 minutes into the first map. How was your reaction for group stage? Do you think RQ and Boom will make it to playoffs? RQ like should. There's a problem if RQ doesn't in that group. Boom. It's tough. The alpha group's pretty tough. There's a world. Dude, what is going on with these Yorus? Jaw used to be. Jaw's timing was like always so perfect coming out of that ult.
The attempt by G2 with that retake, and Leaf is late to the party. Late to the party indeed. Second round now. Earned up.
A really questionable decision by G2 to even be investing the ult in the first place. And then Jordan throwing good money after bad feels like
yeah, Boom, I mean.
He's got to find a pick out the back of it. And was hoping that he could find a timing.
Wait, hold on. Who
as the plant was going down and it
who else is in group 1?
A weird one, a wild one. But G2 are now going to have weapons back. Let's go! And technically, G2 is still in the lead, but these last couple of
Boom can, but like,
looking to take a pick through mid.
Like you would imagine that Boom is fighting for the 4th spot out of Group Alpha, and it's most likely between Boom, DFM, and GE. And that relies on a bunch of different things. I actually think, you know what? Yeah, Boom has an okay chance, I think. I just don't know how much stronger DFM is going to be, but and then GE, of course, you know, still working with Darien. So, not that Darien isn't good. I'm just saying, you know, that's not the vision they set out with originally.
A really difficult shot to hit the second one.
And these players are just toppling, man. This is G2's defense.
Thank you, Klepto.
Picked to pieces. Tapestry just unraveling before our eyes.
Who do you think will win Masters? Well, I mean, let's see how the teams look in the grand finals. Originally, it would have been G2 or Vitality, but
to open up the map completely for Sentinels.
There's no polite way to say it, but listen, maybe Trent can be that savior.
He's got it.
oh,
Hello! Anticipating the recross as well. He's made it more winnable. It's a 2v2 now.
They saw Bang earlier on in A main, so Jonah is being very thorough with the clearance here through mid.
timing.
The potential for the timing as well. Go wrong for Sentinels, but Jonah P wants to
Ayah.
wins that fight out. Steps it up. Cosmic Divide gonna be
I like the Cosmic Divide,
and Trent just cannot get onto the top.
just to make sure they secure it.
Even when things start to go a little bit wrong, the clutch potential shows up maybe for G2. It doesn't matter. Discipline, coordination, zero hesitation from these SEN players, and a timeout has been forced out of G2.
Josh RT has got to get in the ear of the G2 players right now because they're not playing up to scratch. If they want a chance of being able to lift a trophy, you've got to be seeing better stuff out of them than this. Trent does admirably in this spot. I mean,
They never have, right? G2's never lifted the trophy in Americas.
To lose Jorgamo and then Valen,
I mean, I guess it would just only be last year.
Without it being some big set take. I mean, it was just Narrate poking his nose
But
and wondering if he
I wonder if Sen's gonna continue to have the fortitude to grind out a full best of, like a full best of 5 today.
But then he got shoved off the A line by, again, just a solo player of Bang.
It's insane.
Exploring.
I mean, listen, if there's one word to describe
I missed
this
map
series
1 as well.
It's just disrespect.
Yes,
Sen are
yes.
taking liberties, man. Bang, like you mentioned, he solo lurks through A. Plenty of opportunities for G2 to coordinate a double peek together to clear it. Player back side, Leaf going for the never swing, but it's all individual.
It is. I mean, I think they were trying to hope that Bang would be focused on the player backside when Leaf took his timing with the operator. But the Sentinels players have got great awareness today and confidence. They're not getting scared to take fights. And I think that helps when you've just...
If RQ don't make it to the playoffs, the Kingdom will have a wild comment in Instagram.
You don't get shook. You don't get pushed
I mean, listen, in Omega, especially the way that RQ was looking pretty good in kickoff, they should be making playoffs. Like, they shouldn't be going to playoffs in 4th place even.
And that's what Kaplan's been looking for, waiting for.
We did watch Liquid Heretics. That was shocking. There's something in the water worldwide with these teams that were performing last year. Sentinels, Sentinels and EDG, the only ones really continuing their performance.
With a flash and a drone. Really good awareness from
I mean, I guess G2 as well, but just like the big like finalists of last year.
Yeah. Well, that heavy emphasis with bodies of G2, making sure that they can hold down B long. They've got very little in terms
I originally had Izu as my MVP vote, but it was between Carpe and Izu for me, and I had Izu up through map 4, but Carpe was just like popping off again in the final map, so it was kind of hard not to change it to Carpe. Dude, what is going on?
It's relentless. They're not stepping back. Not giving G2 even a chance for a weakness that they could potentially capitalize off, and an ace. Possibilities opened up. Second
Dude,
for it.
what is going on?
Leaps up onto the site, and he's lurking, creeping, crawling behind. There's a Prowler to deal with every single angle.
They're giving it a
Slowly closing in.
Seconds just staring at him.
The way that this round has ended and the way that it played out, I think showcased the difference in mentality between these two teams today as well. Sen are confident, loose. In fact, arguably a bit overconfident in these spots. Every time they've been up against a G2 eco, they actually push forwards, take the aggro, take the risk. That can be dangerous. It can cause you to get ecoed and lose your momentum. But
He said I was sorry.
consistently catching G2 off guard because it's not what they're expecting.
No, the expected play is what G2 live and breathe.
Yeah, but the reason G2 was looking so strong is that they could force the expected play. So what's the difference today? Maybe it is really Sentinels just going even deeper into the disrespect territory.
Although that was going towards Art. Maybe just getting in position for a Prowler.
First kill for G2. It's been a while. So they potentially had that first kill advantage. It's a 5v4 now that they're not going to want to let slip when the momentum being on the
Dimensional drift. But you have the shear wall.
Turns himself his way towards it. He's going to be picking out these players' positions, and he knows exactly where they are. Flash, just to make it awkward, just to make it tricky. Salvos, and again,
Spike.
Forwards. It's out of the frying pan into the fire. And Trem will attempt to return it. Does drop second.
Bang
Flash,
is very alone.
Dodge. Bang is super alone right now. Sidestep towards it.
Oh, draws him in.
G2 doing damage. Weakening up. John QT, he's having a sidestep this with a Hunter's Fury up in his face. Cosmic Divide.
I mean, John's just got to stay beyond it. You both have to just get in.
Broken and dealt with.
Zelsis is going to just try to wait it out. Wow. Ballsy move from Sen.
Supreme, they can't take these individuality. They do it. It's a high-low setup and swinging right through and just not set up for that refight. Not with the wall in your face, not with the thorns.
Not the greatest. His own thorns also kind of blocking him.
They get that fourth. They're going to make it even in this map.
A better round. Sen there taking risks. Not quite managing to pay off. They were looking for this aggression from Bang.
I think G2 and Vitality were slightly overhyped. I don't know if that's... I don't know if they were slightly overhyped. It's just... I mean, no team is perfect, I guess, but...
Trademark placement. Normally sitting that one a little more passively. This time pushing it up so that Sen can't explode with Vice Ultimate in an A split.
I think the thing about a team like G2 is
potential to go for the P, but he did that last round, so he doesn't want to be too predictable. He needs to mix it up. Sen though, all eyes towards.
I guess the aspects of a team like G2 that we praise oftentimes when analysts praise them are very vulnerable to the mentality of the team, right? Because it's very systematic, it's very formulaic, it's super clean, it's crisp, etc. It's kind of like I mean, not in the same vein, but it's similar if you think about the old DRX as well. It's great until, you know, the pressure gets on or whatever, because it's so meticulous and everything's so intentional that one thing breaks down, or, you know, a player's just like not in on the comms or whatever, it breaks down. It's a domino effect all the way through. And then your aim gets affected too, because your aim, a big part of it was the positioning and how you're forcing the enemy to move and things like that. So it relies on always setting yourself up to make the right choices almost every single time. And the moment you're affected by, you know, confidence or whatever, obviously it starts to falter, I would say, bigger than other things. Because like one person faltering can really affect the whole team's movement. Whereas if it's like a firepower diff, one person having a bad day or whatever, another player can pick it up, right?
As you said, Zelsis is always going to be over towards Art.
So they're playing so screwy. I mean, it's true. It's actually, I mean,
what we're talking about. They are taking risks where you wouldn't normally expect them to. But that point,
but like what we've seen from G2 tells us that they should be capable of countering that as well. Like they should have layers to their system. So we'll see. We'll see if they can pick it up.
And I think maybe some of that is not necessarily because G2 frees up in important games, but because they're not willing to.
Hey, thanks, Stephen Lee's belly button.
To take the risk to make.
Watch Team Liquid meme their way into the grand finals.
In the spot where it matters.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even necessarily mean that it's like meta though. I just mean it's it's the fact that you can see their movement, their util, the way they trade, like all of it very intentional on like on a theory level.
If you're losing, you're learning.
Right, but in a match, it actually does have weight. It has importance.
But again, it's
don't normally take risks.
That's why I said it's a little different from DRX, because DRX, the old DRX used to be, the old Vision Strikers used to be very reliant on a playbook, and once you run out of options where people figure out all of it, it's like, okay, now you're out of options. But with G2, I don't think it's so much necessarily the like set plays and executes alone, but it's the fundamentals and all of that. But even then,
what it's like to win Leaf being defended here. A lot of the utilities to be committed.
oh, the salvos.
Sloan's going to be taking a bullet for it. Zekken not slowing down in the slightest. Wants to try and take these angles back and away from them, but TP backs. Trying to set themselves up into a potential art split. In through A.
Trent going for the drone.
Armageddon. It's going to clear out most of the way into pit, but it pours and it pushes the players.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, this is honestly a good test for G2, because if SEN can just play scrimmy enough, scrappy enough to throw you off, and you can't adapt in a best of 5, then it's probably a lesson learned for Bangkok, because you don't want to run into that problem at the international best of 5.
Playing back and away now, SEN getting themselves into that post, and he's just using the salvos here to start recall. John lucky to cross and lucky to keep his life intact.
I don't know about that. The early salvos.
That's going to be the steel
That's going to help with the retake. They need the guns.
Almost certainly pushed back, just a pull. It's going to be minus time for them still.
Yeah, but Zekken's still at the Phantom. That's oh, dude. G2 are getting dragged into the craziness a little bit. But part of it is, I think SEN's also just winning just enough more duels.
Managed to dip out in A main and came back still with the Phantom in hand. But composure's a great word, because G2 lost it there. That's a solo play from Jorgamo. He wasn't synced with Trent.
The thing is like, if you get too scrappy, that's where the G2 style once again benefits, right?
But the flash didn't catch properly.
But SEN is scrappy, but with very strong fundamentals.
5-5,
And I guess EDG as well. EDG is not so much scrappy, it's just a lot of X factor, but...
It's an eco push from G2 out towards mid.
What's a good breakfast meal in Korea?
Taking that control, just rattling off the bullets, which Rate's going to be able to
I mean, if you mean like a Korean, like not necessarily fully traditional, but like a Korean breakfast, probably rice with some type of soup, like seaweed soup or something like that.
SEN are going to get easy and open access to this B site. There's no one holding to try and anchor. It's a retake flash that's planted up onto the high ground by Jonah P. But
and then a couple side dishes.
Go for it.
Full offsite play from SEN.
Like a full breakfast like table, I guess.
That are available from Valen.
It's fast from G2. Regain control towards,
but that's like a home cooked full breakfast meal type deal. Oh, dude.
Not a sufficient defense. And the rifles, as we said, happy to play into it here for Sentinels. They know they've got the util. And with that firepower advantage, it's just inevitability.
That B execute is one that was allowing G2 a couple of rounds at the beginning of this half. We saw them run it in round 1 and round 3, I believe.
Kimbap. I mean,
easily held it with Valen and
you know, Kimbap on the go, etc. But if we're talking like a full meal at the table. Hey, Purple JKL, thank you, appreciate it.
G2 would need to win this one just to tie things up here.
Here's a fast take out towards A. There's no pushback from G2, just a few shock darts.
The reaction though from mid, Leaf, Jorg walking up.
All the way out. Back spotted just onto the shoulder.
So G2's now trying to just play a little bit more with duels and contact. A little bit more reliant on Leaf, but...
They got the read. I was just saying we hadn't seen Leaf pushing on defense very much. And there, the one round he does it, hearing both Bang and Zelsis run towards the rest of the team in A main.
Yeah, I mean,
at the same time though, G2
Leaf just gets a little, but that's it's moments like that. Like the problem right now, it almost seems like, is G2's identified that SEN is playing pretty scrappy on purpose. SEN is playing pretty scrimmy. But G2 is going too far, right? They're like, okay, fine, we'll play scrimmy. And then he just swings out super wide, you know, not jiggling, not jump peeking, you know, just assuming like, okay, you guys have gone, like, I'm going to take the fight to you. And Leaf's been great, but it's not like, you know, none of these SEN guys are pushovers. And so they've put G2 in a position where they kind of overextend a little bit as a response. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. Wait, no time. Whoa. He's jumping around, he's leaping around, Util out into his hands, wins out the fight. No time. Yeah, it's just ran short. And so 6-6.
Ending the half with a bit of a whimper, but G2 will be so much happier about their performance there. It's still,
yeah, let's see. It's not bad.
Kickoff, but more resistance shown. More rounds in this half than they got in the whole of SEN. The whole of Split, sorry.
All of a sudden.
SEN is still looking sharp, though.
That was a better half than we had last time.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying.
Smiles on their faces, and G2, it's got to be the long con when you're looking at the best of fives. Now, Riv is standing by currently with two struggling streamers in desperate need of some subs. Can we get any tier 3, potentially some primes?
We are back here in the streamer booth, and I'm joined again by Tarek, and this time Masayoshi. A little bit better of a game here. Masa, I'm going to come to you first. Yeah. How are you feeling about the game? How's SEN looking so far? What do you think the outcome's going to be?
Dude, they're looking collective. They're like one unit right now. Honestly, I think we're going to have a great BO5 on our hands. Yeah.
Right, how do you think the Pacific Grand Finals go? I mean, I'm inclined to say DRX.
He's giving me feelings that I haven't felt in a long time.
3.
I'm proud of him more than anything. I don't know what he's changed up
1
in his game or his routine,
but there's a world where it's 3. Really, I mean, I don't know. I was seeing this during the EMEA watch party, but
big shout out to Zelsis.
I think
guy, so round of applause for him.
I think the win yesterday for T1 should have unlocked a little bit for them, right? Unlocked kind of getting rid of that pressure, all of that.
From both sides of the team, loving it. Yeah, it's a great time.
Yeah.
So, despite the grueling weekend, maybe T1 can show up even stronger.
You also said you may not come today, but you still came today, and things seem to be going all right. You know, is that aura not there? Are the planets aligning for you now? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't think I'm a jinx. That's the problem, and that might be the problem actually. No, but it's the grand finals, and we've already qualified for Bangkok, and I wanted to be here to support the team, so that's why I came out.
G2 and Heretics are both just not shooting as good as they should.
Going to Bangkok?
I will be at Bangkok. I will be. Yeah. So
he's gonna be. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Masayoshi. Any last words?
Go SEN.
There it is. Go SEN. Let's go right back to the casters and see what they have to say about the game.
Tarek in Bangkok.
We're going to be doing the Masayoshi after this.
Any last words?
At the arena as well.
Yeah. Rib's about to execute him off camera. All right, 6-6 going into it here. I'm really glad that Tarek's brought up Zelsis as a focal point.
I mean, I think G2, it's not so. The thing is when you talk about aim, there's a part of aim that comes from better positioning and better reads, right? Like pre-fires, crossfire placement, all of that, or just like mental focus and expectation. And then there's one that is purely like, who's got the better movement? Like if a duel happens and you're both trying to move and strafe around each other. And like who's got the better reactions, things like that. I would argue that Heretics was failing on both sides against Liquid. Whereas in G2 so far on this map, it's mostly been the positioning. Like you can tell they're getting into fights they weren't quite expecting as well as they used to. There's been a couple where, yeah, it's a little shaky, but like Heretics, like that the fight in the back of site and control room in A, where Woot's like spraying like half a magazine and he can't get the kill. Like it's stuff like that where it's like, okay, now your aim is like something's going on with your aim. I don't know if G2's situation seems as bad.
A lot to do and a lot to account for. Leaf making sure that he Holds down, lays claim to that angle.
Bangkok's gonna be so wide open. You mean in terms of like who could win?
But they're gonna want to keep it going.
I mean, yeah, overall, I would say so. Like we were saying during the EMEA stream, like I don't think there's a clear worst team, right? I don't think there's a clear team where we're like, well, there's no way they win. I mean, oh, dude, that landed on his kneecaps.
SEN had exactly the reason
guess
where G2 were gonna go. They knew every time. Okay,
given their journey, like Liquid would be the one that people just didn't expect, but the way they were playing against Heretics, I don't know. I don't think it'd be that shocking. It'd be an upset, but
Salvos onto the Yang. I mean, Leaf, only danger of losing the Ghost here, but just looking to try and contain because again the game plan hasn't changed for.
So it's pretty wide open for sure.
It does open up the entirety of the A side, so we're going to be looking at a pretty standard
Did you
round.
just pass out? Yeah, I mean I got knocked out and then woke back up. T1, yeah, exactly. T1 looked really stressed yesterday, and we saw that during the T1 DRX game as well on both sides. So now that both are going to Bangkok, like I'm curious, like the younger players on DRX, can they shake it off? Like Freeing, can he get back in form? And then T1, do they maybe play a bit more loose, a bit more relaxed? Like, you know, what does that look like? Very nice.
And a weaponry differential. It's almost inevitable.
Usually, you're going to see teams trying to die to spike in that spot so that they don't feed the ults.
Celsius is desperate for one man.
And look, they have fed the ults.
Yeah.
Jorg and Jonah P are getting pretty close, and those are probably your two best ultimates for winning attack side rounds. Jorg is only one away. So do Sentinels now want to fight for an ult orb? Do they think, all right, Jorg is probably going to be fighting for a main ult orb. Should we set up a trap play over there? You can't fight for them both. So there's a little bit of a risk, a gamble involved.
All right.
I don't know what the other decision is.
Yeah.
Does look like they want to brawl in A main, though.
The stars are already laid down.
If Vitality has the best firepower,
not necessarily.
Yeah, I would say so. Like purely just firepower, I'd say so. Again, there's always a layer of strats and reads, but
deep dart and a clone on top of it. Taking control.
But like Vitality, like even their reads and the way they play seems to be very much like we're gonna maximize our firepower.
It's a deep TP. It's going straight into the side as well, and Jorgamo might be looking for a cheeky kill. So John is quite aware.
Dude, the Yorus are just getting just red.
They're not having control of this one. Meister will cut to the corner, and this could be the difference. The playmaker. He's got to worry about being pressured.
I think Yoru players going to Bangkok, like the Yoru teams, I think you gotta prep a lot more. Like every team is getting so good at reading the trajectory of your, like you saw yesterday.
Bullets, no fruition, and getting a move on, a tap and a plant, and they're backing away straight to mid. But Bang knows all at this point.
Gen G just had the read every time Meteor was trying to TP.
They'll hear him and they'll know where to anticipate him. So he's got to take the slower timing, which probably allows Val in the plant.
30 seconds left.
Celsius is going to be deading those thorns, but
yeah, I didn't watch the first map, so I'm not quite sure, but it sounds like SEN also just played really well. But I think a 13-4 scoreline is more than just scrappy fights, I think.
Forced to just save, scurry away the rifle for a rainy day, which is going to be next round.
G2 baited out the wall in that position, and it kind of makes it
I love shots like that.
G2 are trying to play offside.
Did the meta evolve around Yoru, or did everyone just get better? Because I remember in 2022 when it was called the worst duelist except Pine. Well, I would argue that it's hard dive isn't as high value, and now you have things like Vice,
they actually ended up clearing A main by going through the site and then back into A main,
where
themselves.
The Yoru helps a lot, because you can obviously get ahead of things. And then like Cypher, obviously Yoru was a good counter compared to the Jet or the Neon. So I think it's much more just, I wouldn't necessarily say it rotated around Yoru, but I would say just how the rest of things have gone and how the meta has kind of shifted in a way where it's like just straight dive, even if you have good flashes and stuns, isn't going to always get you in. Has moved it away. And I think therefore teams starting to experiment with like, okay, if we don't have hard dive, what else can we do? Like how else can we work the map? How else can we work and execute? And as teams got better at that, now it's like, oh, so now if we want to use, you know, let's say we have Tejo, then because Tejo has so much zone clearance, maybe we don't need a dive to always hard create space. Right, so then it's like, okay, well, now we don't have the flashes that we originally wanted, so Yoru brings in the flashes, and it's different ways to think about compositions now. And that's where Yoru's versatility kind of shines, because he can still kind of dive. He has fast rotates. He can create space and create distractions. He can also be a good lurk, and he's got flashes, right? So.
Drone even just spotted as well, Valen. So still stacking players over towards A.
They've got a nice timing though. Narrate, he just used a haunt to clear B long. G2 have heard that, seen that.
But 2024 champs had most of the nerfs active and
pretty
still
much
room.
relying on util to get info here rather than bodies and guns.
Celtics did hear footsteps though, so now they can start the mass migration.
Yeah, I mean, I think again, I think the Sentinel changes in Tejo is a bigger part of it, just rather than just the duelist being nerfed. But I would argue Yoru was already much more popular throughout this year than it's ever been, right? So the nerfs, I guess, would help.
The guns, they're just not there for SEN. They can't try and play fast and loose into this one,
but I don't think it was so much the meta evolving around Yoru, it's just the meta trying to deviate away from Jet and Raze being the only viable duelists. Like, I think that was the intent of the nerfs, and then so then Yoru started to find more of a spot. And while he wasn't dominant, now we have other agents that are so strong at what they do that teams favor slotting them in, right? Because it's always because you only have 5 slots, so there's always a trade-off, right? Like if you put in, you know, let's say like Deadlock. If you put in Deadlock for a Cypher, it's like, okay, we're missing a lot of passive info. So like, is that worth it? Like, can we figure out a different composition where we're not sacrificing too much, where we're not going too all in? But then you have stuff like Vice and Tejo, where it's like, oh yeah, these 2 agents are worth putting in for sure. Like, we want to slot these in. So then, you know, let's say you put in the Tejo, it's like, okay, well, that takes up traditionally one of the 2 initiator spots. Maybe not as much flashes, but maybe we still want, you know, so maybe we're playing double controller, maybe we want a double duelist, or, you know, maybe I still want a hard info because Tejo doesn't have hard info. Obviously has a drone, but you don't have the recons. So then it's like, okay, well, how else do we supplement that? Do we then put in like a Sova? And it's like, okay, if we do that, well, now we don't have any flashes. So Vice brings in a flash, but it's not always a guarantee. It's not always the greatest. So then you say, how else do we supplement that? And then you're like, okay, well, actually, Yoru, the hard dives aren't as good anyway with the shear wall from Vices that have become meta. So Yoru can now circumvent that and then provides the fast rotates that Neon does, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I would say so. That's a good way to put it. It's evolved towards pseudo roles. I would agree. I think in some ways the meta has evolved more towards flexible comps and a little bit more versatility. And teams also playing a lot more for zone control rather than just set executes. The dives really shine in set executes, right? But and I guess that's another part of it, is that I think overall the meta has shifted, because one of the ways to counter out set executes is to like push them away. So if it's here on attack on B, like if you let the attackers get up to this line, then they're gonna have the set execute they want, like any type of set execute they want. But if you make it so like they can't get beyond this line, right? Or if you like push out all the way up here, oh my god, damn. But right, if you let's say push out early on B, now the attackers have to use so much util to clear out B main, so the set executes start to get weaker because you have to use your util. And therefore, the meta has evolved starting last year, and I would say Genji was a big part of this, where teams were starting to go for better and faster re-clears. Like, oh, like the defender's pushed out, attackers are going to use some util to get back in, but you don't want to use all that util, so now you play with numbers, and you play contact, and then you push them back, and things like that. So when that happens, the dives aren't as strong, because you don't want to use your dive every time just to clear this space, because you want your dive to go in, but your util on a dive is limited. Like, you know, Jet, as great as Jet is, you are, you know, it's very bursty, right? You use your util once, you kind of want to use at least one cloud burst along with a dash. Like, that's how you maximize the value. Whereas with the Yoru, like, you don't have to. You know, same with things like the Vice, same with things like the Viper. So I think this idea of zone control, where it's gotten much less burstier, there's a lot more finessing around different zones, has encouraged that as well.
Just the one choke point to worry about. There's that late lurk from Leaf, which could be a bit of a problem, but now SEN are using a drone, just trying to clear this one out, and they just see Leaf, so they know exactly what's going to be occurring.
Yeah, I mean, the first half looked scrappy, but you think about it, it was 6-6 with SEN on the attack on Pro, so wasn't too bad for G2, and they're definitely identifying things. I mean, once they got the initiative, G2's looking a lot more confident. Getting the reads, and it's hard to be scrappier in defense for sure.
He's got a dimensional drift for this retake. He's going to be joining his team momentarily as soon as this Cosmic Divide dissipates.
This is going to be a late retake attempt because Zekken was so far away.
Time to turn up the tempo. Jonah P, did he make a sound cue here? He has to be potentially that knife in
Tries to get ahead of it because of the Euro. Does that cost him though?
Flash is not doing too much at all. Zekken, Shorty knocks him down.
Oh, what the? Oh my, dude! The pre-fire. Oh my gosh!
That you should never see somebody win.
What in the world?
Marching from B to
Why are we showing the ref?
Rips the dimensional drift and somehow takes it.
When this happened with the Zero in 2016, everything became recalculated and boring for 2 years.
He used 3 different weapons for 3 different kills. But the shot
No, I think the difference is, so here's the difference. League is a numbers game, right? If you calculate the numbers, you generally know exactly who's going to win the fight. Obviously, there are anomalies, you know, but like Faker, but it's a numbers game. So there is a way to actually perfect League of Legends. Valorant is an FPS, and you know, as the old saying goes, you get shot, you die. And so you can do all this perfecting of, you know, the map control and slow calculated play and whatnot, but you know, you get someone peeking out with an op, they get the shot, suddenly your plan is ruined. So you need it helps you, but it never guarantees it, right? Like, I would argue that in League, if you have the right setup and you have the right numbers and you run the calculations and you have the right timings, you are like, you've got the 95% chance of winning that fight. Like, you can, well, I would say even higher technically. You can get up to like 98% of getting the fight that you want, or you know the results 98%. Maybe 98 is too much. We'll go with 95 if you're good at your numbers. But in Valorant, I would say it really only gets you up to like 80, right? And the rest of the 20% is now how good is the other guy. So I think I don't think it'll be as bad. I don't think you'll see a meta where it's like every team plays like when G2's domaminating. You know, I don't think they get away with that, where every team starts to play like that. The only thing that could affect that is map design. Like, if we end up with a map pool where literally playing slow and just walking around the map is the best way to play every single map in that pool, then yeah, that would be the problem. But I don't think like play style would ever get to that point. We also have different maps, right? That's also different from League as well. Feel like that's an oversimplification on League.
So one of the big adjustments coming out of the tactical timeout.
You sure? But it's like this. It's like in StarCraft, if you have, you know, 5 Marines going up against, like, let's say, you know, 20 Hydralisks. I know I'm overcoming, you know, I'm making this like crazy simple, but like, unless the guy controlling the 20 Hydralisks just messes up, there's just no way. Like, no matter how good the guy controlling the Marines are, like, he shouldn't be winning this, right?
Is it worth it?
Just number wise, the game is built where it's purely numbers. Like, yeah, you can micro and you can stutter step, but like there's a point where that's not possible. And I can say this confidently because this is the conclusion that we came to when I was talking with JYP, who used to be a StarCraft pro and cast StarCraft now, and he tried casting Valorant, and he was like, the biggest thing I struggle with is the numbers on the screen all tell me that this is impossible, and then this guy goes and gets an ace. And like, what do you do about that?
Flying forwards towards B. The goal might be to try and spot the operator. Does clear it out close.
This to me looks like they're going to try to push back second if he is over towards B, and then go for an A re-clear. I don't know if we're going to see them go straight into a B split though, perhaps.
What happened in CSGO when the meta evolved to micro-util in 2021 and James just mathematically perfected the game, playing for 60 rounds the same like 7 minutes? It can happen, but I think Asian composition variety and stylistic choices can kind of prevent that. Like, it can happen, but especially if we get more. And honestly, I also used to be in the train of like, agent bans will come and it'll probably be good. But these days, I'm also I've heard some other people say this as well, where they've changed their mind, and I'm also starting to lean more towards maybe we shouldn't have bans, because once you get agent bans, that's how that happens. And also, I think agent bans would be just a nightmare for teams to prepare for.
Can't quite make a play.
But if Valorant strikes a good balance of like kind of half and half of the Dota and League balance theory of like, well, make enough things crazy.
My God, just finding a cranium, and Jogmo just backed himself in through main. The 2v4 in the blink of an eye with a Hunter's Fury at that. Tail end of it, getting that damage flashed through into the smoke. There's no respite. It's 12 rounds out for G2.
It's not to say that it's impossible that that meta can happen, but I think it's much less likely in Valorant.
Like that B-leaning default into the A-main re-clear. Don't quite understand what Narrate was thinking, holding his space there. Throwing out the Nightfall.
I think also ultimates make a big difference in that as well, right? Because ultimates are there to make sure that you can still overcome those situations.
G2 slow, controlled.
And then with how snowbally this game is like, that could be just what turns it around.
This is where it's going to get just the utmost difficulty for Sentinels to try and hold this one back. Dimensional drift. Jogamo is going to grab that information once more. It's going to be using it to
join TMV and Shio. Oh, are they on a call together?
They know the war's not quite there.
For now, I'm like a little too tired.
How is he getting the one before the trade comes through? Shorty's out, and the players are just flooded their way back in. This is desperation from Sentinels, but is it going to be enough?
And my voice is like so shot that I don't know if I can. I'd just be sitting there.
It's 1-1 in the maps.
Ooh, the energy from Valen. Love to see it.
Got a long way yet to go with his best of 5.
In theory, Sentinels map.
So far, yeah. I mean, for now, during kickoff, Leaf definitely looks like it.
Not sure how much you can really.
Maybe Leaf and Kong Kong, I guess, but
look like they're back in terms of that team coordination and confidence.
Yeah.
In terms of the plays that they're taking too. Was it the cleanest map we've ever seen from them? Not necessarily, but it's a good bounce back based on what we saw on Split. 1-to-1 and anybody's game, I'm inclined to agree with Masayoshi. We've got a hell of a BO5.
We absolutely do. Being treated here between these two teams as well. Massive step
Good,
up.
yeah, really good bounce back from G2. I feel like at some point during this map, they figured out the right balance of matching Sen's energy, but still keeping their own. Dude, that wasn't a pre-fire. He was actually aiming further to the right. That was a reaction. Seconds is just different. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. I think the way the agents work. I know Rainbow Six has bans, and I've watched a little bit. Obviously, I'm not as well versed, but yeah, going back to the League discussion, I mean, I'll obviously, I guess I'll yield to that. I don't know how League has evolved in the past like 4 years in detail, like in depth. But I find it hard to believe that the core design and philosophy of the game has changed much. And so I feel no remorse. Like, I feel pretty confident in still oversimplifying things because I used to cast the game. That doesn't mean the game is easy. It just means that there's a different skill set to it. And I think there are anomalies, but you know, like I would say that like Valorant had a couple of phases like that where we thought, you know, someone was going to figure out the mathematical solution, you know, the half armor buys and whatnot. But once you have more util that can do damage, more unique util and things like that, I think it gets a lot harder. Yeah, the argument about like comps and agent theory is interesting because obviously if you're coming from a MOBA background, it makes a lot of sense. But I mean, I for now I see both sides. Yo, Victor, I'll listen. I'll reach out to them if I want to. Like, I get it. I get that TMV's on a call with Shio, and I like chatting about the game with TMV. I've never spoken with Shio. I have nothing against Shio, but right now, like, my voice is shot. If I join a call with more than one person, I'm just gonna be sitting there and not wanting to talk. Narrate's go-to karaoke song is Take Me Country Roads. Interesting. But yeah, the whole agent theory, it will be a very telling moment if they do add agent bans on where they want the game to go. And I think for now, they probably won't do it for a very long time. No, I have both chats up. I responded to you earlier as well. You might have missed it because we were in the middle of the game, but although admittedly YouTube chat is like tiny. YouTube's got to fix that, man. We got to be able to customize the font size, man. Yeah, I mean, draft. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, you can be prepared for it. That's true. But I agree that if we're gonna make it where it can, if you want to make it where agent theory is rewarded, yet not a gimmick, we probably need way more agents. I used to think like right about now this number would be pretty good. I don't think so.
I am here with Josh RT before map number 3, really able to regroup there after a split. Talk to me about what you were chatting with the team before the game.
It's more of the same. I was preaching fighter mentality. Like, they came out swinging. They were hitting a lot of shots. They were making some unexpected plays. I just told them to, like, let's mentally regroup. Let's just realize, like, hey, it's better to take this loss right now. And then we go into our comfort maps. Let's just go into the plays that we know. Do not hesitate and just keep playing. Read the game as it is, and we'll come back.
Well, that comeback definitely happened. Best of luck in the rest of the series.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Everyone coming over on YouTube.
Tied
What's up, Kami?
1-1 here at the kickoff grand finals for VCT Americas.
It's getting interesting. It's 1-1. Oh,
we're gonna break this all
I guess
down.
I got to give the
Something I
points
wanted to
back and
talk
set
about
up the
from
new
that,
predictions.
interview
Give me
that
one
we did with
second.
Josh RT was him talking about that first map. I remember him saying, you know, hey, we lost. It is what it is. But now we got these comfort picks, and it was kind of going to what you and I were talking about off camera, Wyatt, which was, you know, very clearly they had a strategy of like, let's see what happens on split. Didn't work out for them. Good thing for them though, Mimi. Pearl is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, it was a great bounce back, and they did struggle in some of the early rounds there, despite winning both pistols, both bonus rounds. The first half started to run away from them, but I think we saw Judgmo starting to try and make a lot of plays. Some of them didn't work out. Some were a little bit unsynced with the rest of the team. But in doing so, I think he did a really good job of helping to bring the energy back for the team, having some big rounds of his own and rallying. And they had the time to do that, Wyatt, because of how successful they've been with these pistols and bonus rounds, not just in this series, this map where they won both, but also throughout this whole tournament.
Yeah, that is the catalyst for this map. By the score, 13-8. I think looking more one-sided than it actually felt as you were watching it progress, because SEN were able to bounce
we got that
back
set
in
up.
that first
Twitch
half
predictions are up
after
if you're on
going
Twitch chat.
down early to the aforementioned pistol and bonus. They were winning a good amount of the gun rounds. Their play when they were on that attack side was really solid.
Oh yeah, that's true. Rainbow Six, you get to switch it out every round. That is a big difference.
When you're down like both pistols and like the bonus, like
It's
you're
so
cooked.
tough
You're
to do.
cooked. You just can't
It's a very careful
And
balance.
Sen, you heard in the clip when we were watching, Leaf was complaining they're playing so scrimmy, and that's what won them map 1. Taking risks, fighting into smokes, getting ahead of what G2 was ready for. But G2 towards the end of this map, after that pause from Josh RT, really slowed the game down a little bit. We're a lot more thorough in being
YouTube
ready
Live
for
has
those
so many
forward
problems.
plays,
It's frustrating
setting up
because I
the
prefer YouTube
proper
over Twitch for almost
coordination
everything.
with the players we know them for, and that
No,
helped them
I'm
back
with
in
you.
this series.
I'm with
That's
you.
what their comp is going to excel at when they're on attack. They can take the
Prefer
game slow,
YouTube.
nullify that defensive aggression, and
Like on a technical level, but the UI and the chat and the community building from a live perspective is terrible. Obviously for, you know, videos and VODs, it's great, but
Here with Kaplan ahead of map 3, a split looked really great. Talk to me about what was going right there.
Yeah, I mean, we just had a bunch of plans. We figured, what are they going to try to do when they watch our VOD back, and let's get a step ahead. And I would say it worked really well, and we were shooting real straight, and they looked a little nervous.
All right, so looking ahead to map 3 now, what needs to be shored up from that map 2?
Yeah, I mean, we lost both pistols. It happens, but then we got set plans for the first guns, and we just goofed. We're in good spots and messed them up. So we're just going to make sure we're real drilled and make sure we nail those early rounds so we don't get snowballed.
Kaplan, thanks as always. Good luck in the series.
yeah, I mean, Twitch is just built for the interaction, whereas YouTube isn't. YouTube is definitely meant much more as like a send your video out and then save it as a VOD. That's actually such a good picture. Yeah, Abyss next. This is Leaf's playground right now. The thing is I don't think YouTube's ever going to fix it. I don't think YouTube's ever going to fix the live experience. I think they're happy to just be there. We wanted to get bald caps, but all the stores are closed abroad. Oh yeah, that does happen.
Going to be going in which direction on top of it.
That would have been funny.
There's a lot to play for here too. it's not just that trophy in Americas. Zelsis obviously has talked so much about wanting more of them. Valen has been craving one after they got second.
I think more
place in
importantly,
stage
for
one,
Val
stage
to
two.
survive for anything more than 10 years, they need to make a long-term path for players in the. Oh, I mean, yeah. Although, I mean, even 10 years. You say more than 10 years. I think 10 years already is a really long time.
They had to have the points to even get to that point of being tied. So champ points are important. At this point, it's hard to kind of like scale your mind to that kind of fashion.
Okay.
Think about it. There's a difference. Okay, John. Up onto the Tejo. Potential counterplay for maybe some of the stuff that Leaf likes to get up to, you know, when he's trying to
no, I think Tejo can be really good against the Chamber if you have the right reads.
We often see G2 on the defense side tucking. Actually, they can play it with Leaf or Jorgamo, but tucking somebody into that little bookshelf that you see in mid. And I got to imagine that either John is going to be looking to break.
I wonder if they'll ever bring back coach tables being behind teams at internationals. China still does it.
Certainly was something that they could have gone for pretty heavily over towards Pearl as well.
All right, chat. Last chance, last call for predictions.
G2 not opting for the mid defense here as we get started in an important pistol. G2 are clearing out B with 4 players.
Deep push.
And no one to hear this.
No. All relatively unknown. The SEN side of things. Not that it's going to slow them down at all here. Leaf is primed and ready, at least onto their position. High ground, but postured away, back. And now
still hasn't used the salvos.
Paranoia. It's an open
That's
site,
huge.
So heading into this post plant. Yeah. Full heaven control, but unaccounted for.
It's only Bang watching it. Zelsis goes back as well to try to help with this.
Dude, having full control right now and salvos online is huge, but they just sent it to try to delay back of sight. They have no idea that the full team is coming on the flank. Oh, yay. The fast push out B. You don't see it every day, but when it works, it's a big one.
Actually have a good idea of where that retake was coming from. I thought that with SEN,
are you a fan of Jet or Yoru on Abyss?
Not being broken, full heaven control in post. I thought they might read the
I mean,
that was coming.
barring the rest of the comp.
Didn't really have a teammate to play closely off. Timing slightly askew between him and Zelsis. And it's another pistol.
I mean, personally, Yoru.
Especially from Kaplan. It is very tough to win on a map if you're.
But I don't think it's like
regularly.
I don't think it's as much of an objective choice, much more of a comp choice. But personally, Yoru. But I also just like Yoru.
You can't afford to lose out on a trophy and think back and think, oh well, it was just a pistol round.
Yeah. That's Valorant at the end of the day. Jorg floating his util just to evacuate, get the hell out of there. Being swarmed.
Thanks, Mr. Pancakes.
Have access towards this B side. I want to try and take the fight straight to them on top of it. You can see them rattling forward to the pistol bullets, and this time Jorgamo not lucky to survive. Leaf hard committed.
Yeah, obviously the biggest thing about YouTube is the DVR, the ability to rewind.
Peeking through on the sides of the smokes and
last-ditch
effort and play by Sentinels. See if they can do that damage, maybe claim a couple of guns in the process, but it's all contained by G2.
They're smiling, they're laughing.
I like what Sentinels are throwing out on their attack side. After pistol eco rounds, we saw a really good one against MIBR as well. They're coming in here with ideas. They're trying to disrupt G2 and apply pressure to them, but as yet unshaken. Here's this important rifle run. Now this is the one that Kaplan was just talking about in the coach's interview. That I think the word he said was goofed. So then I've got to make sure that they're playing with a bit of discipline here. And watching out for G2 to make the play.
Right.
Normally,
watching out for mid. They want to make sure that Leaf nor Jaw gets just free reign.
Trademark in mid, giving them passive information. And Jorg is set up to go for a flash peek off Leaf's contact.
Oh, I love this setup too that they do.
This looks really similar to the pistol round setup for Sentinels. Narrate goes through mid, smokes himself off.
Yep, so 0 point. Doesn't tag him. So you're like, okay, so it's not mid. It could be B. They have to recognize that. You gotta remember the pistol. It's not, but it could be. And so there you are. So Bang gets way far ahead. Dude, Armageddon, yeah, jeez.
See if it can make the difference here.
Incentivizes them to play offsite. So
And they've got Armageddon. They've still got salvos. Like, SEN should be getting this round for sure. The question is do they ever risk losing people? Yeah, he's been using these salvos early to delay. I'm very curious if it pays off. This round, it should be fine because of the Armageddon, but...
Basically, the only one playing forwards onto that. Flash that does connect. It's good.
Time
is ticking away and it's running short at that. Narrate forwards.
Narrate spends a lot of time. They're still going to have to use the Armageddon.
So nobody's going to be able to stick this one, but
That's how you secure the round. I realized the gravel was coming a little bit too late, but
it's going to be that.
Okay.
When you take the time trying to get into these retakes.
Lots of damage done though. 3 weapons dropped.
Tone in my voice when I was saying that John used the salvo early, but actually with the salvo and with Zekken fighting on site, it made G2 pretty confident.
Thank you, Just Rice.
Post-plant setup. Yeah. And so G2 ended up investing a lot of utility to try to get through this smoke here that we're watching. Whereas instead,
oh, Kratos, I mean, the way you build comps right now is still mathematical. It's very mathematical. And that's one of the things that Anders is really good at. And other people now too, right? Like rising up in the scene. It's definitely a mathematical game of like how many angles are there? So are flashes worth it? What kind of flashes are worth it? And at that point, like, you know, like how much space can you get with, you know, 1, 2 flashes or whatever, and then you go from there, and you know, the stuns and whatnot. So it's definitely a very mathematical game.
Not fighting for this area of the map, so they're getting free plants. Yeah, can't argue with it.
You can put in a test towards G2 to see how well they can retake. With an op in the hands of Leaf too, it's going to be slowing them down a step. Drone is used to clear the way. Broken. Tight to the corner, not anticipated. John QT playing ahead of the curve when it comes to G2, seeing if they can at least make a way for it, but it's that rolling retreat that's being ordered for, and
Zekken is looking, well, okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah, Dart doesn't go as far either.
The stragglers.
If you think about the defensive setups we've seen from G2,
ask the T1 players what their favorite songs are.
Playing in tucked positions behind boxes. You are actually worried about B main as well, because that's where the operator is going to be a large amount of the time. You're also worried about that jump spot that Leaf has been playing with the chamber.
Your professor plays Fortnite with the class sometimes. That's sick. Valorant math modeling. I mean, honestly, it'd probably help the scene too.
An eco round here for G2. And if they want to make some kind of adjustment, it wouldn't really be for this round. You don't want to showcase.
I mean, G2's comp is much more versatile and works around the way that Abyss is set up.
And they steamroll the B site.
I love the confidence when they're on an eco though. When the opponents are on an eco, like SEN really trying to send a message here. No pun intended.
They can use in the post plan.
Yeah. SEN are thinking about it as well.
John should be running.
Exactly, they're sending John in, take these fights, because again, he's one away from the Armageddon once more.
To be honest, he doesn't even need to really die in this spot or get the kill, because that ult orb over in A main is pretty free, but he's going to get it anyway. Right, coming into this next round, if G2 don't take a tactical timeout, they've got to be thinking about how to stop SEN from taking a...
I mean, you don't need my blessing to do that, but sure.
Doing the bunny hop play from Leaf, or whether that means having some kind of fault line play off someone's contact.
Trouble is, Leaf can't really play in the standard way that he has been in the past because of his Tejo pick. It's just enough of a curveball that he's got to think about knife being played by Zelsis and also the salvos, because could be mentioning it. It's predictable when he goes for that play. You know exactly where he's going to be.
It feels like
here, SEN are doing it. Yeah, up at the library, and where
G2 is trying to make sure that they stay adaptive a little bit on the defense here, just because they've shown this comp several times now. Armageddon, okay, how are you going to use this one? There's nothing to really pair it with, it's just the salvos. Okay, they just shove them out and they're ready. They fan out. They're ready for the picks from window. A fairly straightforward way of using it.
Dimensional Drift, the Hunter's Fury, any attempt to salvage this fight But the tags, okay, landing in the end was Zekken cleaned up, and that's a plant. Still not committed, but Sentinel's now going into the next wave of things here. Jumping down, flash forwards, but the shot's missing, going wide of the Outlaw. No damage done, no kills to be found. G2 still making this awkward, but Sen, make sure they defend their IGLs back and make sure that they can't step over it still.
Nice and sharp. Big flank.
2v3.
Got gravity well.
Take a step, okay. The pull forced out, and Leaf left to do it all in this spot. Taps.
Yeah, Zelsis just needs to buy time until Bang arrives. Oh, Leaf is wary of it though.
Taking a fight towards it and isolating it, but no bullets left. Gets the reload. Time ticking against it, but only 18 health to work with. And Neri knows it. The call for the rest of his team. Communication.
I mean, Leaf set up a chance, but Neri reposition was good.
Sen are looking like the same form that they were in on Split in terms of being ahead of the game. John is reading.
Hey, good morning,
really well.
Good morning to the Philippines. Welcome.
They've got going on to shift up their composition, add the Tejo in, and be so aware of the threats that G2 have around the map.
It's not about how we do it. It's not about how we do it.
So that's the Sen motto for when they get a sloppy round win, basically. It's not about how we do it, it's just about that we do it. But to be honest with you, I'm pretty content with what I'm seeing from them. I feel like the execution's decent.
Yeah.
John was in a pushed up position there, so you see him use the
not
salvo
fancy, but it works against G2's comp. It's well crafted.
To mitigate Leaf even when he had, as you pointed out, great awareness. Josh RT needs to have this tag time out with his team because they made the adjustment themselves and it didn't work. So now coach input required.
One of my reaction when Liquid beat Heretics, I mean, I was partly glad that I could go take a nap before Americas, but I was also just flabbergasted.
They might cook up a little bit of an eco play. I mean, I've got the preview. I can see the minimap of where G2 are currently collected. Looks like they want to try and take a peek down mid to see if they can get some kills. It's been the playbook when G2 are on ecos.
But Sen are doing such a great job of playing some people on site and some people off. They're not full retreating, so they're not allowing G2 to get easy retakes.
Yeah. It's just enough where G2 have to respect it and use util, but
she's still
not
sleeping.
Enough that they can just kind of waltz in, run, not clear the corners.
And one thing that also means is
that
if G2 commit super heavy to this mid
tour de force. One of the things that's G2's been struggling right now is they don't have that op online. It's been a huge part.
So early. Yeah, it's just Bang left to contain this mid push that's occurring as well. Oh my, he's in Astral form. They've slowed it down.
Look, he doesn't even think about it.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
It's too late. That slightest of timings and Bang left to pick up the pieces.
He needs to get them all. So much time being bought.
Just to offload that util, just to see if he can buy some space and time. And even with that discipline trying to slow down a shot to the Sheriff, it's Bang that still contains the pace.
Leaf's got a potential to win this one if he was in position to take any fights.
Yeah, I like it. Play it safe. No flashes left on Jaw either.
I think hitting something absurd if G2 won a chance.
Just jump peek through the wall. He needs information to roll with first.
Dude, how does Leaf get that kill?
Leaf there. The TP back behind.
Did he hear him? He did.
Wait a minute. Speak too soon.
He gets half.
He's going to be able to get half with this. The star was late to be placed.
Oh, you didn't hear him. He was in Astral form. No, I don't think he thought it was a fake tap. I think he was. Maybe.
Was he in Astral form?
No, but I think he was in Astral form. Because why wouldn't you trigger the grab wall? Oh, is he? GMV's trying to call me?
I think he just missed the sound cue, to be honest. Yeah. But
all right, I'll join up.
That's my chamber.
And that's the first time that these last couple of rounds, because Leaf almost pulled off a bit of a clutch previously, this is where you're really seeing the Leaf from kickoff 2025 so far.
Yeah, it's rearing its head. Despite the Teo pick that they're using to try and punish the common positions that Leaf wants to play in. Pushed up towards Library, where his TP might be laying. They hit a jump spot. Zekken peeking through into the smoke.
Hello.
Fading. No danger though, no players to receive him just yet. Dash is going to be fading away on top of it. Might be incentivized to try and get some value done. Just going to be removing the drone. Still steps up to the challenge.
G2 only just picking up these timings. It feels like Zekken was good. Oh, possibly for a couple. Like, what is this from G2?
as the smoke drops down so Zekken can recross. I mean, it's just instinctual.
Yeah, just reading the timing play there so well. It looked like Zekken had almost caught it.
Can't snap to the drone in time. He's going to be suppressed here, and Leaf is in a bit of a pickle. Yeah, has to respect that now, so he's going to be cleared out towards A. Sen.
No, that was me with my Discord. Sorry, chat.
Doing a great job on this pinch as well. All of the mid control that they've been getting. He's been playing for heaven control in a lot of these A splits, and it gives
I gotta
them
raise
much
these
better
guys'
bonus
volume.
positions.
He's going to be that real difficult player.
Oh, getting that Astral off just before the...
Yeah.
Waves coming outwards. Senna holding this one too.
The flank now?
Ahead of the Cosmic Divide. They know they have to play up onto the side, but G2 have got all their plays towards the backside.
Oh, just that too.
Potentially even more!
I mean, what can they do with no flash, right? Like,
yeah.
And calls for the help of the rest of his team.
Chat, I'll figure out Shio's volume here in a second.
It's funny, yeah, because their own Astral Wall kind of means that it's hard for them to get out of heaven as well.
Yeah. Span through that smoke. They take full
and they already
mid
jiggled
control.
heaven and barely
John
shot anyone,
Cuties
so.
Tejo. Insane value, insane impact. Pushing back Leaf and stopping him from taking early positions, and then drones into A and pushes Leaf away again. And Narrate is getting set up for these cross-map paranoias to also push the chamber further and further. Takes heaven control, and then is the backstab against the retake. Every game plan here from Sen is working. It feels very similar to Split.
Yeah.
Oh, Chobra, you're here.
Or not even
I
just
am.
The anti plus the game plans that they've specifically come in with today.
I didn't realize you would
things up.
be awake.
They look
I
brilliant.
took a nap, got up,
This is just the first half. We're only into
missed the first map, all good.
You can feel the pressure on G2 now.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't miss much. Sen just kind of stomped them, to be real. Maybe I'll do that for Pacific. Maybe I'll just miss the first map.
Well, there might only be 3 maps for the Pacific Finals, I feel.
You think?
I think there's a chance, but I think I'm just hoping that T1's win has unlocked that mentality where they can play a little bit more loose, and hopefully it's better.
Are you feeling good about Pacific going into Bangkok?
I mean, I'm feeling okay. I think it's okay.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that, I mean, obviously Sen already showing that G2 is not, undefeatable, so,
They have to worry so much about mid, so it weakens the sides.
and even if they weren't, like, it's G2 and Vitality were so far ahead anyway, like, I wasn't even really putting them in the comparisons.
Against the eco for G2. Round where they would love a miracle, but unlikely to happen. Drone heard for Joe's just trying to break this one as well, deny that information, but
Oh, I'm on 127, 26, 25, 24, 23.
Yeah, I should be good.
Either side as well, trying to be counteracted by G2.
Oh my.
They are just lining up for him. Up and above onto heaven. Maybe there's a timing to be taken, but the flashes are picture perfect. Everybody blinded up. One away from the ace. Leaf is miles away.
Chat, the other person in the call is Shio, but he's so soft.
He's getting the ultimate
Lol.
anyway from
To
the
the
plan.
cheers of the crowd.
Yeah. Leaf, the percentage player, throws himself
The percentage player.
against the rocks. And that is the overwhelming pressure from Sen and from Zekken in this round. It is absolutely flawless. Even with the Kalat in there too. But Josh Artie's
All right, hopefully that balances things out a bit more.
round 10. They're not as worried about the fact that they almost got ace there. It's all about whether or not they can
What was your
string a
reaction?
few more together on their defense side.
Wait,
and Sen
is this
will
the
be
same
reluctant
question?
to
Is
allow
this the
them.
same person, or is this a new person? Anyway, my reaction on Liquid Batera checks was
In the salvos, just in case.
Yeah, same
no, that's from a while ago.
They're not
Okay,
actually
yeah,
using the salvos
I'm like
A main, so,
lost in the sauce on
Leaf
YouTube
could
chat.
be going for that A main jump.
The Liquid Heretics match, honestly, I mean, unless you're interested in like how each team is playing going into Bangkok and like what comps and defaults and strats and they're playing, it's not fully worth it. Oh.
Plenty of shots, but just the composure, the aim not quite there. It's a stressful scenario to be placed in, that's for sure. And with it, Leaf and Jorgamo of
disaster. Absolute disaster for G2.
Passive active info, typings. You know, Kratos, I would look into, I would actually look into, so look up Anders' video on composition theory. and then look up. I don't know if he has any updated versions, but Lothar used to have what he called Lothar's Laboratory, and he had like an index of ratings for agents. And I think taking what you want from those two is a pretty good place to start, because they helped me change my way of thinking about like comps and agents as well.
Sure that they know the small gaps and windows of opportunity that Taeho gives you to take those fights as well. It's not necessarily the threat of the ult like the arm. Again, you can't really stand your ground against it, but look at this. They deal with this handedly. Didn't catch the kill onto Leaf, but he's trying to evacuate into heaven, and they're just spamming it.
Yeah. They have extremely good awareness of how that's going to affect Leaf. And Jorg, though he wasn't completely forced.
Gooner, bro, just playing exits.
We did not. We did not. We did not just let that go.
Yes, yeah.
Look at that fan of the soccer team, Arsenal.
Course, Arsenal mentioned.
Goodness
That's
me.
what he was referring to.
Wow, that's,
I cannot believe that. How has that made it in?
okay.
Someone on replays has no idea what it means.
Yeah, that's gotta be.
It's the only thing. Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's hit by the. Oh my god.
But he's got so much utility at the back feet and a flash into his face as well. It's purely full uncomfortability.
I can't believe they let that
But Leaf survives.
go through our broadcast, man.
Enough time board as well for him to just reposition with the rendezvous.
Yeah, but they've got them completely contained on B. I mean, look at these positions from Valen and from Jorg.
Yeah. No exit plan for Sentinels. You're going to have to batter your way through this one. Square up, take the fight straight to them.
Valent, surely the Valent's winning around here.
Personal up onto the site, no one playing off to a degree, and that's back over.
This is what. Why haven't they been doing this a lot more? Oh, they still might lose.
Sentinels, they have to carve out a path. There's only 2 of them remaining. A 2v3. There's timing still. Clone dealt with, and Leaf. By this time, wait for his team to slowly collapse onto him. He is Lodo, brings it that 2v2.
Oh boy.
Still uncomfortable for Sentinels, but it's definitely winnable. And it comes
Oh, there's no way you're losing this G2. Okay. Oh, that's good for it.
Valen has been there for his team today. He's had them, guiding them through some difficult rounds. But
These fans are going crazy, chat.
You see him after he wins this
I want
one,
Korean
staring
fans
towards
to
the
do that.
ceiling, praying for another one to come his way. Or maybe just taking a breath after how frantic these moments are. It feels Herculean for G2 to get rounds today, which is such the opposite of what we've seen from them in kickoff. Everything has looked too easy up until this point. Yeah. This is the first time they've been tested, and my god, what a test it is. G2 need another to make this
Not a single, no, one op, right?
Going back to the well of these A splits by the look of things.
They got the drift. They have Hunter's Fury as well.
Big presence from G2 up through mid.
Look at this. So Salvo saved this round, Brent, so not used in the same spot.
It's gonna be the same A hit. They're gonna try to send Salvo's back.
He's not gonna start the round in those kind of areas.
Yeah, and feels a bit impromptu.
But the Taeho drone is so fast at being able to clear out both A main and the site.
Trent is hyper committed. Needs to make
Oh, Dimensional Drift changes that a little bit. Oh, what is that, dude? Trent.
How?
The slightest of windows, and he
Okay, they know where both are.
jumps on it, pounces on it almost immediately, and a refight taken out towards A main. This is rapid. Shock darts trying to force them out wide. Jogamo, that's a spike drop down on top of it. Bang. And he's found 2 of his own.
No way.
Every time into the round, it would have to be an ace. 2 left to stand. The smoke gonna be fading. Just
they don't know.
He hears the footsteps and knows what to expect.
No.
They don't know.
They don't know.
They don't know. He's crossed up onto the corner. Opened up into the shot.
Okay, if they get 5, I think this is decent for G2 getting to 5 now.
It's just given them a miracle. We didn't get to see it. I mean, the observers expected Trent to die. He should have died.
Yeah.
The entry player, the Taeho drone, they created a spot where Trent was only able to occupy a tiny little area in his anchor position on A, and yet somehow he gets 3 out of this, playing off the flash from Jonah P wonderfully, and then comes back to deal with Zekken.
Trent being the opener and the closer of that final round, exactly what G2 needed.
Nice! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Feeling it, keeping his team in it. And we're going to be sending it down the river as well. We're standing by, and listen, this is purely coincidental, but he's standing by with Trent's dad and brother.
Thank you, gentlemen. Before the next half, I am here with Trent's
Up on
dad
the
and brother,
stage,
Jason and Hunter.
damn.
Thank you so much for joining me. We actually just saw Trent get a triple, so that's got to feel good. But otherwise, friends, family out in force, how's it feel to be here at the arena?
Oh, this is awesome. I love this. We come out here a lot and just cheering him on. Excited for Bangkok.
Heck yeah. You watch a lot of EMEA, Hunter. How do you feel like we're matching up right now here in Americas versus the squads?
You know, I do watch a lot of the different regions. I think it's interesting because we usually stay ahead. We practice a lot, so we usually stay ahead on the comps and the metas. And I see that we're playing a lot of Yoru and
dropping the Wii.
Yeah, yep. Yep, it's coming. It's coming out. The Wii.
That matches up in Vanguard.
And being Trent's brother, was there ever like a timeline when you're beating Trent in games?
He's an Eagles fan as well.
After one of these
Rough.
games, you're like, hey, man, I saw you did something wrong. Is it like that?
It's funny. I grew up playing like Call of Duty and Counter Strike and stuff, right? And if he wants to play me in that, I'll whoop his ass. But he's definitely way better than me at Valorant. I've played a few times. I'll text him after the games. I think last time we played SEN on Pearl, I texted him after the match, and he had like a flick on Pearl. Like guy was coming out of art, and or he was coming out of main, and he was looking at art, and he flicked back over to main and got him. I texted him after that. It was pretty cool.
Awesome. And final question for you before I let you enjoy the game, Jason. Looking at how everything has gone here, you got to sit now with Sen City in the crowd. They're so loud. Jonah P last time said every time Sen gets a frag, you hear that crowd. How's it been trying to out-cheer them and just get there for G2?
Oh, it's tough. Sentinels has a big crowd here. It's tough. We try, we whistle, we scream. Hopefully they can hear us.
All right, well, I'm sure they'll hear you for next half. Thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate your time. And best of luck to the team in the game. Back to you.
It's always nice to see family cheering them on.
Yeah, that's a big fan of whatever that was, man. I mean,
yeah, I'm not sure I could find a single game that I could beat Trent in, to be honest with you.
No, absolutely
Where'd
not.
I have to take him, like checkers or something?
What's up, Paradox?
I don't think I could win.
Connect 4.
Connect 4.
Yeah. All right, G2, the pressure is still on them. They got a couple of big rounds there with clutches. Valen and then Trent coming out with a triple anchor in.
Oh my god.
Dude, full confidence.
Imagine he gets that shot. It would be crazy. Bro, you've only got so many bullets. What's he doing?
He's just sending. Oh, it's
Wait a second.
no,
That's
the
clone. Gone. Okay, trip me out for a second. All good. Zelsis ahead of the smoke. And he's trying to play ahead of that timing. Narrate from the backside as well. They're anticipating the G2 are going to go for that refight. And one step ahead from Sentinels. Pistol round.
There's dual Zelsis is weak.
Not out of the danger
I
zone
mean,
just yet.
he is running.
A quick pivot from G2. Making their way over towards B.
Sen have needed a pistol. I mean, they're already ahead. They're 7-5 up, right? But they lost both of the pistols over towards Pearl. They were losing some like bonus round situations as well. So
I mean,
hasn't taken any space though. Interestingly,
a 4v3
really goes down for Leaf, chat. But he only, he only had the one bullet.
To go for some kind of play,
yeah, Zekin got there fast enough to where.
Yeah, I mean, he just elected to stay back sight. It's not the worst play. It's safe
to be able to work with here.
But it's going to be
3 classics
pretty much all of his headhunter bullets.
Any headhunters at all? He has one bullet.
Stylish.
It's damage done to Zelsis.
It should be Sen's round.
Oh, he's going to send it. Oh my god!
Oh, dear me.
Unfortunately, on the weakest player, but...
into the 3v3 quick evacuation back and away. That's YouTube going to be expended
nah,
in second.
It's such a hard
off of it. Pushes Leaf into that unfavorable spot and position, and a shot dart's flying forward still. They're low, and Zekin needs to hold the line, push them back. Sheriff in hand.
Yeah, that's a 3 classic on Abyss problem.
Yeah, it's an Abyss problem.
As well. You can't win a wallbang fight like that. Great positioning, tucking himself on as far wide as an angle as he could take, and Sen take a pistol. Like I said, they'll feel like it was owed to them, but
What
also,
is that pause?
they've just been so good in the rifle round situations. They've still been playing G2 close.
That is Shio, yeah.
This is what it takes to push them over the line and get a 2-1 lead in this series.
And Josh RT
It's now
looking confused.
Sen's map to win, I would say.
Yeah, players from Sentinels, Zelsis is going to be feeling tested and pressured, but not quite when Zekin's off by his side. Stun's still going to be connecting, going for the, oh my goodness, going for the flash peek around the side. It's going to be a nade knockdown, and they want to fight this one too, Van Nail. I was going to say it could be overzealous, but these guys are just winning it out regardless.
The ping pong play from
I was about to say the ping pong back and forth between the two are so good.
Zelsis flashes himself in. Impossible.
I literally just opened my mic.
Purely prioritizing the ult orb there. A shutdown, meticulous.
Jumping off the map after pistol should be meta. Well, you have to be damaged by the enemy. So if you get an ult orb, they get an ult orb. But we have been seeing that a lot this kickoff, where players who have taken damage, if they're one away from their ult, even if they like one and they have a rifle, if they have the creds, sometimes they'll jump off to guarantee the ult.
Same off angle that we saw Leaf playing, so Leaf actually might end up taking contact here.
Or like if they don't have the best rifle or something like that. But if you jump off, like, you know, after the pistol, and we've seen teams do that where they just jump off just to not deny the opponent's creds and ult orbs. But if you haven't been damaged, you don't get an ult orb either. So
they have to be scared of this. Enough time has passed now without too much noise. They hear the drone now finally through main. Knife's not going to be catching on to Trent, so gets the full duration out of that drone. He can slowly creep towards A main, take back control. He probably going to be aware of the fact there was that refight, hard refight from Zelfsys, a bit of a conditioning from him, so G2 need to be wary that they could pounce on their bonus.
Drone doesn't catch onto Jorgamo. Isn't deep enough to force out his gate crash either. No threat of the suppression, and this was what
the space isn't bad. Oh,
what is that?
Jeez.
You're kidding me?
He's so ready for it, though. He plays in that spot himself all the time.
He just knows the crosshair placement. That's a hard shot to hit.
Oh, he's gotten through.
His timing might be hard to hit.
Still going for it. Wait, he's calling the players back over towards B.
He's using the trademark for info, trying to clear that spot.
Well, so you know.
Just a moment ago.
Oh wow, dude. I mean, the mid control is so good, chat. Right?
Thriving in the chaos, a deep flash into the corner, and Array has no options whatsoever. Flawless.
That's good.
Well navigated against the SEN bonus. There could have been danger there.
And I am already, and this is very early to say this, but I'm already a little worried about what SEN are doing in mid. They committed super heavy to the B.
Should you be worried about T1, like how they lost 11-5 lead on Split? I just think Split's not a good map for them.
Through middle there, and otherwise,
wouldn't be too worried.
Could basically
but
run around
right
in the late part of the round, do whatever he wanted. As soon as one of the G2 players gets a sniff of that, it's gonna be.
I mean, again, it depends, right? Like if you're close, again, I'm saying like we've seen players jump off if they've taken damage so that they can get their ults. But you have to have taken damage, so like jumping off at the start of the round doesn't do you any good other than denying credits and orbs to the enemy.
No reclear actually, so they used the Omen flash, but
and that's why there is a you know, there's two schools of thought of like, okay, well, you know, maybe you should still try because like worst case you still get an ult orb if you die to the enemy, versus no, we want to deny credits and ult orbs. We'll just go for our buy.
Flick of the wrist. I mean, what an adjustment by Leaf. They're picking centerpieces with their defense.
Mid is such a gap right now.
Yeah, I mean, Sen just doesn't have an answer for mid. Sometimes it's Yoru, sometimes it's Chamber.
Connect with the rest of the team. It's going to be a three-person save.
They're working mid so well.
It's not really the A anchoring that is the problem in this round, even though it might look like that because they lost the sight. It's the fact that you can't get reinforcements in there.
Yeah, losing control of mid early, there needs to be the idea in Sen's mind
and that's
to
why
clear it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, even though it's right at the beginning of this half, it already looks worrying, actually, because the protocols are not really there. You saw in this round, Narrate throws a paranoia, and you got to expect.
You got Rolling Thunder online. You got Dimensional Drift coming up.
Supposed to swing out through a smoke and make sure there's no one there, but they're not willing to commit to that. All right, fair enough. Didn't like that skin that he was using. I'd like a different one, please. Sure, that was intentional. All good. But you've put yourself in a rough spot here, Sen, actually, because it looked like they were going to run away with this. They had the, you know, the idea of winning a.
Do you think Paper X should pick up the ISO comp? I mean,
and now they've got themselves in a spot where
can they
can sync up some kind of Yoru Breach combo? It's a bit concerning. G2 could close the gap.
The salvos, there's little gaps and windows of
yeah,
play
with
there.
the smoke as well. Interesting. So salvo to make sure they can't cross, smoke to deny them information. So now they have to use util, and it works. It works like a charm. The drone has to be used.
Drone from John.
John's just jump spotting.
There's no way they're pulling 2 people again with the fake
early on
TP.
in the round is terrible because then
yeah, because Sen don't. I mean,
Just use
John
the drone.
refuses to drone mid.
I don't understand.
He
Okay, now they're
refuses
hard
to.
calling he's not there.
Wait, the drone. Aftershock into the corner. That's meant to be the punish. So John's forced to cancel and just.
He's still worried about the flanking mid.
Leaf can't cross.
Oh, yeah.
Leaf can't cross. Is stuck. Kills Zekken.
Yeah, this is it. Risks need to be taken, but that's a roll in front. It's
How?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
How?
Stay alive and kick it.
How?
Oh,
How? How?
He's still alive!
How?
I mean, Celsius is just using that just to try and survive up through mid.
Meanwhile, Leaf is on his own little Dora adventure.
Still that Pakistan play occurring.
Does he realize the bang is here though?
Yeah, I mean they
He
have
knows there's one
to.
more, yeah.
27 seconds to play with Bang.
Yeah, the real question is
Dude,
time.
you see Bang on the
Over
map?
and over again. Time. It's going to be at the back of his mind, but he doesn't know where Leaf is still creeping. He can't really hard commit to these players that are working their way over towards B. Plant. Out towards Cliff. Deep flash. Dodged. And Leaf's still there. He's holding it down. Out forwards. Bang. Creeping closer.
How is Zelsis
onto the
alive?
side now, and he's applying pressure of his own. He's trying to get Sentinel straight back
Oh,
into this fight.
no.
But sidestepping. It's good move.
Oh my.
Over the reload out into the open. And Jonah P and Zelsis forced to do a lot into
Oh
this.
my goodness! What a
This
messy
was,
round.
yeah, that was messy.
That round is chaos. Absolute chaos. Both teams
Damn.
lost control on that. There was an attempt from G2 to try to commit into A.
Yeah.
How did Zelsis
Yeah,
live
Bennett.
through that? How did Zelsis live that? That is unbelievable.
G2. And Sen
They
again had
definitely
that
need
gap
better
through
protocols
mid
to
where Leaf
re-clear
found a
mid.
pick. It was anyone's round to
Even
take.
if it's not just the stealth drone, like I don't know, use something else, push out.
But this is
You know.
bad. You do not see G2 make that kind of mistake very often. Bang and John
You were casting the game. Would you
do a
say
good
Carpe
job
had
making
plot
the
armor
pressure.
today?
Sign on the mic. You hear me? Give me a fist bump. I just need
What does he need?
What does he need? Probably some tactical adjustment.
I don't know. I mean, it sounds more like I would imagine, and this is speculation at this point, that it's a little similar to what we were talking about earlier in prior games. Do you remember we showcased this clip of Narrate after they won the game against Loud, and he was like, I can't win these fair fights. Yeah. Like, I think a lot of the way that Narrate is emotionally attached to the game is attached to his own
He needs
performance
help
and his
mid.
ability to win fair gun duels.
Yes, he
Probably.
definitely needs help mid. They definitely need help mid. They need maybe a little re-clear drone mid.
And he keeps
I
having
thought
somebody
I had
Dude, they're
on
saving
Mathis
knife anyways.
statistics
Why not just swap Teho
So
and
if I had to speculate, I think
KO
Narrate's just saying, like, I need some fair
positionally?
fights.
as NBA. I think efficiency applying
Zelsis
efficiency to
needs
almost
to
everything
apparently
gives
flash
fans
out
a
A main
lot
on
of
his own,
insight.
get a kill, get
Yeah.
a straight out
Yeah.
breach ult, have a smoke, could live on 8 HP,
I've
survive
been-
a ton of spam, and then win the round at the last kill.
Most of last year, I was trying to slowly build that up into my commentary.
That's a good swap,
But
though.
this kickoff, I was focused more on making sure like the stories and the energy was there, just because that was what was needed.
I would agree.
Teho goes off the stun.
It's something that I wish
Oh, that
I
Mary
had.
actually embedded in
What's
mid
the
this time.
adjustment from Kaplan?
I
Give
don't
us a
know.
little mid push, or give us a little off.
More,
KO's with him
Zekken
now.
I don't
mid.
know.
It's good. It's a KO's with him now.
Narrate is just
Space to work with, because I feel like I've always been just trying to fill gaps in the
He's
casting in
entering
Valorant,
B.
where
You might get your
just
ultimate this time.
wasn't ever really having a chance to. Oh, okay, yeah. This time it's sealed.
There's no punish in sight, and Jogamo's going to be getting a lot of information. This is a different twist into it, despite the adjustments the Sen are trying to make. It's a fault line.
It's a lot of info.
Jogamo needs to really respect, I think, that they've got a variety of players just tapping away with the bullets there, crossing them up onto
Huge
the angles.
pick.
Leaf has been dealt with. He was cut up onto the side. There's still
Oh, God.
here for G2. Time has been bought for these Sen players, and they are rapidly
Oh, no.
approaching.
Did he not see him?
Oh, no.
Jogamo's ahead of it.
Oh,
Drone at his feet, not worried about it. No defense inside, and with that heaven control, an extra difficulty now. Lay it down for the Sen retake, especially with the op into the hands of Zekken.
what is the why have we got one guy on the side on his own?
To step up, and Bang does so.
Probably just ran out of
Forward onto the
util, said
side
fuck
now.
it.
Making sure to apply that pressure evenly, but they still need to worry about this Heaven player. They might be trying to catch him here onto the timing.
Well
And
played by
yes,
No idea about narrate.
here's the
This
danger.
Oh, there's one dead.
Down onto them. It's bullets raining from above. Narrate can stick this one. There's smokes into their faces. And what is the next option? It's a pull. Still got half though.
Ooh.
Oh, Trent, the spamming.
no.
God, you gotta jump off and just drift.
The recall.
Second has no choice just to watch from the sidelines here and try and survive away from
Yeah.
encased by it. There's no saving that operator. And that's a pretty
To be fair, how often do you practice what the radius looks like 3D when you jump
should
it off
practice
of
every week. They're getting paid to play. They should know that.
to come through. The spam is really unreliable now, but it's a good plan position.
Oh no. Oh.
And look at that.
Oh,
I mean,
damn.
What did Cuba ever do to you?
Captain's not worried about throwing off the team morale, but even from the snippet we heard earlier, you know that SEN are starting to feel very frustrated about this, despite being in the lead. It's a weird spot. They're in the lead, but they're almost more frustrated than G2 are right now.
They can feel the momentum slipping away from them. The money in this round, not great. Inside the smoke. G2 got to be aware of the fact that there is some danger here, and yet you can see Bang, he's trying to replenish the smoke that he was in. Just gets caught with the random spam. That's
What?
Oh, yep. Got a little too far ahead.
Is John just here for the ride? Is he just following the Zelsis? Is he just happy to follow him? If Zelsis jumped off a bridge, would you? Type B for John? Yes.
Nope.
Gonna try and play for the long con here, but Sentinels are struggling to get a grip.
I think so. You in the NBA, for example, the league makes it to send almost every number about. Oh well, that's true. Like I think a little bit more data. We actually get well, and that's the thing. I'm looking forward to run it back returning, and I've requested this before, where it's like, could we just get like deeper statistics, better heat maps, whatever?
Yeah, we're doing the exact. They're in the exact same spot. Now they have a 3B.
Because now it's up to just right now it's just up to casters to like track it on your own, and which you should be doing.
This is a bad switch from SEN.
A bit of a difference into the retake.
You know, having it at the ready and whatnot, but obviously much bigger teams for stuff like the NBA as well in terms of preparing all of that.
This is what we've been missing from Bang.
Trying to take it, a bit of argy-bargy onto the side. Jonah P just spots the top of the crane.
But I guess, you know, there's still some you can do as individuals of like,
the third person.
even if it's not like percentages or whatever.
I mean, it does feel like whoever wins this map will probably win.
Like, what's the value trade and things like that.
I think it's still unga bunga both ways.
Really?
Like, nah, we'll just fight them. Where we hear noise, we will simply fight them, and then we'll cover the lurk timing later. This should be unwinnable.
So, and that's what I was trying to do. But I guess what I was saying about casting earlier is just that, like, I feel that I've had to shift what I'm doing on casting,
the flank.
especially with the rotations of casters, right, in the past 2 years in Pacific and all that, where I was, oh no.
Armageddon's not going to give away the position. It's going to push them straight into his grass, though, and it's intelligent at that.
All the info in the world.
Oh no.
Never mind.
Oh, he's lucky to be alive there, but with it, he gets the information he was looking
Womp
for.
womp.
Trent is stunned up, out into the corner. Still loses it, but it's an impossibility at this point. Cliffside plant, full stick, full presence of mind.
Womp.
But yeah, if you keep having to shift around to fill the gaps, right, especially with different caster rotations and stuff like that, it's like it's hard to build up iterations and then, you know, a balance, you know, with whoever else and whatnot. So isn't it crazy that no site has any data about ult orbs and ults? You mean in terms of like who got it how many times? Yeah, I wonder if that's just not tracked by the API, like ult orbs.
Worry about the mid lurk later. If Leaf realizes that, he might be able to find a quicker lurk time, and there's always a counter. It just comes down to identifying what your opponent's going to be doing. That is not where he wanted the trademark. He was trying to clear out a potential push-up.
That timing's been missed for him, so
He's gonna have to go check it himself.
Lurking his way up through mid. Like you said, SEN are just willing to give up the entirety of that middle section. Trust that they can flood defend in time. If
Off of your getting scanned, we drone mid.
Slow going for G2.
Okay, we got a drone.
I mean, that is a poor drone.
Much to reclaim mid.
Yeah.
No one's there to even take the space.
I mean, Leaf reads it correctly
and
too.
we leave it to free lurk.
Still survives, still stays.
Yeah,
Oh,
heard the
the rainbow,
drone.
what
It's
a play.
free.
Repositions.
Yeah. All right, Leaf. Let's go.
Oh,
Let's do
I
it.
thought he jumped off.
Leaf.
It's a pivot.
Time to clock in.
Chobra still trying to play this one forwards, but Leaf finally takes that timing. Have to go straight
Oh,
through.
he overextends though. He overextends big
There's
time.
no way that's all you get from that timing. There's just no shot. Why is the team executing so fast too? I guess they didn't expect him to get that flank.
From above, but John is low.
Valen has ult now. Does he use it?
There's a play they're going to cook up in this spot.
You have to. Yeah.
This is going to force send forwards. Gives Valen that space to reposition. Playing himself a little bit back.
I mean, this is a lot of time.
Dash forwards. It was saved.
Ooh, good dash.
What a stun. Anything to try and coordinate this attempt. And they have cleared up most of the side. They've got to know these players. Playing behind Pillar.
It's not a good plan.
Not
Oh my
really.
god, double jump swing.
Take this
Holy
fight towards
shit.
them, but still no kills that could be earned by G2. Despite it not being a good plan.
They're waiting for missiles?
Time?
Yeah, send.
Waiting for next round?
Yeah, there's the salvos.
Does he have it?
No chance.
Yes,
Yeah, no, he's got it.
I miscounted completely.
Just enough. Wow, the patience. That's crazy. That was insane from John to just say, we're just going to keep him trapped in. That's good Teo usage, though.
And they used all of that time to wait for John's util to come back online.
Yeah.
They used the stun updraft dash to clear any post-plant positions that were going to be close. And
Wait, I'm ahead of the official stream? What?
Everybody into both of the SEN players on
There's
the
no way.
retake.
Insane levels of discipline required to wait that out when the time is ticking at that degree.
Yeah,
And
also,
if you get to the second, you're waiting for the cooldown to come back on.
I mean, an incredible spray transfer too from John, who's been amazing.
If you
in this
jumped off the
series.
map there, would you waste enough time and confusion so they didn't die from the salvo? Where is he?
Set up to 12. One more step is all they need to take the lead in this best-of-5 grand finals.
Like it was 1.3 seconds.
I don't
off,
think
right?
that you
So,
would
like,
ever do that, but yeah, maybe.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
off chance.
There's a world. Yeah.
Clear out most of the way towards heaven as well.
Full retake. Now you're playing this against a Cosmic Divine from Bang, so on-site post-plant positions are probably.
Yeah, if you're a jet, if it was a jet, for sure you would.
Yeah.
Have we seen Sen unfracture? No. In fact, I haven't thought about that.
What a stun.
Before Valorant, what did you
What a
do?
play by G2.
Oh, no shock.
Yeah, but now they can just run away.
I believe. Try to cut it up behind them.
Can't run all the way.
A bunch of different
Oh, no.
stuff.
Oh, the gap.
What are you doing?
Oh.
Drop down. And Trent has no choice but to just fire a last-ditch effort. Anything to survive this. John's found the kill.
Oh, no, not like
you
this.
don't lose like this, G2.
Is nowhere near. It's inevitable.
No shot, man. Are you serious?
Teo OP.
That's an unreal match.
Yeah, match point.
Like, you can tank one, you can just run. Like, you had the good plan as well, so.
I mean, they're like trying to make sure that everybody's mental is on track.
Let me try.
Rebounding,
This
calling,
one trick I've
getting input
seen.
from the coaches.
Trust me, guys.
And yet they find those hidden reserves to push it across the line towards the end.
But before Valorant, I was a producer at ESL America, working on stuff like IEM.
SEN have got their eyes firmly on that trophy.
Produced Heroes of the Storm shows, Call of Duty shows. Was still hosting events back then, still doing some casting on the side. And I did a lot of different, like, hosting, stage hosting, and analyst desk hosting. And then before that, I casted League. But yeah, I mean, the whole array of it. I had already been working in esports 7 years by the time Valorant came out, and then, you know, eight and a half by the time I began casting Valorant. But I was casting a lot in like the first 4 years of that, and then the later 4 was hosting and producing. He was just trying to get as far back as possible on the ledge, it looks like. Is there a group draw for Pacific Stage 2? That's what it seems like. It seems like there will be another draw. Do you play the game? Valorant? Of course I do. I don't play that much during seasons when I'm casting, just because my time is better spent watching all the VODs, and there's a lot of VODs to watch. But yeah, of course I play, and then during the off season I'll try to grind a bit more. League seems so hard to cast from the side. What do you mean from the side? Yeah, the champs points are the big deal right now for the grand finals. Getting that one extra point makes a big difference. Yeah, they like snuck it into the original announcement. If you go look at the announcements for stage 2, it just says like they'll be reshuffled based on their performance in stage 1. So we'll see. I think that's their idea of like keeping it fair per stage, but I mean, I don't know. I made some Kunya? Is that what you made? The like, I don't even know, what is Kunya actually made of? Like the gelatin type beat? It's not for everyone, Rubric. Definitely not. Alpha group is like the group of death. Alpha group is a nuclear bomb. Mode group is like you mean a coughing baby, not a sneezing baby. Like as a viewer who just likes to like just following it from the side, it seems hard to cast. I'll be honest, League's easier to cast than Valorant, like by a long mile. You can get much deeper as an analyst for sure, but like in terms of like the floor for casting is much easier in League. Oh, the Gamba, I keep forgetting.
Essentially cutting off all of the normal lines that defenders are going to want to peek out, look down this area, and keep control of mid on this map.
Yeah, Boom has a pretty rough group for sure in Pacific.
Because they have double smokes, they can
oh, you purposely said sneezing baby because Omega still has a couple good teams. That's funny. Well played, well played.
Where you'd end up waiting 40 seconds before an exec can come. And let's see how that plays out in this round. You see, G2 is starting with 2 players in mid. Their breach is holding vents, which was broken at the very beginning of the round by Sentinels. The Astra is holding here, and you also
I mean, League also, the thing about League or any MOBA is that there's also much more like downtime. There's a pretty clear cadence of gameplay. Obviously, you know, there's exceptions, but like there's like action, farming, you know, rotations, action, farming, you know, like there's a pretty big cadence, whereas in Valorant you don't have that. And you could argue that the rounds cover that, but there's so much to discuss in between rounds as well. You know, you gotta talk about ults, you gotta talk about util, the economy, the defaults that have been played so far, and whatnot. So
Thank you so much for that, Mimi. Yes, we decided to come amongst the people in the arena.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a listen. I know I always talk about like how you can simplify League and things like that. That does not mean that the ceiling is low. You know, the micro that players can do and the tech and all that is, it's very cool. And that's why they're, you know, you can tell when there are great players.
Leaf was talking about that before these two teams matched up the first time. Those heroics did not come to fruition. Certainly not on Abyss, where they got torched by G2. Starting on the attack,
Torched.
Mimi illustrated, really important. And then over on defense, clutching out those post plants, 2v2s with John.
I do love that Americas really varies up their death segments like this.
Thrilled to see this go to Fracture, which is going to be
It makes it so much more lively.
Have not played it yet. So we don't know
But
what is in store
it'll
for
never
us on
happen in
our side.
Pacific because of the
opportunities here, without a doubt.
dual languages.
Something you want to see in Fracture, perhaps?
I'm certainly expecting to see a lot of Breach Seho from both sides. They're, again, going back to these being the two teams that have really leaned into what may be the best meta, playing these new agents, and so I expect to see that on Fracture where they really thrive. We've seen plenty of other teams in Americas running that here too.
Yeah, well, folks, this is it. I mean, we're getting down to the wire here, right? You're at map 4. Big opportunity here for Sentinels to be able to close it up. The question is, can G2 force map 5? I don't know. Let's ask the audience here. How do you guys say? You think G2 can make map 5 happen? Or do you think Sentinels are going to close it at map 4 right here? Oh,
I don't think that was G2 side.
I think G2 was winning that.
winning the crowd screaming.
I gotta say that.
No, the crowd just wants their money's worth.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
They just want to be there.
We're gonna hang out with the people here.
They just want to be there for map 5.
Until then, we'll see you on the other side because we're gonna get ready for map number 4. Catch you then.
Or yeah. Either you totally understand MOBA games or you don't get a single stuff. There's no in between. True. MOBA games, like, there's definitely a higher barrier of knowledge, right? Because, like, everything is knowledge based in a MOBA or even an RTS to a certain extent. But RTSs, I think, are easier to learn to watch just because it's like, oh, it's a battlefield and you've got 2 armies. Whereas, you know, MOBAs, it's like, wow, there's 10 people and they're all playing different characters. And what are these turrets and these minions and all that? And so, yeah, MOBAs, there's definitely a higher barrier of entry in terms of knowledge compared to any type of FPS.
We could be going a distance. That's what I mean. It's a best of 5. And Sentinels, they are 1 map away from being crowned our kickoff champions here in 2025. That is as well another title to add to their, you know,
another kickoff
cabinet case that's going crazy and potentially leading into Bangkok with the same.
Will there be any GE players tomorrow? No, it's just going to be Elevated joining me.
A single map on this stage, almost on the edge of, I mean, it's not elimination necessarily at this point. They've already earned their spot on Masters Bangkok, but it would be another trophy denied, as it was last year in Stage 1 and Stage 2 in Americas. They were in both.
Yeah, I mean, League casting has come a long way. It's definitely evolved much better. And I think that's one of the toughest things about Valorant is making sure that someone not well-versed can follow the game. And it's hard to do because there's so much going on. But League has, and not to say that it's, I do think it's easier than Valorant, but it's not necessarily objectively easy. But League obviously has been around for 10 years now, so they've really worked on that craft of making it more approachable. And I think that's something that Valorant casters should really look to work on. And there's different ways to do it. Like, maybe you don't necessarily make the knowledge approachable, but you make the stories approachable, right? And whatever it is, so. And I think the Korean casters do a really good job of this. They really do. I always take a lot of lessons like to pick on from the Korean casting because there's some good things to take from there. Ooh,
so that means
the
less
Yoru
util coming out from the Raze nade, but more opportunity to do stuff like the Yoru ult that gets you past a lot of the defensive util, and to mess with the opponent's Vice.
I think I might prefer it, to be honest, in terms of that head-to-head matchup. It just depends on the amount of time that's been put in the focus onto Fracture as our map here, because for Sentinels it means the world. Again, a reminder, this is the difference maker for them. If they win this map, They will be our champions of 2025 kickoff. Quick little fly through as well. Hold on to your seats because we're getting into the action momentarily, and it will be chaotic. It will be scrappy if any of these other fracture games are anything to judge off.
Retired players on desks. Oh yeah, for sure. That also makes a big difference. Brings a lot of eyes and branding too.
But G2's pistol walking through dish. They ran the same pistol previously.
Realizing it's the potential opener. Hello, suppression.
Wait, is that true? The reason that the visa's been difficult for Patrick Hu is because he doesn't have a bank account?
They can catch Trent unaware. He's got to hear these rumble of the footsteps, and he's playing the slightest of off angles right by the ropes as well. He has an exit strategy, but he might just want to take the fights to them. He does just that. Sentinels with a two-player disadvantage now, forced to see.
I mean, that sounds like a
plays of their own, but the rate is just swept away.
mildly simple thing to fix, no?
A flawless for G2 to open on the pistol, and not just in terms of the shooting, but also in terms of the execution. Jorg blast packs out.
Good morning,
into
morning.
sight. They get the plant, and the positioning could not be better from Trent. If you're the solo player taking hauls in your ranked games like that, tuck into that corner. I mean, you've just got the best chance of success. Yeah. Picture perfect from.
I mean, I don't know. Bank accounts might be hard to get in the Philippines, I guess.
Are you thinking G2 win this? We go map 5?
Yes.
A story about it being really down to execution, ideas.
But then I think SEN just win map 5. I think it's the type of day that's been going on.
Just go back and forth the whole game. You don't get many best of 5s that are just like
luck sometimes on fracture.
back and forth.
Whether the defense decides to go aggressive in a certain area.
4 lanes, the coin flip.
There is more.
This is about to be the most like monkey bars map of all time, though.
Like, oh, he just peeks his gun out, tracking the boombot in case he needed to swiftly get rid of it. But this is going to be a plan down.
Double
Everybody up and ready.
Stinger, Spectre, and
Chobra, would you
Guardian.
cry if T1 won Masters Bangkok?
To get anything done.
Actually, I think I would.
Doesn't give you.
Really?
Well, just because I'm very attached to Buzz. Like, I think that guy like wants a win so bad.
They don't have as much utility.
And I really like that in him. Like the reason I'm such a big fan of him is just because like you can just see the drive and hunger like every time he plays, every time you talk to him. And so, and knowing, you know, the course he's had to take, I think I would actually get emotional if T1 won.
But not DRX.
I wouldn't cry. I'd be very happy for DRX, but it's, well,
it's different. You just don't care that much. You hate them. What if RRQ won a Masters?
Oh, well. I'd bawl my eyes out, you know. I'd be out in the streets crying with joy.
Yeah, just one guy. Everyone's wondering what's going on. Madman spotted in Seoul.
Start screaming in Indonesian in the streets of Korea.
His job to wait for a push, drone, to get information, and then potentially have Jorgamo blast pack through and crunch a player like Zekken.
It's mainly to analyze your trend. Right. I mean, that's usually why bank accounts are required, just to make sure that nothing shady's going on.
Control same round. Trent's got a Guardian.
Make an attempt to conquer, and speaking of that, I mean, Sentinel's just overwhelmed Trent from that spot, putting him into a really uncomfortable position.
I mean,
they don't have to worry about the A-main flank too much.
I'll be honest, it sounds like something the people who are helping him get the visa should have checked, right? And made sure that he had it before they applied.
I mean, that felt like I had about 90 bullets in it.
Still from the back, leave a lot to contest with there. Sound cues.
I mean, considering the buy that G2 had on the anti-eco chat, I think this is unexpected result. Oh yeah, the predictions. Sorry, thank you, chat. It's okay. Every time people try to cheat the predictions, they've gotten robbed.
We need to be earlier onto Trent. We can't allow him to just get back into that passive position already. And they caught him with a wave of flashes. I mean, Breach flash, Yoru flash. Let's go. And then they could turn around and deal with the pack from G2.
The day Paper X wins International Trophy, my whole house will be flooded with my tears. well, now we should hope that they don't win then. We don't want your house to flood. Paradox, we don't want you to have to cash in on whatever home insurance you might have.
Which is a little bit unusual. You expect them to be more of that slower defaulting team. But on this map, they just ran a bunch of fast set plays.
Oh, the repeat, put a boom in your face just makes
It's so fast. We are in monkey bars.
Santa back, that was John QT just layering down that covering fire.
Oh.
Yeah, that's so good.
Leave, here's the reposition, a bang, and knows to punish. Conventional drift going to be expended though. Second,
oh my
going
God.
to do something to try and turn the tide of this fight. Sweeping their way out through the smokes. A bit of gowns going to be gained.
I mean, that's just confusing. So you stun the mid site while you're still ulting, and then you decloaks in tower to fight Raw.
Yeah, this was a strange one. I mean, Bang dies, then we Yoru ult, then we you can see that Jonah is dead as well. You could surely he's telling them like he's stunned. You're missiling him.
If you don't want to help the Yoru, I guess they go for stun salvo, right? But it's like none of these guys are trapped in a corner where it's a guaranteed stun salvo, and you may as well just help the Yoru. Like it's the best.
They were also,
I don't even know.
Eyes on those smokes, waiting for Bang to run through with a flash. And the silver lining.
Yo, just buy another house. But T1 beating Genji, I think this proves Autumn's coaching a bit. I think so. Like, I honestly think people should have more hope for Autumn's coaching. You know, it might have needed work and it might have needed that confidence boost and whatever, but to me the real question is like, how is Autumn's leadership and not just his like strategic coaching, right? And I think that's what he'll have to prove this year. What, dude?
Just laying down death from above. Still, Sentinels managed to regain control of the side. It comes down to the spam straight down main. These players are toppling Sentinels. It looked like they had an advantage, but just like that, turn of a dime, it's all gone the wrong way. A tap, they've earned half, but guns out wide. Now Valentine's with the ult, orbital strike, you're out.
Air fried actually.
Your options are out. And what can Zekken do? Salvos to work against.
The post plan is so disgusting.
He's forced to save it away.
Yeah. They almost had it though.
Zekken had a decent opportunity actually of being able to get a kill on Sand that could maybe have turned something. G2.
Oh, Autumn definitely gets unnecessary criticism. He's not perfect, but he definitely gets unnecessary criticism. But again, I think that a constructive discussion to have would be like, what kind of support staff needs to be around Autumn for Autumn to succeed as well, right? Because, you know, every coach has different strengths. So, but we'll see. I think it's too early to make that call.
And now, assuming they can navigate an anti-eco, it's going to be really difficult for Sen to win any of these.
The day that Paper X wins, I'll be dead because I would have had 10 heart attacks. So true. Dude, Sheriff?
Where he is now with only 2 bullets left to work with. It's a quick cleanup indeed by Jonah P. The Thorns popped off as the flood attempt is occurring. Sentinels just trapped up
G2 is just steamrolling through right now.
I think G2 have got really solid awareness of how to stop these flood attempts from coming through. Whoa. It'd have to be a 1v4.
Zekken has done crazy stuff in the past, but he doesn't know where the Sand player is. Flashback. Perfect timing. Jonah P just spams it down even though he was blinded.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I was a little sad to see Genji fall, but I mean, but then you think of the whole grand scheme of things. Ooh, nice follow. You know, with a bit of a rockier start.
Thanos enters Wakanda.
And if they lose this, they'll have invested a bunch of ultimates. Their guns
7 ultimates ready to go?
Mostly disappearing.
Almost 7.
Yeah, almost.
It's their pistol round strat again. They're waiting to take contact, holding the fault line.
Pixel angle play by Zekken. He's not going to be caught though.
On another TP in the spawn play site.
Yeah, considering how things had started and looked in the off season, I think you know, you should still have hope for Genji. Dude, aftershock kill. Dude, it is just.
I mean, G2 just, it's like their minds are just working quicker than Sen's right now.
Holding it down, they know what to expect.
And so much
BO5 exhaustion.
Stop the flood from coming through. Jorg deliberately got breach ulted there, by the way. He got catapulted in by his own
Is this kind of just proving that a lot of what Sen was doing properly was like based off review and setup, and not how they're playing on the day?
And that's what I'm talking about. Sen,
I don't think that's fair on
got to
split.
save this, and they
I think on
might
split
be
they
able
just
to pull together a buy. They got
outplayed completely. Yeah, they were looking crispy on split.
Yeah, the Rocky Start definitely hindered them. Seeing them truly put a fight. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously sad just because of their performance last year, but I think it's unfortunate, right? Only 2 teams get to go.
They are completely running away with this.
But I think they'll be a force to be reckoned in stage 1.
And at this point as well, if they make the adjustments, I mean, G2, they've conditioned them heavily over towards A. They could just turn aside over towards B.
I'm already starting to think it's way too early, by the way, but I'm already
I
starting
remember Derek's. Well, Termi getting criticism was crazy. Well, it's because of what they did with Foxy 9, like bench him, not bench him, things like that. But like, that is more than just one coach's decision. So Termi's criticism was crazy. I think Autumn's is unfair, but Termi's criticism was insane.
He fake drones over the top just in case, but I think with the drone just on top of the wall, it kind of gives it away that that's not the real one.
You don't think that's reasonable?
It's cheeky.
Meteor said on stream that his timeout game plan is terrible. That's not what he said.
This is a map that is just rapidly
Like that, you're taking that out in a vacuum. We talked about I went through it on my stream before it went over to Plat Chat, and then I gave them the transcript, and Sideshow read it very matter-of-factly without having seen the clip. So, and obviously he doesn't understand Korean, so like the context gets lost a little bit. But that's yeah.
Blocked by the thorns, by the brim molly. The utility is.
I don't think that was not at all the takeaway that I had.
And unless Sentinels have
And I'm not like an Autumn Glazer. Like I think he deserves some more respect, and I have hope for him. But like, I'm not like an Autumn Glazer. Well, I'll just stand by him for everything. And it's my takeaway was still more that, it used to be more this way, but I told him like this is what we need and want. And then when I told him that, like he was able to give it to us. So it does make me wonder why that wasn't happening before, but like now it's remedied, right? Like, and obviously a little bit of self-glazing in there, like being like, haha, like. I brought it. I made it happen, but like it seemed more like a serious but hopeful statement than a damn, this team is Garbo, you know?
There is no help coming.
I mean, Trent's holding on to the Armageddon. This is probably going to be used to clear the way, especially if this drone spots him, which no one is here.
But Sen are react pushing.
Right here, yeah, they're through. Already on through the choke point. It's a
oh my god, he's dead.
He doesn't specify stuff like if you tell your players we should hit A, but he doesn't specify. Whoa, chat. Meteor's not going to tell you exactly everything Autumn said. When Meteor says he told us to go A, that wasn't even the point Meteor was trying to make.
It's like, yeah, that's not.
He's not going to sit there and be like, well, he actually broke down exactly what Papers was doing. No one's going to go that deep and reveal everything. If that was your takeaway, I think you assume that Meteor's dumb enough to share everything. I think that wasn't even his point. His point was that and even like the whole focus up, like, you know, get in the zone type beat. Even that, I think it's much more about the Autumn used to be much more like, hey, this flash is being missed. Like, we didn't. This is not what we worked on. You need to focus. Like, this is the type of flash you should be throwing. Or like you're missing this, or your trip is actually not getting the info that you wanted. I think it's much more the micro adjustments, whereas Meteor's saying we needed macro adjustments in timeouts. Like, that was my takeaway. But if you are believing that what he said was all Autumn said in a full minute, he always only says one sentence each. Well, then yeah, then Autumn should get criticism, but that'd be crazy.
Like if Nightfall and Yoru all go together, it's the Dark Magician, you know? Kind of sick, no?
I mean, it's great. What about like a go on? Give me all of what you got.
Give me two. Give me any two. I'll do it right now.
Astra ult and a Yoru like ults into the little corner of it.
Oh, okay.
Might be a perfect time.
Deep pocket.
Nice read.
Deep pocket's
what about deep pocket?
Deep pocket's pretty good.
Interstellar actually would be nice.
Drone of their own as well.
Interstellar.
But this is all five players grouped up. Normally they've been opting into the ace.
What's the next one?
Eyes are trained. Sentinels are worried about potential threat of drop, and if they try and contemplate into it as a steel garden, respect shown.
Look at the stuff.
The site. Utility are going to be used and expended, trying to slow the wall down.
bot lane.
Straight in there.
It's amazing retake ultimates here for Sentinels. Zekken can give them full info for the breach ult.
And here it is, Dimensional Drift. It's going to point into the direction for his team to let loose, really. As you mentioned, potential there with a breach ult, but John QT has gone down.
And the Dimensional Drift into Rolling Thunder. That's fast and furious.
And the ults.
Pocket Dimension, wow.
Seconds just trying to buy some time for the rest of his team to get in.
We've been cooked.
Could be
Time.
the difference maker. 13 seconds, he need to clear this guy up. He's got one for his
Time.
trials.
Time. Run. Hello.
Dude, what?
Lock and key is what he got aside under. Zelsis creeping around the corners, but even the drop just being
Probably should have saved that. Why aren't you saving in a 4v1?
Just when you think Sentinels,
You can only save that 4 alive. That option kind of gets grayed out
Not
if
even
they
sure
have
I
less.
can tell you exactly how G2 won that situation. Sen had a good setup. It looked like they got all the info that they needed.
Why do you think that Valorant can't have a star franchise like Teal and League of Legends? I think Valorant, yeah, the changes are much bigger and much faster, but we'll see though. I think part of it is that,
you got to credit to Jorgamo actually getting proactive and working,
especially with like COVID and everything, and different backgrounds and a mix of genres coming together for Valorant, right? Like hero shooters, tac shooters, things like that. Like the early days were dominated by like previous other franchise like players. So while it is, you know, we are in year 5, I think it really feels like we're in year 3 in terms of developing meta and teams and franchises. So we'll see. I think it's still possible, but I do think it's slightly tougher. Or we have trouble sustaining success yet. That's also true. Yeah, I think also Valorant comes at a time where the esports bubble has been somewhat stagnated / potentially popped or in the process of being popped. And so it's hard for Oris to also double down on that.
They could do similar stuff themselves. Oh yeah.
How is Team Liquid versus Heretics? Yeah, honestly, I can't in good conscience recommend it unless you're interested in like exactly what the teams are playing going into Masters Bangkok. And you will still watch Liquid later tonight or tomorrow, so.
Leave it to the back section of tower. There it is. Clears the way.
Is it just TMV? No, Shio's in the call as well.
If you were in tower this round, you're dead.
We got 2 other people in the call.
Playing offside though. Aware of that.
I mean, I think there's always an argument for both, right? Like, is there a 1-star franchise that dominates for a little bit versus can any team win at any point? But I think having a star franchise but still being a sport where any team can win is the perfect balance. So I think you do want at some point a little bit of a dynasty. I'm not saying like 4 years, 5 years of dominance, but you know, a full year, maybe 2.
Okay.
Because if you don't have that, it doesn't really start to feel like an upset anymore. It's just anybody can win every time. But I guess if it's like, let's say you have 10 years, right? If you're going to have 10 years and you have to choose, do you want one team dominating or do you want, you know, 10 different teams dominating? Yeah, if it's just one or the other for the full 10 years, then yeah, I think the variety is preferred. But you can have a mix of both in the middle, you know what I mean? And I think that's the ideal world in terms of story building and interest building.
We really don't. Bullets are hitting, connecting, bang, pressing the advantage as a SEN. They're trying to get ahead of these timings that G2 are taking. Works out in their favor, but it's going to be util use pound per pound. And Jonapi push forwards into it to scramble an attempt of salvage from here. G2 to get that spike back, and it's very apparent which area of the map they're trying to fight over at this point. Sentinels.
We got robbed of a Gen G dynasty. It could have been. That was one line I was kind of proud of in the cast yesterday. I'm going to be honest, I forget exactly what I said. But I said something along the lines of like, Gen G isn't done building the dynasty yet or something like that.
Give up that space. Cut noise, playing it slow now.
Sen are pretty happy to just rotate to where the noise has been, though. Here's a Tejo drone to try to
In 10 years, your child will be playing Valorant already. Do you want your child to be playing Val? I mean, if I'm still working in it, sure. But I wouldn't want my kid to be playing it at like the age of 8 or 10, you know? Probably wouldn't let them play it until they're at least like 12 or 13.
An 8-4 half, if they could get a pistol. Something that generally has been evading them a little in this series. Maybe it's doable. Narate stepped up when his team needed him in that brawl.
Hey, thanks, Alex. Appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words.
And they left Zekken.
Where'd you learn English? I am American. I'm Korean American. I grew up with half of my childhood / half of my life in America, back and forth, back and forth.
Final round of the first half here on Fracture.
And a B-split called
Favorite Korean team run at an international? I mean, it has to be Gen G because it culminated in the win.
It's good util. To Molly. Thorns, and he knows the wall's there on top of it. Out of the way, the fuse gonna be
No, my kids are definitely not playing gacha games. That's for sure, chat.
The initiative seized there by SEN. Spike dropped down into no man's land. Now Trent has earned himself an ult, but it's a 2v5.
Sternova? How's the player base in that game? Honestly, Sternova's pretty fun. Maybe I should play it more.
4 rounds.
Pretty great. Honestly, that is the adjustment that SEN were looking for. Feels a bit like the end of Abyss, where it took
I think there's definitely value in having newer generations play older generation games like classic games, because you learn.
They probably need a pistol, but at the same time,
like there are some games that were just designed and built just to like suck away more time by like bad difficulty design, but there are a lot of good, like the good classics. They're built in a way.
A person that I grabbed from the crowd to participate in this game. Paul, where are you from, buddy?
The Martinez, California.
Hey, we got a local Californian in the house, guys.
What was I gonna say?
Now, let's get into this real fast.
What was I saying?
The name of the game is chuck the Raise-Nades into the bucket. Riv is in the middle of the crowd, and you got a bunch of Raise-Nades to toss into the crowd. I mean, the bucket, whichever you decide. Let's go ahead and do this. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, almost, a little more.
Almost.
Whatever you do, don't hit the jib. That costs a lot of money.
Don't worry, abilities don't kill everyone.
Yeah, that's true. There it is.
That's quick on his feet from Riv.
Toss him over here. Oh no! Oh no! Keep it coming. Oh no! There are grenades everywhere.
But I think good classic games do a lot to like teach you like puzzles and critical thinking and whatnot.
Catch it, Riv. That was not your attempt, GB.
I'm trying. We got another.
You would let your child play gacha games, but you'd control whether they top up or not? I honestly think I probably wouldn't until, like, you can play it when you have your own income if you want. But also there's, if you're too strict and then once they do have the freedom, then they go all out. So, like, there's a balance there. Here I thought Cloud9 is the worst thrower in NA. Yeah, like old Zelda games are good. I think old Mario games, old Mega Man games are good. Because they're designed in a way where they don't have blatant tutorials.
You partake in this kind of halftime thing, Chobra?
I was doing this all throughout the finals weekend of Champions in Seoul. That was my job, was to throw goodies out to the crowd.
You were that guy?
I was that guy.
You a bucket man?
Sorry, what's that?
You a bucket man?
I was bucket man. I was bucket guy. But I also got to shoot the Showstopper t-shirt cannon, so that was cool.
Nice, let's go. That's why we do this shit.
Yeah, dude, that thing like bruises you. It's so heavy.
Damn. Oh man.
It's a 3-piece.
Sen kind of needs a pistol, huh?
Did you give the bucket away too, though? So apparently that's a thing in NA.
What? Crypto throw is that?
He's using it for information. He's just missed that mark.
It still should not be winnable for Sentinels because of the Spike's position down here at Dish.
Valen's position, though.
But in theory, if John manages to pick up Valen, it could be.
Dude, what is going on?
You don't have to look at your flash to pop it either, so I don't know why he turned around.
Yeah, I don't know.
then Jorgen Trent would have to turn around.
Unless he always turns around for that, which is like, no way.
That they backed up. So he was being pressured out from taking this fight, and he's taken some space.
Chobra, are you Korean or American?
Jordan was straight ahead of it.
They're about to double up. John.
It's still fine, but that's funny as hell.
And Valen's still looking for him in Hall. Sand.
I mean, at a certain point though, they can just run back because they're not gonna have time to get the spike and
peppering them with bullets straight through the
run
dish.
to B.
No, I think they're. Oh no, I think they might be
a
late.
surprise Beyblade announcement after this, like a sponsorship with Valorant?
Potentially, I'm not too sure when the Salve is coming online, but Jorgen was already there. Just been using to see if they can push this one by the 6 seconds left. And
Nice, ace.
Nice.
It's open-handed, isn't it? There's your eye by power ace.
The first game is 100% going to be Mario for your kid. Mario's a good start for sure.
Put together, but Jorg aces.
Dude, can we see a replay of this kill?
Stopping them from getting the spike. I like
No,
the
not
setup
this
from
one.
Sen. But Jorg just hit the shots.
That's hashtag
Okay.
unlock your ace on social media as well. You're going to have plenty of prizes. But Jorg, yeah, I don't know how you're going to be fitting that one into a Twitter clip, but good luck.
Well, here G2 with another opportunity.
Jorg's 2 away from the ult.
I mean, he's going for it, isn't he? He's going for the ult orb off the back of the salvo pressure.
1 away from Showstopper.
And potentially collect some of these kills in sand.
All right, let's see that anti-eco Showstopper.
Playing this one.
He pops it.
Oh,
he got a.
Oh.
What? What?
The classic bullet just going wide. Rare whiffage
Do
there.
it. Oh.
What is going on?
It's flawless. It's
It's
That
just.
gun needs 5 less bullets.
flourishing. A bonus round is going to be looking increasingly
I swear to
deadly
God.
from them as well. But that showstopper has been earned up.
And I think this is the kind of situation, 6 rounds down, where
I
Jorg
swear the
has
rounds
actually
on
managed to
Pro
work
were
up
like
because of
10
his
minutes
ace
longer
on the
each.
pistol. He's worked his way up to a defensive showstopper. These are the kind of maps where I think Sen, even if they play their absolute best,
Does
they don't
Yoru
need
work on
G2
this
to
map?
fumble.
Yoru can. I'm curious as a solo duelist, but again, we were talking earlier about like dive and no dive and all that.
Everything seems aligned.
So it
here for
can,
G2.
but like,
Can Sen find the magic?
Drone opens the door. And Jorgen's right
but
behind him.
fracture, I think you do need dive, like hard dive, because the choke points are so narrow.
Lots of util in hand as well for this re-clear coming through. Drone, see what it spots off. And here's an attempt of it.
I mean, it's
Zekken
Jorgen
steps
with that,
forward,
so that's actually not
quick
too bad.
on the trigger and the trade.
They got rid of Jogamo though, which means no showstopper. So that's one piece of plant denial not available. Can Sen get in? Vale in under pressure.
Well, the other thing is you have to consider is Yoru can. I think Yoru works on this map. It's just as a solo duelist.
What is that? Ferrari swing. But Celsius stuck himself now onto the site, and he's left with a series of unknowns just wandering around his head.
The round might as well already be lost for
They
Sen.
open themselves up into it, making it that much more winnable.
Surely G2. Oh, they're gonna push him out.
Player, at least in domain sees that.
GG.
Yep.
GG.
All bang to the head.
And G2 convert the bonus, something that was going on frequently in maps
Truly
earlier
set
today.
up for a map 5.
Thinking back to Pearl.
Don't say what.
Under enormous amounts of pressure.
I think I might need the
He's got a salvo that he sat inside of.
TLDW on some of the Pacific maps from you, Chobra.
That's kind of ridiculous that he's
We're going
able
map
to come away
5.
with the goods in that spot. Sen have got to cobble together a buy, and it's not pretty.
With desperation. It's the trouble. Jorgen's still holding on to this showstopper on top of it.
That was a SpaceX swing.
At all, Zekken. Flash primed. Doubled up, actually, just in case.
I do think. Yeah, I don't know. Like with the tail, I think Yoru is great with the tail. Like the way you can cover different needs, but dude, what? G2 is just so much faster around the map.
can take away his gun, but he's still got the rockets. Still the
Bruh,
here,
bang.
drifting in and out of these fights. And
I will say though that this is also partly G2 identifying this very well, chat, is that you can't go that fast with Sen's comp right now. If you do, it's very one-dimensional. And so this comp is built to work the map. And so G2 just says, well, screw that, we're just deleting half the map.
Good dodge on the flash. Step one.
Bro, you just saw him flash.
G2, more than a firm grasp, man. They have been in control from the start here on Fracture.
Yeah, where's the Kaplan camp? Hey, morning, Nico.
And you're seeing right from the beginning, the game plan is to push out the opposite side of the map. They've now done this multiple times.
There's no way.
That's rough. That is rough. He didn't even have the classic out to begin with.
I see two people just like this.
Yeah, because he's found the perfect timing. And because Sen are not thinking about that. Sen were too slow to do that.
That's so good.
G2 are ahead in the macro.
There's no more room for error for Sen. At this point,
And to be fast again?
Haven, but
I mean, that's 12-4 down. Like,
maybe gather a bit of momentum.
it's just running. Stinging best gun.
Valin does eventually get removed away from the side here. The bullets are firing. Sentinels flooding out the feed.
Ooh, gets spotted as well.
They know the tree's been compromised.
Number 3 on the site too. They somehow.
The planters as well. That nade is going to be rebounding, pushing John out into the open. And
Oh my god!
What?
Where have you pulled that from? Just from the side, just when he thought Sen would
He does have
comfortable
aftershock.
into this round. It's a 1v1. Him versus the rate. Doesn't expect a
Oh my
reposition.
god!
Straight from behind.
Wow.
Took that fast time in a
We don't drone
around,
here
so
in this
the
city.
Slightest of breathing room, but the question is, how
It's a
many more
50-50
rounds
gamble.
can string together until it's just over?
I also think that's the only way you're killing Trent at the moment, with a bullet to the back of the head. Because if you take a straight fight against him at the moment, he looks unstoppable. 17 and 6 on this map, by the way.
Nice. Come on, man. Brick by brick.
Brick by brick. Well, they'll need another 7 rounds.
Going for this
Just to get things
Yorubaki
to
idea
overtime,
again.
By the way, not even to win the map.
Morale still keeping it up. Big ults on either side.
They need to be looking for
They
these
gotta
defensive
go.
pushes because G2
They gotta go somewhere faster.
active.
This is going to be cleared out.
What the hell is this? Oh.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Second's just not able to get that kill. No.
Oh, hold on.
They're gonna somehow win this round, huh?
It's 2 ripped away and Armageddon of their own, and they have that site access.
Hold on, the
Taking it
Leaf's
back into
flying.
the 3v3.
Why not plant the spike though? That's
Oh
so
no,
cool
he's
thing you
running.
could do.
Why are you running?
Well, he wants to make it fair.
He got greedy there. He just got so greedy there.
Yeah.
Thinking he could run all the way.
Cheeky with it on this map. He's often trying to take those timings, and it's unusual to catch him on a
It's like even if they're in
They just
spawn,
have the
they're
door
like.
open, but I don't think they're gonna
nothing.
be aware of Valin. They still think
You guys should sleep, chat. It's good for you.
I mean, he's making use orbital at least.
Creeping forwards, he's just spotted it. Just the shoulder. Fault line is instant.
Oh my god, he's gonna die.
These players are dwindling. They are top.
Uh-oh.
Swinging with orbital.
It's almost
GG.
there.
Why?
Oh no.
Yikes.
To be denied. Haven is inevitable.
The
Well.
best of 5 in the kickoff trophy between our 2 top teams from
Damn.
Americas. And it goes all the
Surely
distance,
DRX
all
and
the
T1 don't
way.
win quick maps. Surely. I mean, DRX, if they even have a big lead, they always choke it, right? It always is. So I know that I'll only miss 1 or 2 maps max.
The most one-sided in G2's
Surely.
favor, at least. They certainly came in with a bigger macro understanding.
Today's gonna be the day DRX just wins like 13-5 every map.
On defense, constantly getting those pushes working. The set plays, the ideas were great. Do we have any clue, though, what's going to happen on Haven? No. We haven't seen it from either of these teams. They've been mostly banning it.
Oh,
It
map
is
5,
such an
chat.
unknown way to
Alright, this time I'll get the
crown
Gamba
best team in Americas
fast.
Of early 2025.
Yeah, and what a way to do it, man. These teams have pushed each other to the brink. As you mentioned, Josh, listen, not every map has been close, but we deserve this. These teams are delivering. Haven is where it's all going to be decided. Multiple unknowns across
Wait, so
the board.
Chobra, what games did you work on or play on before Valorant?
Me?
A whole list.
What's Chobra?
Not everything's
What was
about
the most
you,
recent?
TMV.
I didn't hear what he said, to be honest. I didn't want to just like ignore him and be like, oh, that's awkward.
I started with League way back when, but
yeah,
I worked on StarCraft, CS:GO, Dota, Call of Duty, and then for I've like casted Summoner's War, Kart Rider in Korea, Crossfire.
What was the worst game?
The worst game.
Which bridge are you gonna burn today?
Yeah. Try to put me on the spot. Although, worst game. Honestly, I had to step in to cast Arena of Valor once, and it wasn't that fun. So
Damn.
that's probably what it was. Because I used to oversee the production of it. I wasn't like hands-on, but I used to oversee it, and then they needed like a subcaster, and nobody like knew the game or like knew MOBAs, so I was like, I guess I'll just try to learn it in a couple days and cast it. And maybe it's because I didn't learn it well enough, but yeah. Yeah, but then like when from
the best game.
What's the best game? Valorant.
Wow.
Though I will say, as a desk host, I really loved working on both CS and Dota 2. Those two were very fun. Very fun.
What separates Dota 2 from everything else? Like, what's the sick thing about Dota that makes it fun to work on?
I think it's just the way the game's balanced. So there's so much theory crafting to do, right? Like everything's overpowered.
Yeah.
It's drastic changes. And so there's generally always going to be at least one or two like dramatic moments every tournament. And so
yeah,
I think that builds for good stories and cool analysis. And for Dota 2, like I was never on the casting side of it at all, so I could always just kind of pick the analyst's brain and just know enough to pick them the right way. And so it was always fun like having discussions on the desk and then watching games with them backstage and stuff like that.
Nice. It's facts. It's really cool.
But I will say, one of the more surprising games I had fun casting was Summoner's War. That game's kind of hyped to cast. It's pay to win.
What's like the gameplay loop? Is it like a?
So that's
what's
what
the type of game that it is.
Well, you craft your team, but it's turn-based. But there's like there's speed and there's speed stats and whatever. But then there's like just enough RNG that there can be these like dramatic RNG moments, and you can still overcome it with like the right stat builds. But yeah, like I didn't realize the like team compositions and whatnot actually had several layers to it. And then like you can purposely build like certain characters fast, certain characters slow, and how you want to like stack your abilities and whatnot. But it is a turn-based game, but it's very rapid fire turn-based. So
yeah, no, that's sick. I'm looking at it. They got Tanjiro. That's kind of sick.
Yeah.
It's dope as fuck.
Okay, I'm gonna go clean my teeth.
Clean your teeth? Don't we usually just see we brush?
Yeah, it's the whole cultural thing. Not sure if he has like a machine for it or whatever, but
Then Fracture at a 13-5. And this map in particular, I think, really illustrates what Josh Ortiz said about how dynamic the team is with the pace.
I've been all over the place, chat. I've been all over the place. Do you have anyone from RQ joining you for the Pacific Coast stream? Estrella would have been actually a fun shout. I didn't even think about that. The thing is I wanted to get ahead of it to request a slot because there's only 2 spots at the arena. So just in case that they would get filled up early, but I wanted to make sure that like I had a guest so that there was more meaning to give the slot to me, even if there were several applications. Because I just wasn't sure like who else might want it. If like T1 and Genji make it through, like maybe they'll want their streamers there or whatever. So I asked early, and when I requested, it was before RQ was knocked out. So you know, obviously I don't want to like ask ahead of time to Ewok or whatever. Like I would have asked Ewok for sure, just because, you know, I know him well. But then I thought, you know, it'd be cool to get elevated on since he's just coming over to Pacific. There's a lot to talk about, and obviously he's got a bright mind as well. So reach out to elevated. But in the future, for sure, like we could get other players, other streamers.
Incredibly impressive to see the speed at which G2 is taking some of these executes, and I mean just even reflected in the first kills as well.
Yeah, is that just how they say it in the UK chat?
So aggressive in their face, really.
You clean your teeth?
Sentinels with no real option but to just kind of like deal with that aggression every single time.
It is this composition that is so explosive, and cool to see Jaw on the raise on this map instead of the Yoru that Sentinels were opting for. We see that Yoru be, to some extent, a natural counter to this Taeho meta where you can draw out the util and teleport away.
PUBG was big in Korea. Is it still big or fell off after Valorant released? Well, it was kind of falling off in terms of player base.
We're playing that fast style, anchoring against,
you know, still played a lot, but not like the game.
We have Fracture on the horizon. I mean,
and then Valorant, I think, obviously took away. Valorant's now the main FPS in Korea,
it's
so.
crazy. I mean, this last map was like the Jojimo race show, but there's so many options on which way G2 could go. For context, neither of these teams has played Haven just yet in kickoff, so this is a complete unknown quantity going into map number 5 of a series. Is it going to be
Maybe get Tarek. Just call up Tarek, be like, hey, would you like to spend all that money you make to take a flight to Korea to join the co-stream?
Absolutely. I mean, last we were seeing of Haven, it was the very standard. You got your Breach, you got your Jet, etc.
Yeah, I've always liked Elevated's content, so I'm happy to, like, we've chatted over DMs, but I've never actually had a chance to sit down with him, so I think it should be fun. And again, like his first time in Pacific, so there will be a lot to talk about outside of the game as well.
Well, that's what it's all about, right?
Are there big mobile games there? COD Mobile, not so much, but like mobile games are huge in Korea as well, but not so much mobile esports.
Desperately trying to get there first.
More like mobile PvE games and gacha games and whatnot, because Korean companies make a lot of gacha games as well. So,
see you on the other side.
Chad, I forgot to mute the music while we were talking about the different games I worked on. So now this is gonna get copyright struck too. My 20 extra, not even 20, my like $5 extra of ad revenue, the VODs, all gone down the drain. Someone should sign up with a YouTube membership to cover the costs. Content creation really does turn you into a monster. It's terrible. Isn't Crossfire Korean CS? You know your lore. It's technically a Korean game, but Korea doesn't play it anymore. For a long time, Korea hasn't played it. Sudden Attack has always been... Sudden Attack's the one that's always been played in Korea, and it still is a little bit, but it's... Valorant's finally taken over. What's up, C-Need Gang? Is that like a play on words that I don't get? Is that supposed to sound like a naughty word that I don't know?
Who's winning? Give me a prediction right now.
Yo, Paradox with the gifted membership. Thank you, appreciate it. If you were gifted the membership, please say a thank you in chat. Sorry, what's that? Prediction?
Who's gonna win?
G2, man.
What are we gonna see from SEN?
G2 is gonna pull through.
Narrate on ISO.
Wow.
He said he needed help mid, so he's going to turn everything into mid with the ultimate. Fuck it.
Damn. Okay, before we get in the game, though, does everybody in the UK say they're cleaning their teeth?
Why, what would you say? Brushing?
Yeah, brush your teeth. I've like never, yeah.
I mean, either is correct. Both would be said here in the UK. I would say either.
Interesting. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was like a U thing or like a UK thing.
I think here in the UK you would say either. And
both
would be seen as perfectly understandable as to what you meant. Why, did you think I was like going to the dentist to like get like a deep clean?
Oh, no, I mean, I assumed just given the context that you were brushing your teeth, but I just never heard someone say that. But you know, classic ignorant American.
Yeah. There's plenty of things we say. You know, we got plenty of things that we say.
Revenge for Sentinels to steal away that trophy and title and chance for G2, and for them, it's been in the making for many.
I don't know why you guys prefer sudden attack than crossfire. I think sudden attack just took off earlier. Like Korea, you have to remember that Korea is a very small country. So when a game takes off, like whichever game takes off first is like that just takes the monopoly. Which is why Valorant recovering as a big game is really impressive, actually. Like I will give all the credit to Riot and Riot Korea for making that happen and for really waiting it out. The clone check. Because it was launched in COVID, so the PC bangs were not doing well, the PC cafes were not doing well. It struggled to take over any FPS in the rankings at PC cafes. And, sure, like personal PCs at home were getting, more and more common these days for gaming, but even then, the player base wasn't that big. Like, all the Valorant content creators were like, oh, maybe we chose the wrong game. Like, Valorant, it's dead on arrival. And in Korea, if a game is dead on arrival, it never recovers, right? Because people just don't want to switch. And eventually, they waited it out. They drew in the new generation, and the younger kids started playing. And now it's a big game.
The damage done. He was whittled down to just double digits, and it was enough at the end of the day. But Zekken has granted him at least easy access, potentially over towards C. He might have just seen it, twists and turns, and these fights that are taken. Chobra wins it out versus
Sinigang is a Philippine dish. Oh. Oh, okay.
A 2v2 fighting garage going to be set up here. And damage on Pryor.
What's up, Lord Rocks?
Relocation.
Hey, Lizzie. Yeah, shout out to Paradox.
Anticipated there was a second player ready to face it, and now Zekken in that 1v3.
TMV died. Wait, what? TMV stream died. Oh, supposedly TMV stream died. I don't know if it's his entire internet.
Oh, is it actually?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, it is down.
Well, I guess he can go get his sleep now.
I'm feeling ready for such a long lap on this one. Both teams have like perma banned this.
Yeah.
And like we have no idea what either one wants to do.
Yeah, just what's gonna happen, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, welcome all the TMV viewers, all you Oilers. Welcome, welcome.
Pistols, I feel like every time they have numbers, they just push something random and lose it all. Every map. It's so weird.
Sentinels. A little bit all in, but TP forwards, and okay, what do you hear that? Zekken out into the open. Repeat taken by Jorgamo. He's not shy to take those fights.
One of your big
TMV turned into the chicken nugget. We finally did it, chat. I hit the big red button. The 50-50. Oh, he's back.
He's back?
Oh, you're back.
I'm back, am I?
I was getting ready to steal all your prime subs, man. I was ramping up my speech.
Wait, when you left, Sentinels actually had such a good timing, came right on the site, everything was looking good. As soon as you reconnected, these guys just got shit on. Hold up.
Oh yeah, I had it up. I mean, my stream hasn't come back up yet. Has it?
I wouldn't know.
Hold up. Let me check.
For the salvo, for the stun.
Oh, it might be. Hold on.
Paradox with another gifted membership on YouTube. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Same problem I had before.
Yeah, Aswanath, if you're around in chat, please give a little thank you to Paradox.
They're holding spots, expecting Sentinels to make noise and use util. They've been caught now kind of twice.
Oh, Jorgamo always in their faces. He's only got a bulldog to his name. He's trying to take that fight, but TP backing away once more to safety. Time bomb for Trent. Needs to be very careful.
Oh, and Emperesk with a tier 1 sub. Oh man. Maybe we should disconnect TMV's internet all the time. It's a good sign. Thank you. Appreciate the sub. Welcome.
Versus Zelsis again on the flank, on the lurk.
All right, now I'll focus on the game, chat, instead of focusing on the money.
Flash
Breaks the thorns before there can be too much more damage done. G2 grouping up towards mid.
Dude, why is the caster audio all over the place?
Giving up Garage. What a call from Leaf.
They've got to squeeze on them though. Do these players even know? Are they even aware? The answer is no. Leaf strikes right from behind, and Zelsa's got to do a lot here. He's got to try and salvage this entire hit that's coming through over towards the A site. Zelsa can now become a bit of a problem player for them.
I am glad that ISO's seeing more play.
Cat and mouse, what a plan does go down, but oh, he's looking in a different direction.
Jogamo's also
Prediction should be closed.
Player, though. He was behind in A long and Sen never cleared it.
Dropped down.
How is that even allowed?
Oh my.
And the angle's there. Jogamo's in their faces.
Oh my goodness.
And then the flank's
Oh
coming in.
my
It's
god,
already
what are
half.
we doing, Sam?
To supplement it, covering it, obfuscating
Oh.
it. It's 3 in a row.
I love the run up too, just to buy the
I'm gonna need
time.
to.
The problem
Yeah.
is rearing its head.
I'm gonna need to realign time with you guys.
Oh yeah, we'll do a countdown here in a
Oh my
second.
god.
Doesn't matter how much prep you put into a map. Doesn't
It's
matter how
actually
close you
wild.
are on the gun rounds. If you lose the pistol, if you lose the bonus.
And it was right as TMV stream went live.
But they've also lost
They
the pistol and bonus by trying to get weird lurk plays
Can't
through
make this
all
up.
over the place.
What have you done?
Yoru ISO composition. Yoru ISO composition, sorry. Just make some space with the paranoia and with
All right, 3, 2, 1, 0, 39, 38, 37,
37,
36,
36,
5, 4, 3,
But it's also making
Nice.
Sen not play together and play
Nice.
to their
I'll
wing.
just stutter a little bit on it. Sick.
It's a full investment by Sen.
Yeah, we finally saw Reyna as well. All agents picked across the world in kickoff. It's a good meta, chat.
Wait a second.
Oh,
just came out of his
missed that jump.
Dimensional drift. He looks like he wants to try and take that fight up through a lobby. They're not giving it to him.
He teleported back as well.
And TP's back for the gate
They're still
crash.
picking out areas over towards A lobby, so.
And up through mid. Oh,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
smoke propped up. Information
The
gathered,
Euro,
they're just not watching
dude,
it.
Did
the
not
ping
know
pong
that
is
Haven
so
has like
good.
these
Making a
angles
mockery of it
that you
right
can just
now.
peek from?
We didn't know what
Have
to
they never
expect
seen
here for
Garage?
Haven, but the game plan has just fallen to pieces for Sen.
They're leaving so many gaps, and G2 are finding them. I think Zelsa's got to be.
But in
I'll
all
pick up 5 ranked players from like 7 and 2 right now.
He needs to stop G2.
chat, to be fair, the timing is so good from G2 on stuff like that.
Reinforcements arriving. Spot the back. There's
But
the
they are,
swing.
Sen is playing very haphazard, like the sheer wall jump and
There's 20 seconds left.
the way Bang's just trying to clear out the site right now. It is all pretty rough. But look at Leaf's position. He's smiling. He knows, man. He knows he's got a kill here.
I mean, Leaf has got this. Bang in the smoke.
Trying to go for it.
Oh, ooh,
it's
good,
revealed
good.
his hand. Definitely has, but it's uncomfortable for Sentinels. They know that they have to fight for control of at least one of these areas of the map, and bullets are flying.
That's
everywhere.
rough.
Doesn't matter. The player
What do you do with a
advances
burrito once
G2
it's like done? You finish making it. They go to the store and they're doing that for you. What is it called?
If you're looking for the cope for Sentinels here, once they get up to Euro ult, ISO ult, they can start to apply much more pressure onto these sites. But you can't be relying on the ultimates the entire time. And you're still
Dude,
around
the
the
Reyna
from
comp
that,
from
right?
Liquid was sick, honestly. Like, I dig it. I dig it. I mean, sure, you need your Reyna to perform, just like an ISO, but I dig it.
So far, right? It's looked like we're finally getting to the portion of the BO5 where G2's double map
Would
veto
Shio press the chicken?
is giving them the win. And I thought we were going to get
I don't. TMV's got to go to sleep. I don't want to. I don't want to press his buttons too much.
Not dropping a single map coming into this grand final. That with double map veto, Sen we're going to.
Why don't they copy Vitality and just abuse C?
Dazzled by what Sentinels have shown us so far in these first 4
You know,
maps.
that does seem to be the new trend, right? With the Euro
Especially
ISO.
starting out so strong.
Although I guess on attack,
split.
it has always worked
But
better.
here,
On defense,
it's
the
not
A
cooking.
defense seems to be really good, but like at the A main fight.
by the look of things, we can see the economy. And it looks like Sen are going to try to force this round.
New Frontier, are you
They're one away
a
from
Reyna
getting
insta-lock?
every
Is that what's
single
going on here?
ultimate
Are you
online.
outing yourself?
The one that I would be prioritizing is narrates. Because I think once
Thank
you
you,
have narrates
Captain
on
Underpants.
ultimate on the attack side, you can grab a player,
Appreciate it.
scale off the back of that, paranoia, TP, Zekken into spots.
Can players ask for a timeout, or is it only the coach? I
do, and it makes it very
think it's
difficult for
both.
G2.
But I think it's usually
Chobra to ask you about the chicken nugget button.
Player positions. Time is going to start ticking at some point as we get down.
Well, if you had a button that had a 50% chance to change TMV into a chicken nugget, would you press it?
I think G2 going to try take that early control.
What's the upside, or is there any other sides to it, or is that all it does?
Well, it turns it into a chicken nugget. Whether that you consider that an upside or not is up to you.
It's true. It's true. Honestly, I'd press that button. Yeah. What's the? That's just a win-win.
Cracking shot by Narrate.
That gives him the ult as well.
Did this guy just try to like phase 2012 operator down C long? That's crazy. He knows the TP doesn't work that fast, right?
Yeah, he
That's
just
wild.
sent it, man.
They're playing retake. If they are playing retake, you take the site. If not, you catch him in the ISO.
What are they doing?
He's been out in the open there. He thought that he had the timing.
They're really disrespecting Stone.
Yeah, it feels like after the timeout, they're like, we can just overpower this.
Yeah.
Somehow manages it.
I respect it.
Okay, I thought Trent was gonna go on a rampage coming out of that ult. That's crazy.
Actually, I have good follow-ups here. What kind of chicken nugget and like from what restaurant?
Ooh.
Because that makes a lot of difference.
Well, so the final conclusion was that it would be a Korean honey glazed chicken nugget.
Yo, we are pressing that button like 20 times in a row. That's crazy. If I can clone TMV, do I get multiple nuggets? If I press the button.
I mean, if you have the technology, sure.
I'm so fucking pressing the button.
One of the things that does, though,
Holy shit.
Obviously, it lets Trent talk. Whoa, what are we going for here?
Dude, what is this disrespect? Why is G2 full sending it? What is going on?
It's gonna be a long map.
Chat, why would you do that?
Squeeze these players.
Yeah, it's a set play that we've seen some other teams go for, actually, but...
And then Sen does that. And then Sen does that.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
All right. The universe truly is fair.
No, he's not.
I mean, this is just going to be...
I mean, it's way past pistol. These guys have an issue with like the most disgusting overheats and gaps. I don't understand it. Is their Haven really not practiced at all?
Just got salvos back. They're trying to bait them out. Trying to bait out a peek.
Fighting for a link control is...
Yeah, I don't know.
Toss the shoulder. It's going to be a clone into your face. Could be blinding you potentially, but he turns it still. Flashed up.
Holy shit. And they got the two first picks in the first 7 seconds of the round. No util needed. Into losing 36 seconds later. I'm up. Send it up. I don't.
For Sentinels,
I don't know.
especially when they start that round with 2 clean kills from the rate. That's brutal.
No, I mean, I get what they're doing, chat, but it's like both sides. It's rough. Like the previous round.
It's like being halfway into a pizza and then realizing you're lactose intolerant. It's just what Sentinels is showing me. This game. It's wild.
Oh, the taunts, the taunts.
This is worrying
I mean, G2 is feeling confident for sure.
Can feel the win, can feel the trophy.
Absolutely.
And if you're trying to play on the fact that
But the push out with the op chat, I
Chinese
understand.
League of Legends TikToks that are all like set up completely to like have the most insane rounds possible.
Oh yeah.
That's what half these rounds feel like. It's like,
this is one of the reasons the ISO is so good. You can use that shield to be able to just.
But either way, G2 get the win off the Armageddon, I guess.
Once he ults, he always has an ult point back. It should be so simple to cycle these massive.
They pressed the button and turned their brains into chicken nuggets. That's what it was.
Make their way over towards Aina, right? Take a peek. It's a double player held down. I mean, they were watching for it. They hear the sound cue from the shield. He only gets the one. And every smoke, every option is watched for. Right now, Senna just throwing anything at the wall, seeing what sticks with these lurk plays. TP committed Leaf. He's wondering whereabouts these players
Oh
could be.
boy, the drop down, the drop down.
Flash on top of it. Hell,
Bang wasn't hit.
It's
all up to Bang, man. It's all up to Bang.
Going to be stuck, committed. Cosmic Divido forces them forwards into the fight.
Oof, that's the Vandal down. Now you know.
They know the possible positions. The IGL has you in his sights.
G2.
This is looking rough.
Sentinels. You see it in the rounds. Narrate just decides to pick a timing to apply his shield and swing C long. I mean, maybe just hoping that he would catch a A solo Jorg holding the angle. And then Zekken does a very similar thing and just tries to find the timing into the B smoke. Both duelists lurking in this round. It's ranked-esque.
Yeah, Sen's,
not what you expect from a team
they don't
like Sentinels.
look very organized here.
How much can you really judge them for the situation that they're in? They did an amazing job to get to map 5 here. But if they wanted a chance at victory with the benefit of hindsight, maybe...
Valen really is something. I do hope Valen also gets to lift an international trophy, and obviously Bangkok would be the prime one to do it, but... And the whole G2 squad for sure, but Valen as an IGL.
They're not going to be in these kind of spots too often. This only happens in grand finals. It does.
If G2 wins this, they would be the first challenger team to win something, right?
When it gets drawn out to this point, like you've been mentioning, it comes down to the preparation.
Yeah, actually.
And the mental resilience part of things. And SEN,
yeah, that's actually a big deal.
That experience in that department. They've been in tenuous spots.
Emperesque with the 50 bits. It's looking Jover. Thank you for the bits, and I would agree.
And they've prepped more here as well.
Oh, look at Valen with the posture. The posture check, chat. Posture check.
To get their form back, I think. And especially for Trent. I've been so impressed with what he's put together. In
The third person on our call is Shio, although I don't know if TMV's internet is dead again. He's been quiet.
So far of this match. Still plenty of rounds left to play, though, and there's a chance that Narrate can come online. He's still at the top of the scoreboard. He's not playing.
I mean, yeah, I don't. It's hard to consider them a tier 2 team, but I mean that is the route they took. So, you know, credit where credit is due. Jumps over to the other side. He still took so much damage. They don't know though. Oh my gosh.
Absurd reactions from Jordan. We're just anticipating it, but a clone in your face doesn't matter. No, he can't get out. It's traded in time.
That was utter chaos.
Gives them that and a player advantage on top of it, but they haven't cleared.
Oh, he's trying to fix it. Okay.
And quick reactions from Celsius. Make sure to watch that angle, but damage done to Bang. Wrapping around by Leaf. It's all about
I mean, I feel for him because my router keeps doing that. My router keeps dying every now and then.
Does he anticipate? The Celsius has cut it up into the corner. It's all about this time in the fight to be taken. Off-angle approach.
Well, the all-out A fight, which the Euro ISO is also good at, so I'm glad they went for that.
Celsius delivers them around.
What a scrappy fight over there towards A-Long. Bang TPs himself on top of bricks, which was unexpected to start. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in the midst of all of that, we saw a pretty sick outplay with Chobra using his clone to stop Narrate's ultimate. Didn't get them the round win though. SEN get 2.
Dimensional drift. Once again a push out.
That same A lobby aggression. Used off the rip. Forces the slowdown for SEN.
This time not using it right away though.
Anyway.
Recon Dart also used off the rip towards the back of the C site, which I don't really understand the value of for John. I'll have that back at the minute mark.
Upton back into trying to take control of somebody's areas.
Oh, that arc rose. You don't get any space off of that arc rose though. You heard the ISO shield too, so you know that space been taken over.
Pressure, he's kind of just acting as a distraction and a lurk. It's a weird
I mean, he's getting the job done.
He's going to force that reclear, which Leaf apparently not favored for. Valen, it's impeccable with the timing. I mean, Narrate just not worried about it. He's trying to back himself out of the fight.
What I would love to see from SEN, if they're going to play this way, is have the ISO Euro go together. Create pressure. The ISO rotates first, the Euro hangs out, and then joins with Gate Crash, you know? Right now, they have both of them lurking. Like, why are we playing ISO Euro if you're going to have both of them lurking?
He's just decimated them.
Beautiful distraction. You can't get past this guy.
Tell TMV to close the window. The Wi-Fi is leaking out. G2 should be tier 1 and C9 tier 2. C9 just, they've really set themselves up to be the butt. Yeah, I am very curious what things will look like at 2027.
I mean, he's making a comment there that the cage was beautiful for him to play around, despite it being thrown from Celsius, I think.
It's all smiles for G2.
All right, here's an exec, though, from SEN, on an eco, albeit.
Aye.
To lead that charge. It is an eco. Hold on, twist and turns. You're trying to break the ankles, but again, not quite the weaponry for it still. Fan gets the one, swing through the cage, and Celsius has gone down anyway. It's
Do they even care at this point?
It feels like desperation.
They're just throwing up whatever. I know it's eco, but like,
when you run
this is such a rank split C call.
It does make it
Yeah,
really easy for
I mean, I
G2 to be
just
able
wish
to
they
find
did
the
more
right
of these
timings
with
for
their
the stuns,
guns, where they can actually fight.
I agree.
Yeah.
Salvos, they've got everything.
But it's like they're being gifted
really
rounds on their
tough. You
gun
can see
rounds and then
why
still
Sen are
just
trying
throwing
so
them
much of
away.
this lurking,
Losing like 3v5
contacting
3
style
times
of
this
play.
half.
But it makes their comp look so uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the map 5 grand finals for a trophy, by the way.
The world's most unlikely 1v3, because otherwise, they've still only got 2 rounds out of 10.
There's no gun.
If John wins this, I'm gonna shave my
He
eyebrows.
doesn't want to reveal it.
Big stakes.
Damn.
For him is that they don't know where he is. He's timing across to the drone.
Hey.
But darts in order. And
No
Salvos at
way.
your feet. Good luck crossing that boundary.
Takes the classic.
Oh my gosh.
Respect, I think, that G2 were making sure to expend these ults. And they've got the crossfire set up.
Let's
Just
go.
spot. It's going to be dealt with.
Eyebrow saved.
Eyebrow saved.
It's okay. He drew out the Cosmic Divide. That's a win. But Sen needs some rounds at this point. G2 are running away with it.
You're gonna get
RRQ or is T1 your favorite team in VCT?
Oh, T1's not my favorite team.
Oh, you're just happy.
It's RRQ and Nungship, but I'm a big fan of Buzz, and I like the T1 team, but I'm a big fan of Buzz as well. But RRQ and Nungshim are my
Where
faves.
this comp is really difficult to stop once it gets rolling.
So far, G2 don't on track. Be grabbing that title.
Yeah, I mean you can take this fight, you can plant someone here, you can force execs here. Like, why are we constantly trying to force info here and here? You know?
G2 feel like they have to make something happen here because if they wait,
I don't. It feels like it's either less practiced or like they're having trouble switching gears, which I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Nerofef gives them the info. They know that that's just the one lurking for it, and Zekin's going to be gathering even more information.
Okay, this time they utilize the fast rotates. This time they utilize the dimensional drift for info. Okay, that's going to be Armageddon. That's kind of big. That's kind of big. It allows them to jump onto the... What
Does wrangle his rifle just in time. It's 2 drops.
was that?
Zekin needed that. Needed to show himself up here still. He's stunned.
A little bit overcommitted to that spray.
Where Jonah could be coming from. Wait a
Okay,
second.
1v2 though.
Drone not being used. Flash up and over towards the top. But tagged up. Jonah P forced to respect it. Cannot give these G2 players in.
Oh, nice paranoia. Buys more time. And he tried to get the perfect timing off the paranoia, but...
Sen get another on the board. An 8-4 half.
Sideshow's eggs or Sideshow's melons. Sliggy slugs, Chobra's cobras, TMV Oilers.
Narrates one away from getting ISO ult online. He can drag a player into a 1v1, but he doesn't want to go for Chocomo's clone again. So, I mean, this flood defend idea from G2.
I mean...
They have the Vice flash, and then Trent running through a smoke. Zekin had to do everything to stop it from working. Prio has got to be getting that orb onto Narrate.
Need the ult.
Sorry, chat.
See if they can turn around in their favor. As you said, 8-4 maybe.
I dropped my phone on my keyboard.
Center able to grab it. G2 called in for the...
Do you have any insight onto why T1 put Carpe in? No, I have no idea. They haven't said anything officially, and I, don't have any other info either.
Going to be used pound for pound out through mid as well. Both teams are going to be hunting for that information, and the orb inside the just wants to try and take the fight straight to them. Maybe
Achilles is kings.
Expended. He desperately needs this. He's forward, taking the timing.
Paper Thin's turtlenecks.
Just going to be fading out.
He loves his turtlenecks.
Of their own, Jorgamo is going to be using it, gathering it, and he sees it. Tip tap of the footsteps.
Like, how are we not taking any space with this comp?
And here's some chaos for you. Attempt to reclear forces.
Because Sen is a good enough team to know how to play this and capable of playing this, and they have the individuals to play this. But it seems like right now it's much more like a...
His shield because he wasted it earlier on.
That's what he would be hoping for.
I don't know. It feels like they're trying to play it more like Gen G than more like Fnatic, but they're not even committing to the execs for that.
Left to try and control the situation, but it's too much for even him.
9-3.
It's where we stand for the last map here of our kickoff grand finals.
I live.
And G2 are going to
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I mean, I was actually watching the game, but
after a very nervous beginning to this
not
BO5,
streaming.
I would imagine.
How did it feel?
Get a chance.
It felt like G2 were the team that didn't permaban this map.
True.
With them to check that out, but
Why are you just naming Plat Chat Little League names? Oh, Twitch Chat was wondering about how casters could create teams in 2027. Which part of the production wanted you to edit out yesterday's stream? Oh, just the beginning part with like catering and stuff. It's just that entire floor, there's supposed to be no filming. That's just like the rule they have. So not necessarily that the catering can't go out, but it's just, you know, they want to keep the rules uniform for everyone. So I have to edit that out and then re-upload it. I will re-upload it at some point, but obviously we've got watch parties for 24 hours. So for those who missed it, we did a behind the scenes stream live from the studio yesterday. And I got to show you guys like the view from the stage and stuff. So definitely, if you missed it, once I upload it again, definitely check it out. Some cool stuff. Carpe has too much plot armor. I mean, listen, it worked. It worked out. Carpe looked good. The team, you know, they battled through. What's catering? The food. The food that we get. I thought it was Victoria yelling penis. No, production could care less if that goes out. That's up to me. I'll probably edit that out too.
For the grand finals, G2 have been on the cusp of a title many times before. This Valen-led team as well. They made sacrifices as well to stay together as a squad.
Friggin' Victoria.
Desperately, you can feel it. And this time
she's always. It's, you know what it is. It's also well, for one, Victoria's also just a little gremlin troll inside. But two, it's because she knows I like do everything in my power to, you know, keep it clean and, you know, follow the rules and whatnot. She's always trying to troll me. Like, she's always trying to like write naughty words on my notes and stuff and sabotage my notes and my data and now my streams, and she's out to get me, chat.
Zekan's gone for the gate crash. So super common for the Yoru to start the round over towards A and then have that gate crash on C.
The Carpe coffee pasta, it's so good.
And maybe that mid utility just
the stage one group draw was scripted. I mean, it almost looks like it.
For retake. And I think this is quite readable because it's a pretty classic thing a Yoru Isu comp would want to go for.
Oh, for those who missed the beginning of my behind the scenes stream, basically we got to chat a little bit to one of the producers. He used to be the global producer 2 years ago. And then I showed you guys like the food we get. Today's menu was actually pretty good, so it's not too much that you'll be missing out on.
Time has been bought. There's only 35 seconds left. And which direction are you going into, G2?
They're going back to Leaf.
It's a mad dash.
Leaf found an enormous gap in garage.
Wow.
SEN just following those sound cues. Might be kicking themselves.
Oh, Leaf is going very far.
They want to try and get
yeah.
most of this year, but a vulnerable.
But because he's this far, he gets a lot of util down.
Yeah.
Job, he got the space for his team to try and
they're respecting him a lot, actually. Holy, he's buying like what?
They got the wall as well for the flank.
Yeah, no, this is good.
Trying to put a squeeze on them.
Although the wall is
before that wall even comes in.
Yeah, very close. There you go.
The shoulder peeking out.
All right, now they go on site. 6-second window to force the fight somewhere.
Oh, the second got trapped.
The back of the site. They're right to cracking one to try and open it up.
They have to force.
Pressing forward.
Put the map. Nice.
As much as the advantage was
they still don't know where Leaf is.
Still on the spot.
But Zekan's so late.
How are you managing this?
Yeah.
Wow. They tried to go past the wall together on the flank. They missed the timing.
Yeah.
And so Zekken was just trapped there for 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Do you know if the Bangkok draw will be after the EMEA finals? Yes.
On that spike?
Yes, it should be.
Jono was just trading out. It's fundamental gameplay from G2. You see it here through his eyes. Other players die in front
I
of
mean,
him.
no Void, you're entirely right. That's exactly the way Victoria operates.
And it's pretty doom for
I swear I read somewhere that it will be after the EMEA finals. I might just be assuming things, but
expected outcome for G2.
it should
They'll
be.
be savoring it, thinking about it. A trophy is within
Welcome, camper. Welcome back.
Yup.
G2 is getting out of Swiss 2-0, so facing another region's top seed makes them 0-1, so they can never face G2.
Listen, rapidly approached. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Sent. Maybe if there was mistakes, but G2 aren't offering them. No cracks in the armor.
Yeah, no, I swear I read it somewhere. It might have been a fever dream, but yeah. It also would just make sense. And they've been pushing the live draws, so I think we'll get a live draw.
It's been a sprint to the finish line by the look of things. SEN are going to be waiting to get rifles online, hoping that they can do something, but this would be one hell of a comeback. Jumping into that just to try to deny Jonah P the kill.
I am a big fan of people using salvos for delay.
They're fine dying to Trent. So SEN have now got to get themselves into a spot where they can...
Wait, was that Oh, you're right. That was Shanghai.
Hopefully deny a Rolling Thunder, somehow turn this around with no practice on Haven.
No, but I swear I read it somewhere. Maybe someone can dig it up.
They've eased into this match. It took them longer than we expected.
Imagine if G2 run into Liquid and Bangkok and the greatest upset of all time happened. You're acting like the greatest upset of all time can't happen for the EMEA finals first.
Easy style of Valorant.
G2 rolled out the red carpet.
Because I'm assuming first seeds won't face second seeds. I mean, it would be kind of weird for that to be fully random. I guess you still get the championship points, so like there's a benefit to winning, but I'd assume always has been that way.
High-low setup here from Zelsis and back. Trying to deny the ult orb.
From clears. Well, he missed his way around. I mean, he just committed.
How has he lived that? How has he got out of that?
This is C control and a TP deep up onto the side back.
Got top stop peeking. They had to throw smoke.
Recovery and fire is in order and necessary.
What is going on?
Disaster.
Oh, Neri? Oof.
Yeah.
Miss a quick flick of the wrist. This will try and dodge these dashes, and the flash is coming his way.
I like the no hesitancy on the Rolling Thunder.
Going down. No problems there, and G2 getting ever closer. Going forwards.
This would have
Whoa.
It's fine, it's bait. He
Need
wins.
a little bit more. Dart revealing, bit of spam potential, but still they're going to try and take this one together.
Oh,
Dude.
And the jumping right clicks.
How do you lose?
They save them for now.
Jeez.
That is what they needed. John Cutie miracle.
I mean, G2 should have won that. What the hell was that?
Road for SEN to walk. But with less than 30 health
Trent with
combined,
the whip.
they get it across the line. Don't
I feel like you guys are putting my balls on the taffy machine. You know the one where you put it on, you flip it, and then you pull, and then you flip it again? The taffy stretcher?
There you go, Bittermilk. Thank you. Thanks for digging up that tweet. There will be a live draw after
or get too obsessed with it and forget about the game.
after the EMEA finals.
Distracted by the gleam off the trophy. G2 group up for a fast A, looking to maybe to get Trent the Armageddon.
I mean, yeah, Liquid already made the upset, but if Liquid beats Vitality, that would be insane.
Almost do enough as well to clear it out. So
yeah, they just push everyone away from reinforcing bricks. So as long as you hard clear bricks, as Jorg is doing, you're not too worried. Reclear though for Sentinels.
Yeah,
it was working on split. Can it work again?
They're going for it. Grouped up. Shield popped. Paints the picture. It's obvious right now for G2, but despite how obvious it is, you have to hit back, you have to fight back. Sentinel's not willing to go down without a fight, not just yet.
Eventually still goes down, but
too many more kills because they have that player advantage.
for V3, you have dimensional drift if you want to check for info too.
Control the aggression from SEN.
But you don't really need to. You've got garage covered, you've got seaside covered, you're watching B.
Down 3v4. Using that to break the trip.
Uh-oh. that drone does not get you the information.
It's good.
Doesn't go for the extended fight. I like it.
Retake over towards A. He's got the kill. He's played his life.
Individually.
No reason to overcomplicate it.
Individually, these initiator players on both
You
teams
want
are playing
Liquid
really
to send
well.
all the favorites home and Bangkok. People just want chaos, huh?
How they could get this done should be Sentinels getting up to 5.
I mean, this
especially
should
because
be.
they're gonna have full info of
Does
where these post-round
Trent go
players
for the
are.
Armageddon here to delay?
Mr. Clearance, I'm not too short as a
No,
dart.
no time now.
Rebounding round the back and spam into the smoke. They got to know and expect it. Yeah. So dimensional drift was
Any believers?
essentially able to make that one just a walk in the park.
Any believers in chat? Because it ain't me.
Still breathing.
Finding value off the reclear.
Come on, Shai, you said Zen would win.
More of those.
I would, and then like I watched a bunch of these rounds.
But Narrate didn't have a chance to use
I got
his
a
ISO ultimate here.
letter from the president that said I was wrong.
And in a larger macro sense as well, they haven't really been exploring what Zelsis is up to.
One round at a time. Come on now.
They're locked in.
Zelsis has been putting a trip garage and then a camera.
Trent is 19-8-5, Chad.
So when the
What are we
trip
going
gets
for,
broken
mid-aggro
by Trent
against
Salvos,
an
he
eco?
still has.
I'm actively anti-believing.
Listen, if it becomes 11-9,
Are they trying to get
I'll
value from
believe.
the ISO ult early?
What is this?
Oh my!
There's no way.
That's such a sick play, man.
Threshold, and it is returned with a fire and a trade in
Fuck,
sight.
Dude,
Disappears.
They're just doing shit.
Thrown in.
they're just.
Could have been an incredible play to make.
Oh, they
Narrate
missed the
used his
ISO.
shield, so he felt incentivized to use the ultimate, and he just sent it too late.
It's gone.
Oh my gosh!
Evacuated. He does look a
They
little
do have the
uncomfortable
read,
on the
though.
ISO. Been a while since he played Duelist.
You guys know that gif of those two guys in a
Rings
gunfight,
around them.
but it's like
Within
close
the chaos,
range?
They might thrive, and they might even be able to get that thrifty win still. Okay.
Oh my God, there's no way.
So we're going to be used to stem the
them with
bleeding
that.
here for Sen. Cam as well. Look, you can play for this one to the retake. Give it a spam onto the corner just in case. Trying to time it right.
Double flank.
Double
They're not
flank,
thinking about this, surely.
wins.
John, completely caught unaware.
I mean, well, I was gonna say they push out, but
Bala steps forwards, only earns himself the one, but Sight given up.
okay.
Locks it all
You know,
the way
Liquid
down.
really is the dark
15
horse team
numbers in
now,
Sen
going
High.
to Bangkok. They're not necessarily the worst, but they are the dark horse
They
team
are
for
2
sure.
rounds away from getting that elusive trophy, and yet Sen are
Did
starting to put
Heretics look
rounds
good
together.
before the
That's
Liquid
now
match? I mean, yeah. They didn't look. You know, they had a couple rocky moments, but
What a play from Bang to begin the round. I mean, you could see him stuck, not used to that. Had to make a decision. These are the last of G2's
they're getting locked in.
reserves.
Kaplan's believing.
Try. Probably they're going to run
Jog,
a fast round
dimensional
here, because
drift.
Jorgamo has the Yoru ult.
Surely we send
Sen
it.
should be able to read that.
They should. But we'll find out and we'll see. It's 2 players lined up out towards mid. Just the one spotted. Wait a second. Bait on the end of a stick. Gonna be calling for the pings as well. Dart, fault line. An attempt from Jorgamo. He's got a worry and he seems to
Whoa.
expect that play was occurring. The squeeze.
Okay, he just wants to get the information, I guess. Narrate.
Util out into the hands and Narrate with a shield.
Can't go through.
We're gonna smoke.
He goes into the fawns, he loses it anyway, but a duration.
Oh, that's so good.
no
That's
way.
so good. Perfectly timed too.
G2 have control of this one. It's a lot of util expended at that paranoia sweeps
That
its way through.
the undercut shot dart combo, chat. That's why you play it.
Stalled out and
Push
they are.
CT again.
Slow down.
Go back to the
Reclearance
well,
out
no?
into garage. Might just come down to these fights that are taken. Dart rebounds. Echo was almost alone when he's taking that one.
Oh
And
my
these
God,
players are
Narrate,
falling.
no.
Sen to do a lot here.
You were the
Clearing the way
chosen
forward.
one.
Jorgamo is low. The dash, or at least the flash, is going to be broken here. Cut it up. Leave cannot do
Oh
it here.
no, G2.
Leaving it down to Jorgamo.
Okay.
TP.
Oh, he knows.
Jorgamo hears it. He expects
Not
it.
enough.
Damn.
Okay.
Not enough.
Some belief. Some belief.
Saw a little bit of belief seeping in.
Nah.
5 seconds that they still had to play with there.
G2's got this.
The retake coordination is great.
Chat, you can't get baited by this. Chat, how much pain must we all endure to stop being baited?
Brilliant.
The comebacks aren't real.
Judy even setting up the high-low.
Uh-oh. Hold on. I've seen that look before. Maybe you should believe.
G2 forced to take a tactical timeout.
That look on Zels's face, I've seen that before.
These retakes, honestly. And it's strange because Leaf has Thorns down in the post plant. Narrate can't really get in with his shield. It's not the ISO that's necessarily
When do you
providing all the
believe?
value. It's the players coming in
You
afterwards.
believe when
And G2,
Sen
I
is on
think,
match
not
point.
setting up enough ideas for themselves. No garage reflanks, for example, on a round like that. They can't really fight post plant aggression because they're trying to use the Thorns to keep the other team out from flood defending. It's starting to get
Fnatic just come
concerning
back from
actually.
3.
They have just taken their eyes off the prize.
Oh my gosh.
We got a glance at it.
Why do VCT fans enjoy pain?
Valens talked about it. They're confident coming into this season.
Okay, they have that
They know they're
operator.
one of the best, if not the best team in Americas, but it's about how you prove it here and now.
Second op, better econ.
The mood is almost flipped. You wouldn't expect Sentinels to be down this many rounds with the way that they're acting after these rounds and the replays themselves. They know it's one round at a time.
At the same time, though, anything can happen. And these eco situations are often where the team with lower economy just throws caution to the wind. SEN, though, look like they're set up pretty to deal with this.
Odin primed and ready. It's going to be a Thorns.
Nice and early. Gate crash. Good shield.
Hold their ground into it. That's a TP forwards. Dismissed. Right there.
Okay.
I like what they're going for here with the high-low setups. Right in front with a shield, bang, Ward's playing up top.
Not quite the setup they were looking for.
Bit of danger dismissed.
I don't want to believe that they're so close. They're not that close yet, chat. You can at least wait until 9, like Shio said.
G2 do need to be doing a bit more.
Yeah, Jog. I was praising Jog as the best Euro we've seen so far in kickoff, and today it's been a little bit iffy, both in terms of firepower and the Euro play. Obviously, based on the high standards he set for himself.
It's accounted for, at least without angles. Celsius wraps it all the way
Leaf.
around. Leaf is right there behind him.
Oh my gosh.
Play it down into mids. He's turned it into a 1v2.
Oh my gosh.
In the hands of Zekin. Spike. Drop down.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be the win com here for Sentinels. Leaf does not expect it. Surely.
Oof.
Zekin just creeps around the corner. Locked in. Ready to take this all the way.
Hey, what's up, Tron?
5 rounds in a row. And the gap down to 3.
There's no way G2 loses,
barely
chat.
in the lead. And certainly if they lose this round, in a super precarious position.
They're locked in, though.
Has an operator. G2 need to navigate that. They also need to be worried about the info that Zelsis is
Cosmic Divide and Steel Garden, surely.
Ults to work with. Does that break the trip? Yeah, it does. So no kill trip over towards A-Long.
Second contemplating whether they wanted to step up to this, but you don't know if they've taken up control towards A, and G2 have. Drone's going to be used in a forward position. Everybody grouped up. There is no pivot option here for G2. It's all in.
There it is. Steel Garden.
Now Steel Garden on top of it.
Just Sheriffs. Oh. He actually gets it.
Inside the cage. He turned himself. And his team,
oh my God.
Pick, bang. Within that
Why are they playing so fast?
Of course he's going to be thriving. The windows of opportunities that are being created by his teammates. And they're ready to run this one all the way to another round win. 2 left to stand from G2. How often have these players been in this spot? Valen and
Okay. Fault line to buy time.
There's a dimensional drift now.
Dimensional drift.
Oh my God.
Okay. Rolling Thunder to prevent the other. Oh my gosh.
Down to the 1v1. Valen, he's low enough.
Oh, what a good move.
Yeah, no, he wins these.
Could it be 12?
Elite,
Could
man.
it be Sentinels in control?
There's no chance he has this read. There's no chance.
Surely thinks he's sure.
It's half earned. He wants
What a play by Valen.
Man, well played.
2v4 Jonah and Valen. Holy. Literal game winning.
That was very good. That was very good. That's true. It turned into a pretty decent best of 5. In the beginning, it was not, but that's true. That's true, YouTube chat.
I don't know how they whiffed that. I don't know how they weren't able to get the kill on the Professor.
Oh, and economy just not there.
Valen takes it down. They're up to tournament point
That
here.
is rough, dude. You won 5 in a row and your economy's not there. That just goes to show how tough it's been.
G2 playing empowered. There's passion behind them. Slow and steady, though. Not going to be losing track of the discipline that's led them this far in the best-of-5 series. Zekken, he's forwards. He needs to respect that drone. He breaks it. TP's back out. It's danger there if he gets caught with a suppression, but... Reclear protocols of G2 now coming through.
Needs to be perfection from Sentinels.
Leaf,
Somehow,
Leaf needs to create some space, but
like they were so
obviously,
out of it. It
you
looked
look
like
at the
the trophy
econ.
was
You don't
already
want to
in
just
G2's
dry
hands.
peek into areas.
Senna going for a mid-reclear, caught by the flash.
Okay, that gives them some information that people are looking for information in mid.
Steps forwards. He's only got a
And then it's a silent, just rotate over with zero information.
Got the wrong read.
Mid-round information, and
This is a disaster.
Sen have got the wrong idea completely.
Why is there a skull next to Trent in the HUD? That indicates that they are the top fragger in this game, in the server, but the Korea and China UIs don't have that. For some reason, they took it off.
Drops it down. Trent going for the plant as well, and it has to be that retake by Sen. None the wiser. And they're only just going to realize it. They're going to be late to the party.
How much value can we get?
They're so late to it as well.
Yeah, no, there's just so much time for Leaf.
Is taking it into a completely different direction.
Zelsis knows though, but
off the clock here. G2, this is their time to shine.
Can the Skyrim guard shoot his arrow?
That they've been hunting for. All lies on this. The retake coming
yes,
through.
Zelsis
is watching for the flank. Leaf has been
down
out. And the feed is filling
Big
up
flood.
with blue.
Jog.
Knocking it down, crash up to the corner.
Wow. What?
Wow.
This is a rapid approach indeed.
Okay.
Sentinels. Not to be pushed back.
OT, OT, OT.
I think they made. I think they should. Once the retake didn't come in for a while, I wonder if they didn't even think. And like Leaf isn't even hearing anything either.
Yeah.
Like, could we not just like make the call to come off site? Like, they're getting battered in these post plants on C, like playing on site. I know spams aren't good, but with 5 players,
Nah, even with 5, like the stuns, the darts.
yeah, the stuns, darts, Astrosark.
True.
Tournament point. 4 chances down to 3.
I mean,
Chat, I'm getting
honestly,
so
yeah, they don't
hungry.
even have KO, so
And honestly,
they're probably right.
round 20 was the
It's just people have been conditioned so hard to
Other than
not
It's
play
been
for that shit anymore.
domination from Sen on the defense side of Haven. G2 are going to have to pick themselves back up.
The backside of this timeout, but that is
Yeah, I think China, it's probably the censoring, but Korea, I don't know if it has that. Maybe though.
Going up against Sen, the 6 man has turned up. The crowd buff potentially active.
This is the round where Valen lifts the trophy. That's what chat wants to say.
Over every single misstep and mistake that
I
you
believe.
make on the stage.
If G2 allow themselves to dwell on that, then the choking question will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. If they do lose this,
Chobra sounds like Rob Moore.
all of those same
What?
questions are going to come crashing
you?
down.
Do I?
The
I don't
closer Sen
know.
get to overtime,
I guess
the
my
more
voice
G2 are
being
gonna be
shot
mentally
has
out of the
transformed
game.
me into Rob
This
Moore.
round,
A CEO?
I mean,
about it too
honestly,
hard. If you G2,
right now, you do a bit.
Really?
a little bit, see if you can get some big ults online.
It's like your voice sounds a bit more
what you can,
deeper and
do what
gravelly
you
than
can.
usual.
Well, let me tell you, that kid can shoot.
And then round 23, see if you can lock things up. But for Sentinels,
Let's go Sen
got
City.
Let's go Sen City.
It's a missed opportunity at that. Bit of spam coming through onto either side of this one. The shield is immediately gone.
All right, win this, win this.
Trent, this is goat
Trent
stuff.
out.
Ooh, that was a good one from Neri.
Shield online. Waits until the final moment. It's an aftershock as they were trying to predict that location.
Oh,
The Ring is the
no.
one to salvage the
Oh,
operation.
Oh, we're on
no.
eco. Okay, now we're chilling. We're chilling.
Could have been Diane. It could have gone wrong.
Bro, they won a pistol and a second round, and then the only round they've won was a hero 2v4.
cleaning up a small error from Bang. A big round from Narrate. But
Oh, boy.
ISO
They're
ult
definitely VCT
for
locked in.
rifle rounds. Forced to use it on the eco. And as flashy as that is, it's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, you know, everyone wanted to just trash on Pacific for each forcing each other to play scrappy games, and this is what happens when the pressure is high. That's what I've been trying to tell you. That's the
You've got
beauty
your
of
ult,
sports.
Tail ult. This is has to be your round. G2.
Salvos postured and pushed them back. Dimensional drift to account for.
In towards B, wrapping
constant information from this.
Link.
Bro,
TP into deep spawn.
TP into spawn.
Okay.
Cuts it up onto the one corner. Up through heaven as well.
Oh, the spawn TP. I just can't wait.
What options do they even have? I think they've seen it gliding.
They don't hear it. They don't see it.
Senna grouping up. They're ready and waiting for this one. Valen with the plant, sticking. They're going to push it back.
Is it to kill the Soba? It's to kill the Soba?
Oh my gosh, it's so good. Oh my god.
And now Sentinels left to do it just
that is amazing.
Player disadvantage. Here's the retake coming through. The blinds are good, but the kills are going to be better.
What a way to end it all.
Dude, what a call, man.
Hold on. They're kind of throwing. Valen's throwing a little. They have missiles.
Nah.
They've been tested, they've been pushed, but a util just makes it almost impossible.
Ooh, okay, the last tick.
Nice try.
GG, dude, what a play in the final round.
That's very deserving.
Yeah, no, that's so sick.
Crazy call.
What a show, what a way to send these Americas teams to Masters Bangkok.
Chad, that's so sick. That Euro.
Get to celebrate with this tiny little
so sick.
Dude, why is it? What's the Pacific? What's the Pacific one like?
I've seen it. I think I've seen it. They wouldn't confirm if that was the actual trophy or not, which leads me to believe it is. And it's also tiny. They must have all had an agreement that it was all just going to be tiny trophies.
Yeah, we're going to give a little tin pots out.
Did not make it easy for them. Not whatsoever. But it's G2.
I think the top half of it is missing.
Right now, and they are your America's Kickoff champions.
I mean, friggin' huge for G2 though. First Ascension team to lift a trophy.
Multiple times last year. Incredible.
It doesn't actually look as bad when he's holding it. I thought it was going to look a lot smaller when you're holding it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll yield.
I'm going to bed.
All right.
All right. Good night.
I will see you guys later.
Later.
We're going to send it down to the floor momentarily as well.
Damn, chat.
All right, everybody, let's keep that going a few more times. Your kickoff grand champions, G2 esports.
Right, really down. I mean, I get that you don't want, like, you can't keep making every trophy bigger.
How proud are you about the team? And feel free to say that. But it looks like you got a pretty international team here, and that grind can be long and tough throughout the year. How does the coaching staff, how do you prepare for a team that's going to continue to bring you to these events?
I get it.
Ooh, I don't know, but I'll start off with, like, I'm so damn proud of my players and believing in the process. It's been a long one, you know. Honestly, it's been like 2 years, maybe 3 years for some of these guys, and I'm just so happy that I'm able to give them a path forward to realize their dreams.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if
Well, it's been absolutely amazing, Josh. Congratulations on the win. Jogamo.
No, there isn't a draw for America.
World champion. Now you get to lift a title here in North America. When you came to this team, what did you want to make sure you brought to the squad?
Oh, the main thing is I wanted to bring a trophy to these guys. I know they've been working so hard since Ascension, and winning this America's title means a lot to them. So I know that we're going to kill the rest of the year like that.
All right, amazing. Jogamo, congrats
Damn,
on being
the
able
confidence
to
that I can help bring the trophy.
I gotta ask you, we're always watching, people are looking. What are some of the things you can say about your team that we're not seeing outside of the game that are actually making the wins count?
Honestly, it's just our mental. Every round, like even that last game was very hard. You know, we just have to bring each other up, and like Josh preaches, just fighter mentality every round. So that's it.
All right, congrats on the win. Congrats, Valen. One of the loudest voices out there, always talking, always chatting. You have been grinding as an IGL for this trophy. What does it mean to finally get your team over the line to hold that trophy?
I mean, like we were back-to-back domestic last year and we lost. So those were like some of the worst feelings I felt going back-to-back and losing both. And this time it means a lot to me because it was so like hard working to get this win. There were times where we felt like they were playing better than us. I mean, even this last game, we're going to come back down, but we pulled through. And, you know, it just gives me a lot of confidence with these boys going into international play that I'm not the curse because they won they won Spotlight without me, and I was like, dude, am I the curse for Grand Finals? And if we lost today, I would have been convinced, but I'm not. So
never, man. Well, congratulations on the win.
Oh, that smile is so real. That smile is so real.
This is actually pretty nice. I like this. One singular leaf, one singular trophy, as it should be, as you have been fighting for. I got to ask you, you're all about the mechanics. Everybody's always saying you're one of the best players, but you're also watching a lot of VODs. Who are you most excited to play when you get to Bangkok?
Probably Vitality.
Okay, why is that?
I mean, we scrimmed them when they were here in America, and I mean, I feel like in terms of raw firepower and like potential, I think they're the only people that rival us in the game.
All right, awesome. Congrats on the win. I'm gonna fizz.
Damn.
All right, Trent. One of the longest on the team, also one of the youngest on the team. I remember when you first played on the LAN, it was kind of like, oh my God, Trent can't have music. Can Trent play without music? But that wasn't even the case.
Oh, I remember that.
Changed so much. For you though, what has been the biggest change? How has Trent grown?
I think the coaching staff and like all my teammates have helped me grow a lot, and you know, just learning to get fundamentals down, playing with my team, better my utility, just all around player really.
What's it feel like to lift a trophy in front of your parents, your family?
Feels very good. Shout out to them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for your kickoff grand champions G2.
I mean, this is, yeah, like people are saying, they still need to make champs to guarantee that they return next year, but winning this like helps a lot because now you have, what is it, 3 points?
Don't go anywhere. We have the stage
It's a lot.
1 draw show.
Oh, they are going to do the stage 1 draw show.
Action we're about to get in stage 1. Stick with us.
Oh, let's check this out. I wonder why America's and supposedly EMEA maybe is doing it after the grand finals instead of the lower finals.
Kickoff was just the beginning. VCT Americas, the best region, you know it's true, returns to the Riot Games Arena.
Actually, I think it is better to do it after the lower finals.
This is a 5-week gauntlet where every single match matters.
Well, I don't know. This trailer is better. Well, because I think after it's weird because you want the focus to be on Masters Bangkok. I don't know.
Each team will play
I guess there's no winning.
within their group.
It's either or.
And crucial championship points are on the line. The Stage 1 playoffs start on April 24th.
Is Chobra
the bracket has been expanded to include 8
No,
teams.
winning this
The
doesn't
#1
change the
seeds from
seeding
each
for the
get a
group
bye
draw
and skip
for
the first
stage
round of
1.
competition.
Because
Leaving
the way the
#2
group draw
and
works for
#3
stage 1 is
seeds from
simply
each
like
group to fight it
the
out
2
in our
finalists can't be in the same group,
The
right?
#4
You know,
seeds
3rd
are
and 4th
going to
place
have
can't be in
to
the
pull
same
off a
group. Like, you just have to
miracle
separate them. It
run,
doesn't matter which
because
one's
those two
above or
teams
not.
start in the lower bracket right from the jump. The team that finishes in 4th place will have to settle for a championship point as a consolation prize and watch as the top 3 book a trip to Masters Toronto.
Is there seeding with winning this? You mean for Masters? I mean, I would assume so.
The stage 1 winner
So
walks
nothing's
away
been
with a
said yet,
whopping
but
5
we've all
points
been
as well
making
as
the assumption that
coveted stage
it
1
would
trophy.
be. Because otherwise, with 8 teams, what kind of draw are we doing anyway for Bangkok, right? I mean, I guess it could be a random draw. But I would hope that there is seeding, because otherwise...
Follow us on X, Instagram, and TikTok at Valley Sports NA for all the latest news, exclusive video content.
I mean, I think
and more.
G2 should be safe to get to champions, but who knows?
They know where second is, and they're going to be dropping it on him. Narrate is close by, and he's dead.
I mean, 4 teams. You got SEN, you got potentially MIBR, Loud, Crew. You know, do we still give credit to 100 Thieves NRG? Like, it's still a pretty competitive section.
Show, and today our sights are going to be set on stage 1 and the 2 groups that our teams will be competing in, the Alpha and the Omega group. Now, as a Kenny Omega fan, I am quite impartial to this one. Now, in any case, so I'll be assisting here. I'll be assisting, and we have Nick Weatherloo, who's going to be drawing for us here. Guys, give it up for Nick.
Chat, give me 1 second.
Thank you so much.
Keep watching
Nick,
this.
Pleasure to have you here, my friend. Yet again, you excited?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's hope we make no errors. All right, let's do this. So let's go over the rules really quickly. We have 5 pools based on the final kickoff standings. We'll start with Pool 1, which has the top 2 teams, and then we'll draw and place them into the Alpha group, and then we'll move on to the Omega group, and then so on and so forth. But for that last pool there, Pool 5, there are 4 teams in there, and we will be scattering them about. Okay, so it's very simple, very easy. Ready to do this, Nick? All right, let's do this. Let's do pool 1. Ooh, okay, and there's only 1 of 2 options, so can't be that bad, you know? That was a way to be. Sentinels! All right. And I gotta find this here. Okay, there we
Dude, they're
go.
doing it in
All right,
reverse?
Sentinels locked
Damn, they're
in.
doing it in
Let's go ahead and
reverse.
do the
Wait,
Omega group,
why would
which
they do it
one
in
of that?
reverse?
No idea.
That's
How could that be?
less fun,
Oh,
no?
it's the team that won kickoff. It's G2! Oh, would you look at that? What are the chances? What are the chances? All right, now let's move on to pool 2.
I'm guessing you'll be taking some rest and heading to the arena. Yeah. After the straw show, I'll be taking a little bit of another nap, and then I'll be at the arena. Well, yeah, we'll probably start at sometime in the middle of the pre-show. So again, a reminder to everyone that we'll be at the arena with Elevated from GE for the live co-stream for Pacific Grand Finals. I'm excited for that. Don't oversleep. Yeah, that'll be important.
And there it is. And let's give it up for MIBR. Come on, everyone. Come on. Let's go. I want claps for every team. Claps for every team, people. All
Damn.
Right, pool 3.
All right.
This would be Leviathan or Loud.
Oh, loud.
Well done, everyone. Good clapping, good audio. I like where your head's at. Well done.
Okay,
All right,
a nice balance of NA, LATAM, and Brazil.
Will be Leviathan.
Yeah, I wish they did it bottom up. Like it's, and then figuring out like, oh, where does Center G2 go? Like the top 2 teams.
Who's it gonna be?
I feel like it should have been bottom up.
NRG and 100 Thieves, or I could be. No, EG, you know more than me, Nick. You're smarter than I am. EG, going into the alpha. All right. How we're feeling about the alpha group so far, guys? You interested?
Damn.
All right, let's go. Pool 4.
So, and dude, Omega looking a bit more stacked, no? Okay, now.
And now it's time to get good.
Now.
This one only has 4. Oh, it's not only. This one has 4 slots. So let's do this, Nick. 4 teams are
If
in this
100
pool.
Thieves
100 Thieves, C9
goes into Omega,
so far? Yeah.
then this is scripted for SEN.
Claps, I enjoy it. Good golf claps. Yes. All right.
Dude, 100.
Who's it going to be in the alpha?
All right, this is 2G.
It's
Oh, okay, saved. Some balance on the universe. Some balance. That's quite the clout lineup, though. SEN, Loud, 100 Thieves.
got 2G, C9, and Furia still
Damn.
left. Who's it going to be? This is the one we should be oohing. Furia! All right.
Okay.
Furia goes into
I mean, let's be honest. Do we?
Omega group, which leaves us with Cloud9 and 2G as our final 2 options.
I don't know which is better here.
I'm hearing some Sentinels fans asking for 2G in your group. I don't know if you want to wish for that one. If Spike come's back,
Omega's still pretty stacked for sure. C9. Oh, 2G. Dude, Omega is rough, man.
And that means, of course, the last one will be Cloud9, but we'll go ahead and...
I don't know. 100 Thieves going into Alpha has balanced it out, though, in my opinion. I think 100 Thieves has balanced it out. No, I think 100 Thieves going to Alpha has balanced it out. You got SEN and then Crew Loud are competitive. 100 Thieves should recover. Right, so you have like a pretty clear top 4, but you still don't know. Omega, you got G2, MBR, Lev, NRG. Like the top 4 are pretty set. It's just the order.
Nick, thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you. Now joining me.
If 100 Thieves was in Omega, then that would be rough. But
You might be slightly familiar with them.
it feels a bit more balanced. They're doing play, dude. I love that. Pacific should have. Well, I guess we had just the 2 Korean teams. I guess.
Group here, how you feeling right now, Valen?
Honestly, I feel like they're kind of even. I mean, Alpha may be a little bit more stacked, but I'm happy with my group. I want to beat all these people, so I'm glad they're in my group.
Okay. All right. He called it there, Jonah. What about for you, man? What do you make of this one?
I'm glad we got MIBR because nobody likes them anyway, so.
Whoa!
Damn, what the hell?
That's ironic considering no one likes G2 either.
Oh, he snapped! My heart, I'm too old for this. What are you doing? Okay, Celsius.
What the heck?
I should ask you about the trash talk, but
Dude, Jonah P always trash talks out of nowhere.
Good. I think America's is still stacked, but you know, I think you're still looking at the best teams in America, so we're just gonna beat them anyway.
Okay, love it.
I like
oh,
that.
Look at that
I like
solidarity. That's so sweet. John, my friend, any team in this group that you're excited to go up against here again?
I mean, we just have the classicals there, right? Like Loud, 100 Cheese, SEN. I mean, we just got the viewership group for sure.
They definitely have the viewership group. Yep,
All
they
right, John,
definitely have the viewership group.
Bangkok, you're excited to go. What are you looking forward to doing? Any teams you're looking forward to competing against in Bangkok?
I mean, it's always nice to compete internationally in Valorant. I mean, that's the goal, and I mean, the plan is go and win it, obviously. Looking forward to play like all regions if we get a chance, and like play all regions and win. Yep.
Yeah, Zelsis, how would it feel to lift another Masters trophy again?
It'd feel pretty good. I mean, getting 2 in a row at the start would be nice. Like first last year, then this year would be great. I'm just not looking forward to the flight. Yeah.
Hey, I feel you on that one, bro. I feel you on that one. You guys think Sentinel's going to do good in
It
Bangkok?
can't be too bad.
I think so.
Wait, are there no direct
and of course
flights?
for G2, Jonah, my friend.
Surely there
I
are.
mean, you know, Bangkok's right around the corner. Anything you're looking forward to?
It's like 14 hours.
Looking forward to the flight.
13 hours.
The opposite.
That's not bad.
If we win, it'll be nice. People will just say it's an 18 tournament, that it means nothing, but you know, who cares?
Hey, those 18 tournaments are hard, all right?
There's no direct flights from the States?
Of course,
Really?
For Valen, you're going
Okay,
into
that
this
is
one,
kind of rough.
Big opportunity for you to go for a back-to-back trophy lift. Do you feel that pressure? Or are you
That is
just not
kind of
really
rough,
worried
then.
about it?
Not really pressure. I just am grateful for the moment to be able to travel again and compete. I mean, like John said, that's what we play for. So I'm so glad to be in this position.
Once again,
especially with the team
Pacific
right now,
Superior.
'cause
Direct
my
flights to
confidence with these boys is
Bangkok.
through the roof. And so hopefully we're going to carry that into Bangkok, get the first dub, and just take off.
Hey,
like how they did last year.
No, there's no way
Hey,
it's
well, you know
22
what?
hours
I think
minimum.
I
Chat,
speak
what
for
are
all
you
of us here when I say
talking
that We are
about?
so pumped for our America's representation in Bangkok to kick
How
all
is
the
it
asses.
22 hours minimum to get to Bangkok? It takes.
And that is going to do it for us
That's
here.
like-
You see our groups. We'll see G2 and Sentinels at Masters Bangkok.
That's like if we're trying to get to Sao Paulo from Korea. It's actually longer than that, but it's like 32 hours for Sao Paulo. But
right here at the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California.
There's-
Thank you so much for watching, everyone.
there's no
Appreciate
way.
you. Congratulations to both teams on an incredible
Chat, that's crazy. First of all, I agree that this group is more balanced than Pacific. Although the more I think about it, I don't know if that's true. Because of the layover time? Why is this in Korean? Oh my god, it is. What the hell? What the hell? What? I don't have search assistant enabled. What the? I would never lie. I'm sorry, YouTube. I always doubt you guys. Yeah, there's no direct flights. That's crazy. There's no direct flights? Oh, and I'm sorry, but listen, I don't... Sorry for the flashbang, by the way, but like, I don't mean to discriminate among airlines, but like, dude, a 22-hour flight with a layover on China Southern or China Eastern or Air China, I would, yep, nope, that's rough, man. That's rough. If you're gonna fly these, the teams gotta get them upgrades. Riot probably just books economy. I don't know if Riot books them though. I don't know if the team does for Masters. Actually, now that I think about it. Sliggy said you have no job. What? Dude, Sliggy out here just slandering me? I mean, I don't, actually. I don't have a job, but you know, was that Sliggy's tangent into the raid? He called me jobless, chat? Is that what's going on? Damn, that's rough. Well, since I don't have a job, I'm gonna run some ads. Thank you for the raid, Sliggy. Thanks for joining us, everybody. That's crazy. A pity raid is crazy. Sliggy, it's gotten to him, chat. He's changed, chat. Man, you know, he thinks he's all that now. We're coming for him, chat. The real reason I left casting, I'm coming for Sliggy. I said not a pity raid. We got him. We got him. We got him out here in chat. Oh, man. Oh, I'm just kidding. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for joining, everybody. All right, we'll run some ads. It usually doesn't go out to everyone anyway. Maximize our income. YouTube tells me now would be a good time to run some ads. We were just looking at flights. I didn't realize that there were no direct flights from LA. It's crazy. You popped off on the 2 Genji cast. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, so I don't know how this works for Masters. I assume Riot books flights for teams to Masters, like to international tournaments. But if you want to go earlier, like I don't know how that works. I would assume they just ask the dates. But surely the teams are allowed to pay to upgrade. Because listen, if you have to take a 22-hour flight with a layover on these airlines, like you better be getting your players upgrades, man. Yeah, I guess so. Are these all through? That's Hong Kong. Incheon. That's not bad. I mean, honestly, dude, there's an Asiana Airlines one. Oh, that's not too bad. Take the Asiana one to Incheon. Then you can, like, sleep in the capsule hotels in the Incheon airport. Called jobless by a 24/7 Valorant co-streamer. Oh, man. I've done the flight in economy before. It's not great. Yeah. I mean, layovers are... as someone who's flown a lot. I don't mind, like, 14-hour flights. I mean, it's not great, you know. It's not like I'm not excited to go on a 14-hour flight, but I don't mind it. I'm used to it, even in economy. But the layover and then having to get back on, and then that's when the airlines matter. Also, long flights, the airline matters for sure. You hate 14-hour flights? I very much doubt Riot's gonna book Asian. No, surely they do. It's not that much. No, it's not like you're... No. That's the least Riot can do. You surely get a little bit of a choice. I mean, I understand if they're only booking economy, and the team has to pay for upgrades, but... I took a 15-hour flight from Toronto to Tokyo. That was my last ever flight. Riot covers the hotels, I'm pretty sure. But that's why, like, teams that get eliminated early get sent home, and then the orgs have to pay if they want to stick around, as far as I understand. Isn't it similar case when APAC teams went to Brazil? Well, Brazil is rough. Brazil is like 32 hours from Seoul, I'm pretty sure. Oh, 25 hours. Not bad. But yeah, Brazil is rough. Brazil is rough. 24 hours to 30 hours total. Yeah, I don't know. When I go on long flights, the thing is, chat, I used to, because when I used to live in LA and I used to travel for work for different events like IEMs and stuff, I would fly the same flight path so much that my body would just know. So what would happen is, I'd get on the flight and I'd immediately go to sleep. Right? So I'd immediately go to sleep. And then my body would just naturally wake up right before they would serve the first meal. Like, just on a timer. And then I would eat, watch a movie, and then I'd go back to sleep. And then I would just wake up right before the second meal, if it's a long flight. And then it's up to me if I want to take another nap or not before landing. But yeah, my body used to be so used to it. You know, dude, I love plane food. I'm just going to say that outright. I love plane food. I love airplane food. It's not always great, but generally it's a fun experience. Because, you know, you never know what you're going to get. No, airplane... Chat, you guys just haven't flown on good airlines, chat. You guys just haven't flown on good airlines. You gotta fly on the good airlines. Listen. Good airlines have some decent food, man. I mean, obviously it's not, you can't compare it. Like, this is like when people want to compare like McDonald's to a legit, like a Gordon Ramsay burger. Of course you can't compare that. But is Taco Bell good for fast food? It's not legit tacos, but Taco Bell is goated. You know? No, I didn't say you're poor. Calling us poor when you're jobless is crazy. No. It has nothing to do with the price. Oh my god. That's crazy. No, it doesn't have anything to do with the price. Chat. You just gotta find the right ones, man. Oh, you just gotta find the right ones. Honestly, I feel like I've had okay food on Delta. Obviously, Asiana and Korean Airlines both very good. Although I think generally Korean Air is much more superior in the food department. You know, it used to be that Asiana used to be the more superior food, but obviously they've slowly declined. In terms of within the states, honestly, but within the states you never really get full meals. But Southwest was always a reliable one. I've actually never flown Singapore, I think. I don't think I've ever flown the Singapore Airlines. Those Valorant streamers change up so fast. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't think I've ever flown... Wait, did I fly Emirates for our honeymoon? We might have flown Emirates for our honeymoon. I think we did fly Emirates for our honeymoon. But obviously, like, we shelled out a little bit for the honeymoon. I mean, Lufthansa is always reliable. American Airlines is not great, though. American Airlines is not great. Singapore Airlines is really good. Is it really expensive, though? Yeah, I've never flown Singapore Airlines. Our honeymoon, chat. Me and my wife's honeymoon, not my honeymoon with you, chat. Are you watch partying APAC Finals? Yes, I'll be watch partying live from the arena. I'll be there with Elevated, the coach for Global Esports, one of the coaches for Global Esports. So I will be live sometime during the pre-show, and we'll be there at the VCT Pacific Arena. It should be fun. Never done that, so kind of curious. Indian flights are so cheap, but the food space comfort is so garbage. Never flown. You're on the panel. You're on the panel today. No. I'll just be there to co-stream. Like proper watch party or super scope. No. They have PCs set up for watch parties, so I requested a slot. So we'll be right next to he's jobless. Chat, I'm jobless, so if you have any Prime subs left over for the month, I'd really appreciate it here on this channel. But yeah, they've got little, we're right next to the casters, so you'll probably actually hear some of the casting like bleed through. I hope you find a job soon. Will, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, appreciate it. Welcome. You know, see, it doesn't take much, chat. I appreciate it. When you were shouting T1 means excellence, yeah, I really wanted to drive that home, because like that's why those players feel so much pressure. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really help that your idea is also Will. Don't forget to steal the co-stream PC after you're done. Chat, I'm not that desperate yet. You know, maybe in like stage 2, if I'm still struggling to find a job, I'll consider stealing the co-stream PC. Yo, Ravishing Ravish with the raid as well. Welcome. Thank you. Appreciate it. I should turn on the alert sounds again, actually. Welcome everybody. I do have to replace my laptop though. I do have to upgrade my PC so we can just stick to a good, reliable one PC setup again. This laptop's not great. No, I'm not casting today. I'll be watch partying from the arena. What's the specs on my laptop? It's not the specs that's really the problem. It's just that I think it's got a faulty board, because this is my second hard drive on it, a second SSD on it, and I think it's slowly getting corrupted, but it's okay for now. I've had to replace it before, but thank you, Ravish. And then I will be on this week's Plat Chat as well. I think that's on, well, Monday Western time. Copyright? Shouldn't be. This is on my art list and I'm subscribed. I'm paying good money for this sick track, so it should be all right. Did you ever buy that 5090? No way. All right, let's talk about the groups for Americas though a little bit. Wait, what the heck? Oh, this is I was like, what did we miss? Oh, it's because it's been going on. I was like, dude, I'm just trying to rewind. What's going on here? Oh, that means it's gonna die out soon, isn't it? Where's there a zoom in of the groups, man? Yo, Overzealous with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, appreciate it. Welcome. Okay. Is this more even than Pacific? I'm not so sure. We should do a Masters Bank. Teams alignment chart. Teams aren't going to be aligned. Jogamo is a certified lunatic. What? If you stuck with streaming and started making good money on it, but they asked you to come back to cast, would you do it? I would, but my rates would probably go up, right? Because I've got a good thing going. And that would just be the value, right? Like I like casting, and it's not like let's just say let's say I'm not saying this is possible, but let's assume I'm making Shroud money from streaming, and they asked me to cast. I wouldn't be like, well, you need to pay me Shroud money to cast. Like that's not, but it would go up though, right? Because it's like, well, like that's the cost, or that's the value of my time. But it wouldn't be like, but I wouldn't be like, well, you have to match what I would miss out on directly, because like I like casting. So no, I'm just trying to give a ludicrous example, chat. Not saying that that's what's going to happen. But yeah, if I was making plain food connoisseur, if I was able to find a stable income in streaming, and they asked me to cast again, then I would reconsider my rates just because of like value of my time. But I would still want to cast. I like casting. Casting's fun, and not only is casting fun, but I feel like there's much more work to be done in casting, and I know I'm willing to put in the time and the effort to unlock that, not just for myself, but for the entire scene. So that's what I want to do. Who am I rooting for today? Honestly, like I gotta root for T1, because I gotta root for my boy Buzz. I really like the current DRX squad, and I think DRX is probably favored, but not probably. DRX is favored, but I gotta root for T1, and it would just mean so much for them. You didn't even predict T1 yesterday. Well, okay, chat. So you want to know my prediction yesterday? So yesterday's my last cast on VCT Pacific. I'm sitting there thinking, do I want my last legacy to be my fandom coming out, or do I want it to be my analysis? And I decided I wanted it to be the analysis, because I won't be there to defend myself in future broadcasts. And then T1 wins. Like, what am I going to do? Let's be honest. On paper, Gen G was going to win that. Everyone I talked to backstage, everyone thought the same thing. So many of us were like, actually, I really like T1. I want these guys to get a win. I want them to break through. But, like, it's just not enough. It's not enough. The on paper, it's just not enough. Gen G looks, and then you looked at the games the day before, and T1 just looked like a mess, like emotionally after their loss. Gen G's like feeling the vibes, they're feeling the momentum. Everything points to Gen G winning. And then T1, they break through, and props to them. Props to them, because honestly, looking at how tense things were getting in maps 3 and 4 when Gen G was climbing back, like I thought T1 was gonna buckle again. I thought they were going to put too much pressure on themselves. Hey, Vompix. What's up? Welcome. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words. It was so intense. Dude, that split was so intense. Like, say what you will about the gameplay, but like the player, just the look of the game was so intense. Yeah. Oh, you could see it. Across everyone, even on Gen G. Yeah, I mean, Meteor generally keeps a pretty good poker face. He wasn't showing too much pressure, but like you could see like Stacks like trying to like ripping his hair out, hands shaking, and like Izu trying to bring good vibes back, but like you could tell his lips were pursed. Buzz, locked in, but it was like different for Buzz too. Like back on DRX, it was much more like anger lock in, and yesterday it wasn't that. Like it was the pressure. It was pressure. And then Gen G side, like texture, locking in. And I did think it was funny that they went A again after the timeout, just like against Favor Ranks. I did think that was funny. So is T1 keeping Carpe on? We don't know, but I would presume so. Yeah, I'll be in the arena with Elevated. That should be in about 4.5 hours. So in about 4.5 hours, like right before the matches start, we'll be live from the arena. Why do you guys hate Autumn so much? Give this guy a chance. Okay, since there's more people here, like I know I'm the one who sent that transcript to Sideshow, and I put in my own translations because I actually forgot the original poster on Twitter had translations as well. I do think my translations are slightly better, but obviously, like, they didn't actually get to watch the clip, nor would they have understood the Korean. But Sideshow read it very matter-of-factly, which I think is valid because he's not gonna watch the clip and try to infer the language himself. So it's not on Sideshow, and he admitted that tone can get lost. But that clip from Meteor wasn't, to me, the takeaway wasn't, damn, Autumn's timeouts are garbage and I had to fix it. It was much more like, oh, this team was focused on like these other things. And like there were some people in chat earlier being like, well, yeah, but like if Autumn just tells him to go A with no direction, then that's not good. It's like, of course he said more than that. Meteor's not going to give us the actual entire thing. And even when he's telling players to like focus up, like I don't think he's just saying focus up. I think he's probably micromanaging, right? I think the takeaway is that what my takeaway was that the timeouts were probably much more micromanaging. Like, hey, like you're messing up this trip. That's not what we practiced. Or like this flash has to be better timed. Like you got to lock in for that. Like it was probably much more like that. And so Meteor probably wanted more map stuff, like macro stuff, which I think is the way you should do it in an ideal scenario. And so, you know, that shifted, and the Meteor's takeaway was, okay, so once I requested it, Autumn was able to give us that. So I wonder why that wasn't happening before. I don't know, but here we are now. It's working. So my takeaway was it's working. And like, yeah, you could say, well, it should have been working before. True, but hey, if you course correct, better late than never, right? So I just think I think, I mean, if you've always not liked Autumn, then I mean, I don't know, but aren't you just being too charitable with your interpretation? I don't think I am, because it's not like I'm an Autumn Glazer, and I try my best to usually read the context clues of someone speaking, and also, like, I know how Meteor likes to talk, right? And how he normally gives his interviews, etc. And also, there's just a little bit of good faith that I don't think he would go on stream trashing them in the middle of the tournament as well. Like, Meteor's pretty outspoken on his stream. I know that. But, yeah. But I would like to think that I would be one of the people better suited to actually interpret rather than just read the words off the page, right? So... You still don't believe in Stacks as IG only? I'm not. I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's great. But we'll see. I have for 3 years. I've been hating before Sideshow and Platchet. His ideas are a mile wide and an inch deep. Champs 2023. Him having bans set his feed or to warp speed every round of pro people. So, I mean, listen. Yeah, if you don't like Autumn because of, you know, the plans or comps he's cooked up before, then I mean that's fair too. But I will say, this is what I said earlier during the watch party, is to me the bigger question to ask is the coaching structure of T1 suited for Autumn? You know, whether it's like him head coaching, whether it's the support staff around him, etc. Because the more I think about it, I do think his ideas are good. Just, you know, and for instance, I think Talon's ideas are good. I think Frost's ideas are good, but they just can't execute it. So at some point, that means your ideas can objectively be good, but that the coaching style may not be well suited for those players, because maybe they can't handle that, or maybe the way you're presenting it to them doesn't really get through, or whatever else, right? So to me, that's the bigger question on T1, rather than, you know, is Autumn good or bad objectively? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. But the reason to me that Meteor clip was exciting was because I think Autumn needed some affirmation as well. Because, you know, he joins this brand, crazy legacy brand. And then in terms of coaching, he's being compared to Termi and Solo the whole time in Pacific. And, you know, he comes from PUBG, so people are already doubting him. And it's just like, I mean, I can't, it's going to take a special type of person to remain confident through all of that, especially if you don't actually get the results nice and early. And they were close in 2023, but obviously they couldn't break through. So with all that said, to me, it felt like Meteor now coming over from under Solo's coaching, having lifted the Masters Trophy. And sure, there's a little bit of feedback back and forth, but Meteor also requesting something and then letting him know, like, yes, that's what I wanted. Like, that worked, coach. Like, to me, that should have unlocked a new stage for Autumn, right? So I have hope that it will get better. You know, does it get better in time or not? We don't know. Problem with talent is that players are, well, right, but like, again, is that a player, you know, how much of that is on the players versus the coaching? Like, obviously no one knows other than people in there. Do you know what Bozzy's doing these days? I just saw that he also joined one of those like Korean gaming / esports academies, and he's providing Valorant coaching. Me is so overhyped. I mean, that I think you start to see this is where a coachable player or a player with already self-built great game IQ stands out. Again, I mean, nothing against Premi, and maybe he can grow into it, but like, that's what made Karon so good, was that he was apparently very coachable under Solo and HSK's style of coaching. And if you look at someone like Genji's vlogs and stuff, they talk about it there as well, where Karon like either cried or almost cried and almost quit because he was like, this is too harsh, like this environment's too harsh, like Munchkin, Solo, these guys are too harsh and I can't handle it. And they had to have a heart-to-heart talk. But after that, like, he's able to take it in, and then he becomes a very sharp rookie. Like, that's what sets you apart, right? So and again, there's also the flip side of, okay, if you're a very talented player can't do that, can you work around him? Which is what Talon seemed to have been trying for kickoff. Is, okay, let's just get him comfy to frag out and let's work around that. But yeah, Autumn was C9 Korea as well. So he has been around in Valorant for a long time. It's just, you know, before that. Foxy 9 was horrible in the last 3 maps. Yeah. I mean, there were ups and downs for every individual, I think, in that series. It was a scrappy series. There was a lot of back and forth. But I'm happy T1 got the win. I'm sad for Gen G, but I think this is a better trajectory for the overall scene. I mean, within Korea, obviously, because it's just the Korean teams now, but at the top 3. But I think T1 winning is a better trajectory, because this should hopefully unlock another step for T1 while Gen G can still climb back, right? So all I know is that Gen G started the comeback when Odin came back to Twitter. Can't be a coincidence. Yo, Anders, what's up? What's up? Anders, how we feeling about ISO on Lotus and Reyna on Lotus? What's your pick? ISO comp or Reyna comp? I'm actually legit curious now. Neither. I prefer to win. I don't know, man. Team Liquid was crushing. Team Liquid was crushing with that Reyna, man. They were crushing so hard that I'm pretty sure I'm convinced that I like this Reyna comp better than the ISO comp. Was Heretics not loaded in the server? Yeah, but was Team Liquid preventing Heretics from logging into the server? Oh, man. I'll be honest, though. Good or bad, I did see the logic by the end. Oh, no. Heretics was horrible today. Like, legitimately, like, I wonder if something was going on, because like they just couldn't shoot. They just couldn't shoot at all. But I'll be honest, good or bad, I saw the logic in this composition. I'm still not sold on the ISO composition. I'm like almost more sold on the Reyna composition.
Sexy sturdy, come and get 30, wibble it, wobble it, curvy. Sexy sturdy, come and get murky, got girl begging up mercy. Sexy sturdy, come and get 30, wibble it, curvy. Come win up in the back, get a back.
TL had some cute stuff with you can only run this high level with Reyna dismiss. Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously the Reyna has to perform as it always goes, but yeah, but the ISO, I mean, to be fair, the contingency was like huge in equalizing a lot of fights, but I mean, I guess, yeah, I guess you're picking the ISO, you want the ISO to do well. I guess so. And then you have the combo with the shock darts for a little bit more util to clear. We let NA have the trash talking your own team mid-season on stream thing. yeah. That's out for T1. Debaku, I'll be re-uploading the behind the scenes live stream. Yeah, for those who missed it, I did a behind the scenes live stream, kind of showed you guys view from the stage, like the walk up to the stage, things like that yesterday. But one of the floors I was filming on, apparently there was no filming allowed, and I had no idea. So Soup asked me to take it down or cut it out. So I've taken it down for now, but I'll cut that part out and I'll re-upload it so you guys can still check out what it looks like. You're playing him on a map with so much presumable chip damage that your double tap is basically 0 EV. Yeah, that's the other thing. That was the other thing. Like even when friggin' WD, here we go. Even when Genji Global Academy played it, it was like, what? I mean, this was worse. But you're going up against like a Tejo, potential Vices, potential Viper. Like what are we looking to do here? And they didn't do anything, but it was rough. Wow, we got a lot of Liquid believers now, huh? It seems like everyone in the world now wants Liquid to win for the lulz. Yeah, the Raise nade as well. Yeah, I don't know. And like the contingency for Rubble Fight, yeah, it blocks bullets, but it doesn't block any of the util combo. I'm not seeing it, but like there must have been something in the water among the pro scene in Korea, because if Genji Global and Genji Main is playing the ISO on Lotus, then there must be something. Oh, because TMV's oiling depends on it. True. Worth rooting for. The Astra Deadlock Fade Raise Tejo. Astra Deadlock Fade Raise Tejo. Yeah, I mean, I can get behind that. Do you know the academy teams are testing out comps for main roster or not, or are they separated? I mean, there could be a world where they're testing it out, but you would still want them to win as well. Obviously, they can't ascend, so there is a world where they could be testing stuff out. I mean, I don't think it's any surprise that both of them were playing ISO, right? They probably scrimmed amongst themselves as well. This guy, though, Zinx. I mean, the academy teams are probably more free to test stuff out, and then, you know, you can take and pick parts of it that you want. I don't know if it's necessarily the main team being like, go test this in challengers. I don't think that would happen, but I think all regions should have followed China's schedule. Oh, I mean, ideally, yeah, but I mean, we already had visa issues in both Americas and Pacific, and we started later, so. Yeah, the you can't have mud without liquid is extract more mud to bring out the gems. We'll be watching Pacific later. I'll be hopping off here in a little bit. But can we talk about is it on Reddit, the groups from Pacific? What the hell? Steel, why is Steel trying to remain in the scene? No, nothing. Wait, no, it was before EMEA. Nobody posted it? Damn, community really slacking here. I know Boom posted it. Oh, VCT Pacific posted it. Okay, the more I think about it, I don't know if Alpha is necessarily more stacked. I think Alpha is harder to create an upset. Like, I think Alpha is harder for, you know, Boom and GE to create an upset, maybe even DFM. But Omega is actually pretty, I feel like Omega's, I don't know. Like, I think Omega might get messier. But I guess you have, like, the stronger names for sure. You got the aura, as the kids say. I guess. But chat, did you see my tweet? Because at first I was like, oh, Nongshim has to play RQ again. They have to play each other again. Damn it. But then you know what that means? In some weird world, no matter what seed RQ gets when they make playoffs, which they should in this group, they're somehow going to play Gen G again. If RQ does well, Gen G's not going to. Gen G's going to get into playoffs in like 4th seed, and they're going to play RQ again. And then RQ is going to get knocked down. If RQ comes in like 3rd, Gen G is going to get 2nd in Alpha Group, and they're going to play again somehow in the 1st round of playoffs. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. It's actually terrible. It's just cursed. It's just cursed. It was a CS2 video, but it had Steel was wearing the bleed jersey. Like, it's rough. That's true. Then there's the Talon RQ Team Secret, freaking musical chairs. Dude, I hope Nongshim locks the freak up for stage 1, and I hope they get out like seed 1 or 2 of the group. It's doable. It's doable. But from what we've seen in kickoff, it really should just be these 4 teams going to playoffs. What's more hellish, RQ not making it out of the group or losing just before qualification? At this point, losing just before qualification. No, it's just top 4 of each group. It's top 4 of each group move on to playoffs. But Nongshim and RQ should both be getting it. Well, I mean, but then we put it like that. It should just be these 4. Secret, I think, can enter the fold if they wake up somehow. I'm just not hopeful on Zeta. I don't know. I'm not sold. And then I don't know how much stronger DFM is going to get. Like, you know, they've got potential, but I think their ceiling is pretty capped still. If anything, I think Boom still, like, they joke about, you know, we're just happy to be here, but I think Boom has a decent shot at upsetting and sneaking into the playoffs. Obviously GE as well, but you know, we'll see how they look if they have to continue to work with Darian, but maybe Patrick comes back in the middle, and I don't know what you do there, but no, I think Boom can create a wave here. I actually think Boom's a strong dark horse in Alpha. You're on the Nongshim train, as you should be. Listen, Nongshim was a little disappointing for kickoff, but I think they're gonna wake up and come back stronger. It was so funny. I was watching this with the Korean casters, like in the arena before heading out, and right as it got to the last ones, like between DRX and T1, we're all like, "Oh God, DRX is gonna get Group Alpha, aren't they?" And then it happened. Is it the same as last year in Stage 1? They go against the other group in Stage 2 against each other? No. So as far as I understand, which we can read it here, it's within the group Stage 1, and then they redraw the groups, chat. All teams will be divided into 2 groups. Will compete in a single round-robin format within the group, and then the top 4 of each group moves on. But then, following Masters Toronto, teams return within their respective regions. The 2 groups from Stage 1 will be reshuffled based on their placements from Stage 1. After a draw, either the first or second place team in each group will switch groups. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. As will the 3rd or 4th place teams, followed by the 5th or 6th place team. Oh, so it's not an entire... Oh, okay. It's not a complete random format. It's just like, just for the sake of it, let's just say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So either the 2 1 seed swap or the 2 2 seed swap, and then either 3 or 4 swaps, and then either 5 or 6 swaps, I guess. Huh. I don't know if I like that. But it's not both first and second. It's just, yeah, that way. So only half the teams will get mixed. And then they play single round robin within again. Yeah, so like this. Oh, wait, what? This graphic makes it looks like if it's a team 1 from Group A, it would be with team 2 from Group B. Oh, that would make sense, actually. That would make sense. To balance it out. Yeah, it's totally different. Forget last year. So this is how it works. Right now, you just play in your own group. Nice and simple. Right? And then if you have now going into Stage 2, they flip a coin, and it's either 1 or 2. And if they draw 1, then 1 and B are swapped. So for Stage 2, this will be Talon, and this will be DRX, right? And then since they swapped, Gen G and T1 stay. So this way, you're putting in the 2 2 seeds, so it balances out the playing field, and 2 1 seeds. But then 3 and 4, you flip a coin again. Maybe this time it's you draw a 4. So then Paper X and RQ are flipped. Right? And then 5 and 6, let's say it's 5 again. So then it's Boom and Team Secret. So then you get like Talon, Gen G, DFM, RQ, Secret, GE. And T1, DRX, Notion, Paper X, Boom. So that's the format. Yeah, somehow if this happens, the Talon RQ teams stay together. But that, okay, so everyone will play 3 different teams minimum on the other side in stage 2. Oh, not minimum, just 3 exactly different teams, because at least 3 teams will be swapped. Yeah, okay. Were they disappointing? I feel like 5th, 6th was expected for Nongshim. It's not so much the result. I just think the way they were adapting, I thought they would have a bit of a better read on the meta and a bit more prepared. And it seemed like they fell short of that. But it's round robin. It's round robin within the group. Will you blow up your house if RQ wins champs? No. I don't understand why people are making these crazy bets. Mimi now has to glue herself to her chair. TMV is in danger of having to oil up. You know, Sideshow almost had to detonate his house. I don't understand. Yeah, so every team plays 5 matches each. Will you blow up Paper Thin's house if DFM win champs? I would consider that. Now that you're jobless, maybe you'll understand. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll get content pilled, chat. Maybe it's just a matter of time. Could just be a matter of time. All right. Well, it's 12:30. I gotta head out in a little bit, so I gotta go take a nap, chat. Make sure I'm not dozing off next to Elevated and only have him speak for the stream. So yeah, I gotta go take a quick break. Make sure I'm in good tip-top condition for Pacific, because then we're gonna do Pacific and then the EMEA finals as well back home. So we've got a lot. We've got a lot coming up. Should a time guesser with TMV or Sliggy later. Oh, yeah, a little competition. Yeah, I'm down with that. Dude, is intro actually... Wait, hold on, chat. We have to look at this together. Don't go anywhere. Intro's actually serious about wanting to play Deadlock. He's actually streaming Deadlock. I thought he was joking. Oh, wow. I mean, best of luck to him, I guess. That's... What do you mean, yikes, Sanders? You guys don't know intro? T1 intro? I mean, you can put any team name in front of him and he'll probably have been on that team. D plus Kia intro. T1 intro. Like he's been part of so many different teams. Intro was so talented, but he just never found the right position. Well, I mean, I wish all the best to him. All right, yeah, let's send you guys over to another home. Where are we going, chat? Where are we going? I'm not sending you guys to intro stream. Give me suggestions. Otherwise, I'm gonna send you to, I don't know, some totally random. Oh, Baby Bay streaming. How about some Marvel Rivals? How are we feeling about Marvel Rivals, chat? Go watch Baby Bay return to his home field. Give him a little shout out. Please go say hi for me. Enjoy Marvel Rivals. You know, since I'm probably never going to play it on stream. And then we'll be back in about 4 hours. I'll be live from the studio, so hope you guys tune in. I'll be there with Elevated as well from Global Esports. But once again, thank you so much for the Raiders for hanging out. Thanks for joining. And thanks for all the new subs. And I will see you guys in just a little bit. Have a good one.